Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Trained Like Hawks? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya's life had been planned ever since he was 4 years old. He'd train, eat, rest, and then repeat it all the next day. The HPSC only accepted the best from him, and as such his schedule had never changed in the slightest. That was how his life was, and he knew exactly how it would play out. He'd keep training for at least a few more years until he was an adult, and then enter the pro-hero industry the same way Hawks did. That left him counting down the days until he'd make his debut, his whole being focused on training as hard as he could. That was where he was now, having just finished up another training session as one of his handlers walked over to him. They only came over to him after training when something important happened, so Izuku made sure to straighten up from the slouched position he was currently in. Midoriya, his handler called out, her voice completely level as she talked to him. You've been summoned to talk to some of the higher-ups in the commission. Go to the 20th floor. After that she walked away, not even looking at how he reacted, and Izuku was left wondering why he had been summoned. He'd rarely ever even see someone high up in the HPSC, and even when he did, they were just observing him as he trained. He'd never been specifically summoned before, and the fact that he hadn't caused anxiety to spring up inside of him. As he walked over to the nearest elevator and hit the button to go to the 20th floor, his mind was racing with possibilities. Maybe he wasn't improving fast enough? He'd heard from Kigo that there were high expectations for him, even higher than the ones placed upon Kigo when he was still a hero in training. If that was true, then Izuku definitely wasn't improving fast enough. Izuku considered himself talented, but Hawks was just on a different level from him. He wouldn't be able to match that rate of growth, no matter how hard he tried. While he was thinking, he arrived at the 20th floor, and then his feet led him to the door of the office he was supposed to go in. He looked around the hallway he was in, the all-white ceiling and walls doing nothing to help him calm down. Izuku took a few deep breaths and then walked forward into the room. He swung the door in front of him open and found a group of people sitting in front of him. He walked forward to the center of the room and felt all eyes upon him as he did so. Even though he had never been summoned to talk to higher-ups before, the procedure of what he should do had been drilled into him since childhood. So as he reached the center of the room he took a knee and waited for what they would say. Silence reigned over the room, and Izuku could feel his hair pounding in his chest as it did. Midoriya. One of the men there spoke, almost causing Izuku to flinch as he did. You're here because we have an assignment for you. An assignment? Izuku could guess the meaning of what the man was saying, but something like this had never happened before. He hadn't expected to get any assignments until he officially became a hero, but he was more than fine with doing one now. You'll be taking the UA entrance exam in 2 weeks, and you'll be coming in first place. Izuku froze up at what he heard, wondering if the man in front of him was being serious. We did plan to have you take the same route to being a hero as Hawks, but after some insight we've realized something. The only 2 heroes above Hawks on the hero rankings both went to UA, and that is no coincidence. There seems to be a correlation between going to a prestigious hero school and popularity, so you'll be doing that as well. You'll be playing the part of a normal kid born with an extraordinary quirk, and you'll attend UA until you graduate and start your career as a hero. The man paused as Izuku was still trying to process what he was just told, and then continued a moment later. That's all, Midoriya, you're dismissed. Izuku, even though he was still trying to wrap his head around the whole thing, exited the room the moment he heard those words. The walk back to his room was quiet, and he used the time to think about what he had just been told. Going to UA, how did he even begin to describe how he felt about that? It was his dream school when he was a kid, just like almost every other kid in Japan, but it had been a while since he had dreamed about going to UA. He was excited though, that much he could tell, but his built-up exhaustion from training that day was slowly catching up to him. He still wanted to sort out exactly how he felt, but the moment he made it to his room his bed seemed much more appealing, and he was asleep within a couple of minutes. In what seemed like a blink of an eye it was time for the entrance exam. Izuku was on the train to UA now, nervousness about the whole thing starting to settle in. He had to come first, and he was sure he could, but that didn't stop doubts from arising in his mind. Those all started to clear up once he actually started the exam though, and his pencil flew across the testing paper. The written exam wasn't nearly as hard as he had imagined it would be, and he was finished with some time to spare. After that, they were briefed on the rules of the physical portion of the exam, which were simple enough to understand. You got points based on how many robots you took out, and the robots had different point values corresponding with how strong they were. The 0-pointer was probably to show that sometimes there was no point in fighting something completely out of your league. Whatever it was supposed to represent didn't really matter in the end though. He'd just avoid it, and rack up as many points as he possibly could. When they did make it to where the exams were to be held, Izuku found himself amazed by just how elite UA seemed to be. Ground Beta, which was where he was now, was just as big as a portion of an actual city, and replicated an actual 1 down to the most minute. Izuku started to stretch out, beginning to prepare for the exam, when the same man that had explained the rules of the exam started to speak over the intercom. "Start!" was all he said, and that was more than enough for Izuku to race off into the city, going as fast as he could. After turning the first corner, he came upon a group of a single 3-pointer and a couple more 2-pointers along with it. Izuku let his hands fall behind him as he ran, and activated his quirk as he did. He shot off into the air, reaching the head of the single 3-pointer there in an instant. He reached his right hand out, touching the head of the robot, and in the instant he made contact it was gone. After zipping through the air some more, the 2 other robots shared the same fate as the first one. How the hell is he doing that? Present Mike mumbled to himself in the viewing area, his eyes on the screen that currently displayed Midoriya. "Hey, Aizawa, got any guess on what that kid's quirk is?" He spoke up the next time he talked, getting the attention of the only person in the room not actively viewing the exam. He pointed his finger at the screen Midoriya was on, knowing that Aizawa wouldn't know who he was referring to otherwise. "That's Izuku Midoriya. His quirk allows him to absorb and then release things through his hands. You'd know that if you actually read up on the students' files." Aizawa did not sound pleased with present Mike, and as soon as he was done talking he slouched back down into his chair, tuning out the rest of the world as he did. "That ruins the fun though. You're supposed to try and guess what their quirks are based on how they use them in the exam." "Shut up, Mike." Izuku absorbed the head of another robot, tallying the points up in his head as he did. He was up to 82 now, if he was counting correctly, and he should still have a minute or 2 left to rack up some more points. He kept running around the city, keeping a lookout for any robots as he did. He noticed that he was starting to run low on air to propel himself around with, but he didn't exactly have time to stop and collect a lot more, so he just absorbed as much as he could with his quirk as he ran around. Eventually he ended up hearing a commotion, and of course, went straight to it. As he got closer and closer he recognized the sound of people running, and it seemed like a lot of them were. As he turned the corner and ended up on the street where everyone else is, he realized just why so many of them were running. The one causing everybody to run was massive by every definition of the word, towering over some of the buildings as it made its way forward, causing the ground to shake with each step it took. There were no robots on this street, so he might as well just keep moving. If everyone else was too busy running to try and get more points, then that just meant there were more left for him. As he went to leave though, a noise caught his attention. There was a girl caught directly in the path of the 0-pointer, trapped under some rubble and unable to move. He made eye contact with her, and his mind started to race through the situation. It was just an exam, so there was no way she would actually get seriously hurt or killed by that thing, and he wouldn't get anything from helping her, so there was really no point in going and helping her. It wasn't like it was his problem anyways. As he was thinking though, his body was going in its own direction, doing the exact opposite of what he was thinking. What the hell was he doing? He had just thought everything over and decided to let her be, so why was he running towards her? Well, he was in too deep now, so he might as well just go all the way and get her out of there. The 0-pointer was only a couple seconds away now, and who knew if the girl could even move in the state she was in, so getting the rubble off of her and running wasn't an option. That left him to just take the 0-pointer out right now, and that was exactly what he was about to do. He launched himself right up to the head of the 0-pointer, using a massive amount of air to get up there as fast as possible as he did. Once he was up there, the rest was simple. Just a single moment of contact with his fingers and the head of the robot was gone, and Izuku started to fall back down to the ground. He was almost out of air, but luckily he had just enough to make a safe landing. He turned himself around to look at the ground and get ready to land, but as he did he noticed something strange. There was a huge shadow covering everything down on the ground. Izuku turned his head backwards, looking back up at the zero-pointer to see it slowly tipping over towards him. After seeing that, he was immediately propelling himself back up to the falling robot, not stopping to think as he held both hands in front of him and blasted it back the other way with a massive gust of air. The only problem with that, which he realized suddenly as he fell back down to the earth, was that he now didn't have any air to stop his fall with. That left him plummeting downwards, desperately racking his brain for a way to stop his fall immediately. It was too late though, and all he could do as he was about to reach the ground was close his eyes and brace for impact, until suddenly he felt a hand slap his cheek and he stopped just short of the concrete. After a second or two of floating, Izuku slowly wound his eyes open, confused on why he hadn't hit the ground yet. In front of him was the girl who was stuck under the rubble. She was shakily bringing her hands together, and as her fingers touched together and she muttered the word release, Izuku dropped to the ground unceremoniously. Izuku absorbed as much air as he could through his hands as he thought about what just happened. She must have stopped him from hitting the ground with her quirk. He got up onto his feet, looking over at the girl as he did. She was vomiting, so Izuku decided to wait a second before going over to talk to her. It was probably a side effect of overusing her quirk, which just made him feel bad about forcing her to use it to save him. Once she was done vomiting, he walked over to her, absorbing the rubble left on top of her and helping her stand back up on her feet as the school nurse walked over to them. The nurse had a name tag on that said Recovery Girl, and Izuku recognized who she was once he saw that name. The girl who saved him was only up for a moment before Recovery Girl reached them and started to check if they were okay, so he didn't even get to speak to her at all, losing her afterwards in the mass of people leaving the exam grounds. As he rode the train back, the built-up fatigue he acquired from taking the exam started to settle in, and he had to consciously make an effort not to fall asleep on the ride back. Once he did make it back to where he lived, he shuffled in, his feet dragging as he got on the elevator and rode up to the floor where his room was. A minute later, he swung the door to his room open, blinking when he saw the number 3 hero sitting on his bed. He stared at Hawks and Hawks stared back at him, and after a second of that, Izuku simply rubbed his eyes and walked into his room, shutting the door behind him as he did. Kigo wouldn't be back in town for at least another week. He had told that himself the last time he was here, so that just meant he was seeing things. If he was hallucinating Kigo, then he really needed to get some sleep, so he flipped his light switch off and slowly walked towards his bed. "Are you serious?" Kigo asked, staring at Izuku as he did. "Wait, you're real?" "What dash? Of course I'm real, you idiot. Why wouldn't I be? You said you wouldn't be back for at least another week, and I'm really tired," Izuku said, walking back to his door and turning his light back on. "Well, things changed, so I'm here now. Aren't you excited?" Kigo asked, and Izuku just stared at him blankly for a moment. "Yeah, but I'm really tired right now." "All right," Kigo said plainly, walking over to Izuku as he did. Once he was a couple feet in front of him, he smacked his hands onto Izuku's shoulders. "I have something to show you, but it doesn't have to be immediately. You can rest up if you need to." Izuku considered the offer for a moment, and then replied, "We can go now, I'm fine." He replied, and so a couple minutes later, once they were on the roof of the building, Izuku climbed on Kigo's back and they started to fly to their destination. Once they got landed on the roof of the building they were going to, Izuku looked at Kigo questioningly. "Why are we at a hero agency, Kigo? Isn't this the opposite of what you normally want to show me?" Izuku said, because Kigo was usually all play and no work when he was around Izuku. Even when they were ordered to be training together by the commission, he'd just lie and say they were when in actuality Kigo would take Izuku around the city. But because this isn't just any normal hero agency, Izuku. This is my brand new agency located here in Mustafu. It's super cool, isn't it? Maybe even the coolest building you've ever seen?" Kigo said, holding his hands out to present the building to Izuku. I wouldn't say the coolest building I've ever seen, it just looks like a normal skyscraper to me, Izuku said, and Kigo's expression fell for a moment before immediately shooting back up to where it was previously. Well, that's because it's not supposed to be obvious that it's my agency. It's like an undercover thing, Kigo explained, walking forward and swinging the door to the agency open as he did. I can think of a lot better places to go undercover in than a skyscraper, Izuku said blankly, but Kigo just ignored it, changing the subject with his next sentence. Anyways, we won't be here for long, he said as they entered the room the door led into. It was a lot more homey than anything Izuku would imagine from an agency, with a couch and a TV in sight right when you walked into the room. As if noticing his confusion, Kigo spoke up and broke the silence that was in the room as Izuku looked around. This room and some others on this floor are just my living space, so nothing business related here. Why not just live in an apartment nearby and not have this agency be so big? I like having a lot of space to myself, so this worked out perfectly. Cost isn't an issue, the commission covered everything in full. After that, Izuku simply followed Kigo in silence, admiring the rooms they passed through. After going through a few more rooms, they got to a set of stairs which led to the next floor down, which seemed like a whole different world than where they just were. While the top floor was basically a home, immediately below that the building did a complete 180 and turned into a training facility. They walked by rooms filled with obstacle courses, ones full of weights, and one that looked like it would be used for sparring. All the walls that weren't part of the main hallway that cut through the middle were padded, contrasting with the white walls of the hallway. The 2 floors under my living space are dedicated for training, and the 2 floors under that are completely for paperwork. All in all, it's 5 stories of complete perfection, Kigo said, pushing the button to open the doors to the elevator as he did. The 2 of them stepped in, and Kigo pressed the button for the first floor. A few seconds into their trip down and Kigo spoke up, his voice rising above the hum of the elevator moving. He started, showing a rare moment of hesitance. Before we get out of here, I wanted to give you this. He held his hand out, a red key card in its grasp. It can open any door in this agency. Izuku took the card from Kigo's grasp, and that's all that was said. Kigo hoped that the silence meant he appreciated that he got the card, but he couldn't really tell with Izuku. He's trying his best to make sure Izuku feels comfortable, to make him feel like he belonged here, but he didn't want to state it out loud. Kigo wasn't sure, but it seemed like things like that were better left implied. He just hoped Izuku read between the lines and got the message. Being a comfortable break from Izuku's normal life was the most he could do right now, even though he knew he needed to be doing more. For now though, this was the most he could manage. We actually have one more stop before you can finally get that sleep you wanted, Izuku, Kigo said as they walked out of the hero agency. So Izuku climbed onto the hero's back, and they shot off to their next destination. Only a minute or so later they arrived, and Izuku was once again left confused at why Kigo was taking him where he took him. Why are we at an apartment complex? It's a surprise, was all Kigo said before walking into the building, checking his phone as he did. He muttered to themselves as they walked through the hotel, and Izuku listened while still wondering why they were here in the first place. She said she's in room 729, 729. He turned his head to the right to check the plates of the doors they passed as they walked. Izuku watched the numbers go up from 715 to 717 and so on when he fully processed what Kigo had just said. Wait, since when have girls liked you? He asked as they reached room. Kigo typed in a code on the door handle and swung the door open as Izuku spoke. The door leads straight into a hallway, which split up to the left and right, while having what looked like a living room be straight ahead. The living room was the only room he could see from where he was, and it looked pretty empty, just a couch and TV sitting on its carpeted floor. Girls have always liked me. Just because that one crazy lady called me a cannibal for eating chicken doesn't mean that girls don't like me. In fact, it's more accurate to say I'm beloved by women everywhere. Kigo stepped into the apartment while he spoke, and before Izuku could reply he was beat to the punch. You shouldn't be lying, Kigo. Don't make me tell him about the time someone called you a bad cosplay. A woman from inside the apartment spoke. out of sight from where Izuku stood at the door. "Come on, Rumi," Kigo whined, in the overdramatic way that he did whenever he wanted Izuku to change his mind about something. "You know just how charismatic I am. Why don't you tell Izuku about that one time I got asked out to dinner after I saved that woman from a burning building?" The woman he was speaking to stepped into view from left of where the hallway opened up, putting her phone in her pocket as she did. She had dark skin, 2 rabbit ears and a tail, and that was enough for Izuku to realize just whose apartment he was in. "Kigo, why didn't you tell me we were going to Mirko's apartment? I thought you would take any chance to show off the heroes you were friends with to me, especially someone in the top 10. Izuku whispered and screamed into Kigo's ears at the same time, mind racing on just how to introduce himself to someone like Mirko. Even though he had been raised by the Hero Commission and knew the number 2 hero personally, meeting a top hero like this still stirred up the hero fanboy that lay deep inside Izuku. Along with that came a wave of nervousness upon meeting a pro-hero he respected in the flesh. "I just decided it'd be better as a surprise," Kigo said back, not even trying to hide their conversation from the women standing a few feet away from them. Absolutely mortified now that Mirko had most likely guessed what he was whispering to Kigo about, Izuku bowed profusely to the hero in front of him, words running out of his mouth a mile a minute as he did so. "It's an honor to meet you, Mirko. I'm a huge fan of your work as a pro and really respect the fact that you can be so effective even when working all by yourself. It's just really amazing that dash." Izuku cut himself off mid-sentence, realizing just how awkward he was making everything with that. So after a pause of some even more awkward silence, Izuku restarted his introduction, clearing his throat before he did so. He held out a hand and spoke, ignoring his nerves for a moment to greet Mirko. "Sorry about that. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mirko." The response was preordained, one that he had been taught while in his early days of training. Along with the words came a practice smile. It was taught along with the greeting to help Izuku for whenever he had to deal with the press. Rumi just looked at him for a second before she replied, her eyes cutting into Izuku as silence permeated the room. "Cut the fake chic kid, just be yourself," she said, causing Izuku's eyes to widen a little. She had seen through his fake greeting in an instant, but she was a pro, so maybe he should have expected that. "Anyways," she said, pointing her thumb over his shoulder at the TV that was in the living room. "Have you ever played Hero Fighter 12? Izuku hadn't ever played Hero Fighter 12 before, and after a few rounds against Rumi he was wishing he never did. He would always come so close and fail right at the end of the fight. It was 12-0 now, and he sat on the floor, looking at the TV screen that showed his most recent loss. "I should have told you she was a beast at video games, Izuku. This is my fault," Kigo said with a hint of pity in his voice. Izuku sat there, repeatedly hitting the rematch button as he waited for Rumi to do the same. She sat a couple feet away from him, watching him with a grin on her face. "You know, I won't judge you if you quit now. There's nothing wrong with admitting defeat, Izuku." Kigo kept talking when Izuku didn't respond, only causing his irritation to grow even more. He kept hitting the button harder and harder, as Rumi just watched him. "This is honestly dash." Kigo started to speak only to be cut off. "Please shut up," Izuku said, and that was when Rumi decided to start the next game. A few seconds of intense button mashing later, and Izuku had lost the first round. While the game took a second in between the first and second round, Kigo began to speak again. "Maybe you should take a break and let me have a shot at it." After a short pause, Izuku's head whipped around and he stared at Kigo as he spoke. "Well, maybe you should dash," he started, only to be cut off by the speakers of the TV in front of him. "Flawless victory. Mirko wins," it blared out, and Izuku turned back to see the digital Rumi standing over his knocked-out All Might. "Never mind," he muttered out, putting the controller down as he admitted defeat. "Come on, Izuku," Rumi said, laughing as she did. "Don't be a sore loser. There's no point in me playing if I'm just going to lose over and over again," he said, looking down at the ground as he did. He'd never been this utterly defeated in a competition before. Sure, he'd failed obstacle courses and other things the HPSC set up for him, but this was getting out of hand. "If I didn't attack you while you weren't looking, you might have won that one. You've been getting closer and closer each time, Izuku. Don't give up now. Rumi's voice reached Izuku's ears and instantly persuaded him, and a second later he was back on the ground, controller in hand, and ready to keep playing. 30 minutes later, he was severely regretting sitting back down. For what must have been the 30th time that night, the digital Rumi stood over all might on the TV while the real Rumi was laughing. "This is so great!" Rumi exclaimed, a smile wide on her face as she spoke. "You're good enough to actually be somewhat of a challenge, but not so good that I actually lose. Alright, I'm done playing." Izuku spoke, standing up as he did so. "Kigo, if you want to play, now's your time." "Izuku, don't be dash," Rumi started, only to stop herself midway through her sentence. "Well, it is about dinner time, isn't it? I could cook something," Kigo said, only for the other two people in the room to automatically stop that train of thought. "I'd rather starve," the both of them said in sync, laughing once they realized that they had the same exact thought. However, Kigo didn't find the joke as funny, crossing his arms as he looked at the both of them laugh. "I don't get it. I'm not that bad of a cook," he said, causing Izuku and Rumi to only laugh even harder. "The last time I ate your cooking, I thought that a villain was trying to assassinate me," Rumi yelled out, and Izuku piggybacked off of what she said. "You literally burnt that pizza you made so badly that it turned black." With that final nail in the coffin, Kigo conceded and the three of them ended up ordering pizza instead. So after getting coerced into playing and losing some more games of Hero Fighter 12, Izuku sat next to Kigo, a paper plate in his hand as he talked to the other two in the room. "Wait, seriously?" Rumi asked, and when Izuku nodded in confirmation she continued. "So his wings were bright pink?" This little girl dropped her ice cream and touched his wings while she was freaking out about it, and then they were pink and glittery for a whole month. It was before he became a pro hero, I think maybe 7 or 8 years ago. Izuku stopped for a moment, seeing Kigo desperately waving his hands and trying to get him to stop, but he continued on anyways. The best part about the whole thing was that whenever he flapped them, the glitter in them shot around everywhere. You should have seen what it was like whenever he had training sessions. By the end the whole floor was absolutely coated with glitter. "Alright Izuku, why don't we talk about the time you ended up destroying your whole bedroom in your sleep?" Kigo said, and Izuku automatically felt himself get embarrassed. "You said you wouldn't ever tell anyone about that," he said, glancing over at Rumi as he did. She was just listening intently to Kigo, who seemed to not care about what he had promised to Izuku before. "Seriously Rumi, I hear part of the building collapse, and I'm over there in an instant, just to see him sleeping soundly a floor down from where he usually is. Kigo, I already told you, I was fighting a villain in my dream. Plus it was when my control over my quirk SED, I was probably only 5 or 6. Rumi and Kigo both glanced at each other for a moment when he mentioned his age, with Kigo letting out a subtle nod to her questioning stare. In an instant they were back to the conversation with Izuku, and he was none the wiser. "All I'm hearing is excuses you're making up because you're embarrassed," Kigo said, causing Izuku to turn to Rumi. "Please tell me you don't agree with him," he said in a deadpan. "I don't know kid," Rumi said, shrugging her shoulders as she did. "I never kicked a hole in my floor accidentally because of my quirk." Izuku slumped into his seat, giving up on convincing Rumi that he was right. He thought that he was making a good impression with her, but who knows? He'd have to ask Kigo how everything went once they left, just to make sure he wasn't getting the wrong idea. Suddenly, just as he was thinking that, a watch Kigo was wearing let out a beep, and Kigo abruptly stood up from the couch. "Sorry, but I gotta go," he said, walking over and throwing his plate away as he did. "Izuku, I can drop you off at the headquarters if you need met to." Izuku thought the whole thing over for a moment. This seemed like something urgent, and that meant Kigo would be going full speed as he flew. If that was the case, then he wouldn't want to be on his back at all. The last time he was on Kigo's back when he went full speed he ended up throwing up for the next couple minutes. "It's fine Kigo, I'll just walk back." "Yes, you have to go now though," Izuku said, and Kigo simply nodded along to that. "Rumi, you mind if I use one of your windows?" the winged hero asked, stretching said wings out as he did. No, just close it. Behind you. Rumi responded, and in an instant Hawks was gone, leaving just Izuku and Rumi left in the room. Izuku realized that abruptly, and his heart started to pound in his chest. He should have just went with Hawks. Now he was left with just him and Rumi, and without Kigo this would probably be insanely awkward. Not because of Rumi, of course, but just because of how socially inept Izuku as a person was. Hey, Izuku. Rumi said, snapping him out of his thoughts. You getting any more food? She asked, looking over at the pizza box that was laying on the kitchen counter. No, I'm good. Izuku responded, and while Rumi stood up and put the remaining food away, Izuku was simply left sitting on the couch. He should probably leave now. It was getting late, and without Kigo to drop him off at the roof of the HPSC headquarters, he could actually risk getting in big trouble if he got there too late. Hey Rumi. Izuku said to the pro hero in the room with him. I'm gonna head back now, I don't want to risk being late. Just wait a second before you go. Rumi said, and a few seconds later Izuku heard the fridge door shut and she walked over to him. You do actually want to be a hero, right? She asked him, the question taking Izuku by surprise. Why ask him that and why now? Yeah, why though? Just making sure. She said, and after a brief silence continued. I'll need to actually see you in action sometime then. Maybe next time you and Kigo come over I could convince him to let me spar with you. Convince him to spar with me? Izuku asked. Rumi laughed a little bit at the question, before looking at him like he was crazy when it became apparent that he was serious. He's extremely protective over you, like a mother hen. Made me say like 50 times that I wouldn't try and kick the shit out of you when I met you. Rumi's sentences hit Izuku like an uppercut. The first one was confusing enough, but then the second blew that out of the water. Why were you gonna kick me when we first met? Izuku asked, eyeing Rumi as he did. Now that she said that Kigo had to make sure she wouldn't kick him, he needed to stay on his guard. I wasn't actually going to. Calm down. Rumi said, noticing Izuku's wariness towards her. That's just what I did when I first met him. Once again she said something outlandish like it was the most normal thing in the world. Why would you kick him when you first met him? He said, hoping that Kigo had been able to dodge. He'd seen videos of Mirko kicking things and people full force, and to actually take that would not be pleasant. I was just testing him, dude didn't look strong at all. Don't worry though, I didn't actually plan on hitting him, I stopped just short of his face. Did he not try to dodge it at all? Izuku asked, wondering just how fast Rumi was if she could get that close to Kigo without him being able to react. He had tried to spar against the number 3 hero before, and he hadn't even been close to keeping up with him. Yeah, he'd already jumped back by the time I got over there, and the guy was completely ready to fight too. That's when I decided he was actually worth my time. That's... Izuku trailed off, trying to think of something to say, but nothing came to mind. Weird. Rumi asked, and Izuku didn't nod, but his face said enough. She let out a sigh and continued to speak. I know it seems out there, but I only did that because I wanted to make sure I was doing hero work with someone that was actually competent. It's not like I wanted to go to such an extreme, but after so many bumbling idiots doing work with me, I decided it was worth it to weed out those who weren't worth working with. Eventually I just started working solo, but I did meet a few good people from working with other heroes. Kigo's just one of them. Was the average hero nowadays really that incompetent? Of course, Izuku didn't want to believe it, but the number 5 hero herself said that most of those who were paired up with her for hero work weren't worth her time, so it had to be true. That's kind of sad. Izuku said, the fanboy deep inside of him crying out that that couldn't be true. Yeah, heroes are more quantity than quality these days if I'm being honest. Rumi said, and immediately after her leg shot straight towards Izuku's head. He reacted automatically, ducking under the kick and getting ready to hit back, when he realized she was testing him like she would any other hero. You're a bit too slow, but at least you're smart enough to try and dodge. Rumi said, a slight grin on her face and her leg held up an inch or two away from where his face just was. Good job kid, you pass? As Izuku walked back to the HPSC headquarters that night, he didn't feel worried about how the whole thing with Mirko went. She said it herself, he passed. Izuku fell flat onto his back, the wind getting knocked out of him in the process. In an instant though, he was back on his feet with his hands up, ready to keep fighting. He was in the middle of training right now. This time he had to beat 3 opponents in 3 minutes or less. There were 2 minutes left, and he still hadn't knocked out a single one of them. It wasn't like any one of them were particularly strong, but all of their quirks in synergy with each other made a tough team to beat. The 3 of them were in a triangle formation right now, which was the main part that was causing Izuku trouble. The 2 to his left and right, a bald man with a strength enhancer quirk, and a blonde man with a speed quirk, both weren't that hard to beat, even working together, but the one behind him is who caused Izuku the most trouble. She was a middle-aged woman with brown hair tied back into a bun, and her quirk made her and one other thing she touched recently swap positions. Izuku didn't know the exact limitations of her quirk, and that was what made it so difficult to get anything done against the 3 of them. Anytime he came close to getting a few good hits in on one of them, they'd be swapped out and he'd have to restart the whole process over again. That coupled with the fact that a single misstep would lead to him getting hit by either the strength enhancer or the speedster made it so this wasn't a fun fight for him. He ran towards the strength enhancer, getting a jab with his left in before he was hit back by the bald man. After that, the speedster came behind him and kicked him in the head, setting him back on the floor in the middle of the 3 of them. At that moment, Izuku knew how he would win against the 3 of them. That was how he ended up in the middle of them in the first place, and if it happened a second time, it was bound to happen a third. So he ran towards the strength quirk user again, but this time touched his hand to the ground instead of throwing a punch. The moment he willed it, part of the floor behind him was gone, and when the speedster tried to get behind him again, he ended up falling flat on his face. Izuku knocked the man out with a quick stomp, and after that the 2 remaining ones weren't a difficulty. 1 minute and 47 seconds. His handler said, scoffing at him as she did. She was an older blonde woman, and she'd been assigned to him for as long as Izuku could remember. Right now she was watching a replay of Izuku's training exercise on a screen in front of her. It's not horrible, but Hawks would have been doing better, she said, looking at him for a moment before continuing. You're too slow. This type of speed isn't acceptable for a pro. You'll be doing more timed fights until your letter with the results from UA arrives. Izuku let his head hang, and when it was clear she had nothing left to say, walked out of the room without a word. He seemed to blink and he was back in his own room, sitting as the bed as he was lost in his thoughts. His letter from UA should be arriving soon, and he was left doubting himself. 82 was his final score, and he wasn't sure if that was enough to secure the top spot. He'd been too busy taking out as many robots as possible to try and keep track of any of the other contestants, but he knew better than to underestimate anyone. He didn't know exactly what type of punishment he would get for not coming in first, but he did know that it would be severe. Messing up during training was punishable, but at the end of the day it was still expected. This, however, was a different matter entirely. It was an assignment given to him directly by people high up in the commission, and he had never failed one of those before. His next workout would be in about 20 minutes, so he had too much time on his hands to just lay around and think. He didn't have any ideas for a costume yet, so he might as well try to get some of that done while he had the time. Materializing a pen and notebook in his hands, Izuku immediately got to work on at least getting some ideas of what his hero costume should be onto the page. He was no artist, and he was sure his ideas looked childish at best, but it was at least something to build off of. He closed his eyes and tried to think of anything to improve on, scanning through his memories for any ideas he may have in the back of his mind. After a few seconds of squeezing his eyes shut tightly, Izuku started to remember something. It felt nostalgic to him. He couldn't get a good grasp on what it was though, the memory simply being shapes and colors blending together at the moment. He closed his eyes as hard as he could, and tried to focus himself completely on remembering whatever this was. After what seemed like an eternity of doing that, the memory started to come together piece by piece. These drawings are really good, Izuku. I don't really know about the names though. Why do they all have might in them? A kind voice said, and Izuku recognized it immediately. All he remembered about the women were vague feelings, but just hearing it made him automatically recognize that voice. It was his mother, but as he kept squeezing his eyes closed, nothing came to him, and the memory slipped right through his fingers. He let out a sigh and flopped onto his bed. He didn't think about the time in his life before he got his quirk much, finding it pointless, but he also never remembered anything as near as vital as that. Of course he wanted to know what his own mom was like, but he didn't even know how to begin with that. There was always the possibility that she had let him be taken to the commission, or that she was just dead, but he had always kept a little spark of hope within him. He just laid there on his bed, thinking about what to do, until he heard the chime of a clock, and it was time to go to his next workout. He didn't dare be late, so he exited the room, the thought of his mom still racing throughout his head. The next couple days went by painfully slow, eating, sleeping, and training, all while he worried himself about the exam results. That and thinking the fleeting memory he had of his mom occupied all of his time that he didn't spend doing the 3 previously listed activities. Today should be the day that his letter came in the mail, and after getting back from a training exercise he saw a letter placed on his desk. It was already opened, so that meant his handler already knew his results. That, coupled with the fact that he wasn't getting yelled at right now, eased his worries a little, but not completely. He walked towards the letter, scooping it up gently and pulling out a small round disc. As it exited the envelope, a hologram came to life in front of him. "Young Midoriya, I am here to give you your results." Izuku was immediately shocked as the video started playing, as All Might of all people was speaking. The man was absolutely giant, you could tell even through the hologram, and absolutely exemplified the word hero. "I am happy to inform you that you passed the written exam, and that you also scored an impressive 82 points. In the practical exam." All Might said the things Izuku already knew, and just didn't mention the one thing Izuku was worried the most about. "However, that isn't all. What type of school would UA be if we didn't reward our students for helping others? In addition to your 82 points from taking down robots, you received an additional 30 for saving one of your fellow students from the 0-point robot. Normally, saving someone from a 0-pointer would have gotten you more points, but as there was a far more practical option and trying to destroy the 0-pointer almost backfired on you, you only got. That's no reason to be sad though, as your final score of 112 points was the highest score recorded for this batch of applicants, and one of the highest ever." Izuku let out a sigh of relief at All Might's words as the hero finished up what he had to say. "Welcome to you, a young man." With those words the video shut off, and instead displayed the top 10 rankings for this year. Izuku glanced over them quickly, but nothing too interesting was on there, except for the names of some of his upcoming classmates, so he turned the disc off and put it neatly back in the envelope. Now that he had received his acceptance letter, all Izuku was left to do was wait until the day to start school arrived. Kigo was swamped with work, so he was back to his normal schedule of eating, sleeping, and training. Just a few days before the first day of school though, as he was laying on his bed, he heard his door open. He turned his head, seeing Kigo of all people standing there. A smile grew on Izuku's face, and before he could say anything Kigo had already scooped him up into a hug. The hero being there was a surprise, but that really shocked him. Kigo wasn't usually a hug type of person, so what warranted this? "I'm so proud of you, Izuku," Kigo said loudly, laughing a little as he did. "For what? For what?" Kigo mimicked Izuku, almost as if he was in disbelief. "You scored 112 points on the UA entrance exam." "But that's what I was assigned to do," Izuku said, confused by the sudden praise from Kigo. The man simply stared for a few seconds until he let out a sigh. "Never mind," he said, downtrodden for a moment before resuming his usual happy tone. "Anyways, follow me. I've got to show you something." Kigo was off before Izuku could even respond, and the green-haired teen was left to walk to where he knew Kigo headed. A minute or two later he reached the roof, seeing Kigo standing there as he arrived. "Took you long enough," was all the hero said before crouching down for Izuku to get on his back. "Look," Kigo said as he felt Izuku's confused stare on him. "I was only able to buy you 2 hours of free time, so we gotta be quick about this." A couple minutes later, they landed on the roof of a familiar apartment building. No words were exchanged as they made their way to Rumi's apartment, Kigo swinging open the door to it before Izuku heard another voice call. "Congratulations," Rumi shouted as the two of them entered, a smile on her face as she did so. Before Izuku could ask what the congratulations were for, he stopped himself. The same thing that happened with Kigo would probably happen again, so he made the smart decision and simply said his thanks. 112 points is impressive, kid, I won't lie. Rumi said to him a few minutes later as the two of them played Hero Fighter 12 again. Izuku would later wonder how he let himself get convinced to play it again, but in the moment he was completely focused on the game. Thanks. He muttered out, fingers dancing across his controller as he did. I would have done better though. Okay. Izuku replied once again, not even consciously listening to the bunny hero. Don't mess up, she said as Izuku just barely missed an attack. A few seconds later the round was over, with Mirko being victorious once again. Why am I even playing this? Izuku asked himself as Rumi laughed in triumph. Kigo simply shook his head at the boy, having already learned to not compete with Rumi at anything. One way or another, she'd rope you into doing it again and again, even if you didn't want to initially. Well, regardless of how insanely good I am at this game, Rumi said, ignoring Izuku's groans that followed that statement. This isn't why you're over here. She walked over to the kitchen area of her apartment, calling out to him and Kigo a few seconds later. Alright, come on. Izuku was greeted with the sight of a cake sitting on the counter when he got there. It was an orange color, with a layer of white frosting and a carrot made out of orange frosting on top. Rumi had 3 paper plates laid out, each one with a slice of cake on it. Izuku picked up the plate gingerly and went to a nearby seat, not sure how exactly to eat a cake. After seeing the two of them waiting for him to take the first bite, he realized that he'd just have to wing it. He picked the thing up like it was a slice of pizza and took a bite out, covering his lips and nose with frosting in the process. The cake tasted good, extremely good if he was being honest. He wasn't used to having the best tasting foods, so something like this blew all of his previous tastes out of the water. He felt his embarrassment grow as Rumi laughed at him, even though he knew she wasn't trying to be mean. Why'd you eat it like that? She asked when her laughter finally started to die down. You do know you're supposed to use a fork, right? Nope, I've never had cake before. At least not that I can remember. Izuku said, and the mood of the room immediately dropped. He didn't notice though, too absorbed in the slice of heaven in front of him. By the time he was done with the first slice, the mood was back to a normal level. They just sat and talked for a while, all enjoying the cake that Rumi had bought earlier that day. Also, Izuku, I got you something to congratulate you for your score. Kigo said, pulling a phone out of his back pocket. It'll be useful now that you're going to be in high school. He passed the thing over to Izuku, and after a couple of seconds of the teen's confused stare, realized that he had to tell him how to use it. Just tap that screen to turn it on. There's no password yet, but I've already got mine and Rumi's numbers on there. Other than that, you have your messaging app on the first page when you unlock it. After taking the phone and spending some more time talking to Kigo and Rumi, it was time for Izuku to go back to the HPSC headquarters. Izuku stepped onto the roof of the place, his head slightly dizzy from how fast Kigo was moving, and as he turned to say his goodbyes he noticed Kigo holding a feather towards him. I forgot one thing, he said, willing the feather to fly into Izuku's hands as he did. Can you absorb that for me? A second later Izuku had, and Kigo followed up with another request. Alright, now just release it quickly. Once again, Izuku listened, and when the feather was released by his quirk, Kigo smiled. Great, he said. Just keep that feather absorbed at all times, and if you're ever in an emergency or some other situation where you need my help, release it, and I'll be on my way. It had been a week since then, and Izuku was now on the train to UA. He felt nervousness building up inside of him, but tried to push it to the back of his mind. Eventually, he was able to just stop thinking for a couple minutes, his worries vanishing momentarily as he listened to the low noise on the train. Eventually, though, the train stopped, and he was left to walk to UA. That was when he really started to get nervous, especially when he couldn't find his classroom at first. After a few minutes of searching he found it, just a minute or two before the homeroom bell was about to ring. He stood in front of the giant door marked 1A, and after a momentary pause, swung the thing open. The classroom was bursting with noise. Students all around the class were having small conversations, but one stood out among them all. Two boys in the middle of the room seemed to be in some sort of argument, if their tones were any indication. I must ask you again to put your feet down. This is utter disrespect to the establishment that is UA. One of them shouted. He had blue hair, glasses, and it looked like his quirk had to do with his calves. That or he just trained them way more than any other part of his body, as they poked out from the rest of his leg in his school pants. That one was standing in front of the other, who was seated in a desk, kicked back with his feet on top of it. That one was blonde and just looked mean, but other than that had no visual indicator for his quirk. His eyes were red, so that might have something to do with it, but having red eyes wasn't exactly abnormal either. Disrespect to the establishment? He mimicked the other one, doing a bad impression of his voice. How the hell do you have that much of a stick up your butt? The two of them were almost having a screaming match, and even though Izuku hadn't been to school before, he knew that it wasn't a good idea to do that right as class started. As he walked over to get the two of them to shut up though, the bell rang, and immediately after a tired voice called out to the whole class. If you're here to socialize, then I suggest you leave now. Class is in session, so you should all be seated and quiet. Izuku immediately took the man's advice, and sat down behind the one who had his feet kicked up, the blue-haired boy also taking the hint and getting an empty seat. Izuku took the moment to look around the class, and did spot someone he knew. That girl who'd saved him at the entrance exam was in the class, seated on nearly the other side of the class as him. Other than that though, he didn't recognize a single soul. I'm your teacher, Shota Aizawa. Aizawa didn't look like what he'd imagine a UA teacher to be, but looks weren't everything. He had long black hair, some scruffy facial hair, and he had what looked to be a sleeping bag halfway up his body. Put on your gym clothes in the locker rooms and meet me at training field A in 10 minutes. With those words, Aizawa left the room, leaving the students to scramble to go after him. There was some idle conversation in the locker rooms, but nothing that Izuku was involved in. Everyone seemed sort of nervous, and he could understand why. UA was the dream school. Sure, people said Shiketsu was its equal, but almost every kid grew up dreaming about being in UA. Even Izuku did, back when he thought that was a possibility. Being here now was surreal. He was out on the field in a couple of minutes, being the first one out, but it took 9 for the whole class to arrive. As the last students walked onto the field, Aizawa checked his watch and then spoke to the class. 9 minutes is technically passing, but I will expect some improvement next time. Midoriya, catch this. He pulled a baseball out of his pocket, throwing it to Izuku afterwards. As Izuku caught the ball, he continued to speak. What was your record for throwing in middle school? He asked, and Izuku luckily had an answer for that question. The HPSC had made him do those standardized tests in the past few weeks, and it was a good thing they did. 75 meters. He replied, stretching his arms out as he did. Hopefully he'd be able to one-up that score now. The middle school fitness tests you all take are done without quirks, to make things equal for people, to make it all fair. However, life isn't fair, and I won't treat you all like it is. We'll be doing the physical assessment tests again, but this time, with your quirks in the mix. Midoriya, throw it as far as you can, with your quirk this time. He said, and Izuku quickly thought of the best way to do that. If he had known ahead of time, he could have tried to absorb something that would help him launch the ball, but for now, the best option would too. Just release as much air as possible to propel it. He did just that, winding his arm back as far as he could and releasing a burst of air the moment he released the ball from his hands. The wind kicked up dust around him, and the ball soared through the air, eventually getting to the point where Izuku could barely, if at all, see it anymore. Aizawa held out a scanner which showed that the ball had flown 706 meters to the class. Some cheers were let out when his score was revealed, along with some of the more enthusiastic members of the class talking about how fun this whole thing would be. That seemed to set Aizawa off, as his voice grew angry with his next words. This seems like fun to you all? He asked, making the whole class become dead silent. The damage was done though, and the next sentence he said made the whole thing not fun at all. I know something that will make this even more fun. Aizawa grew somewhat of a grin as he spoke. Whoever scores the worst in these tests will be expelled. The mood of the class dropped to the floor, and Aizawa seemed to revel in it. Ashido Aoyama, you're up first. Izuku's heart dropped to his feet as he saw the results of the physical aptitude tests. He came in second place. Sure, Yaoyorozu had a quirk that seemed to be made for things like this, and it might even be more versatile than his own, but that was no excuse. He spared a moment to look at number 20, and wasn't surprised by who it was. Hagakure came in last, and he could hear her barely suppressed tears from where he was. Invisibility wouldn't exactly help her in any of these tests, so it made sense, but that didn't mean it was a bad quirk. He didn't think anybody should be kicked out, but then again, he wasn't the teacher of this class. Oh, no one's out by the way, Aizawa said, cutting through the silence like it was butter. You all have some potential and I don't want to waste it. Don't think you're safe though. If I'm convinced you're a lost cause, I'll expel you on the spot. The other classes were nothing compared to homeroom, just telling everyone what to expect for the year ahead of them. Now though it was about to be lunchtime, and everyone seemed ready to eat. Present Mike had already finished up everything he had to say, so the class was just sitting there and waiting for the bell to ring. When the bell did ring, it was like a stampede. Everyone rushed to get out of class and to lunch, but Izuku remained in his seat, deciding to wait until after the crowd was gone to go and get his. As he did though, Ashido started to walk towards him. Izuku hadn't even spoken a word to the girl, so he didn't know what she'd want to talk about. Hey Midoriya, she said energetically as she reached his desk. Wanna come eat lunch with me and some of my friends? Sure. Izuku replied instantly. It wasn't like he had anywhere else to sit, and besides, Kigo had said that he needed to make some friends while he was at UA. The two of them walked to lunch together, but once they got into the line Izuku realized that he had no idea what he should order. The menu on the wall of the food they could get all looked nice, but he had no idea what any of it was. He either ate what they fed him at the HPSC, which could barely qualify as food when it came to tastiness, or he ate whatever Kigo would order while the two of them were out, which meant pizza. While he was thinking he glanced at Ashido, wondering why she would even want to eat with him in the first place. As he was looking at her, Ashido turned her head to look back, almost like she had sensed his eyes. I didn't get the chance to say with how crazy everything was in homeroom, but good job out there Midoriya. You were seriously amazing. Thanks you too. Izuku replied dumbly, not knowing what to say. Second place wasn't even a win, but Ashido was still congratulating him. That didn't make sense, but he'd just roll with it for now. By the way Ashido, what would you recommend? I don't know any of these foods. Seriously? She asked, like she couldn't believe what he just said. Well, in that case you need to get natto. It's my favorite, she said, and her and Izuku both ordered natto once they got to order. Now that they both had their food, Ashido led him to where her friends were. Jairu, Kaminari, Kirishima, Azui and Hagakure were all sat there, and Izuku was left wondering just how Ashido managed to befriend that many people in half a day. Jairu was the first to see the two of them, waving when she did. Once Ashido sat down, she started talking a mile a minute, and Izuku could barely keep up as he slid into his own seat. Instead of trying to stay involved in that conversation, he decided to just eat his food and keep an ear out. As he took the first bit of his natto, he realized just how good food really was. The cake he had a couple of weeks ago was very good too, but this was like a whole different thing. The whole thing was sublime, and he just started to shovel it into his mouth. Of course he wasn't actually, he had been trained how to eat properly, but he did push it a little bit so he could eat it faster. Maybe he was pushing it a little far though, as Jairu commented on just how fast he was eating. Diamond Midoriya. Do they not feed you at home? Izuku finished his current bite and put the fork down, even though he wanted to just keep eating regardless. It's not that, he answered. My diet's just focused on being healthy instead of tasty, so I don't eat good food very often. I get that. Kirishima spoke from across Izuku, pointing his fork at Izuku's dish as he did. But come on man, it's just natto, nothing special really. That elicited a gasp from Ashido, who was sitting to Izuku's left. What? She cried, outraged at what Kirishima said. Natto is the best dish ever made. What do you mean nothing special? Look Ashido, I'm just saying that dash. I won't listen to lies. Look, as proof, Midoriya, rate this natto out of 10. She said, turning her, and consequently the rest of the table's, attention onto him. 10. Izuku replied without a missed beat. See. Ashido said with a grin on her face. I told you it's great, just take me and Midoriya's word for it. Hey Midoriya, Azui spoke for the first time since Izuku had sat down, getting right to the point as she did. I know this is kind of out of nowhere, but just how does your quirk work? I thought it had to do with air manipulation, but then Uraraka told me about how you took out a 0-pointer, and now I'm curious on what it is. Wait, Hagakure said as soon as Azui finished her sentence. You took out a 0-pointer? Yeah. Izuku replied, having nothing else to say. He turned to Azui after that, and explained the basics of how his quirk works. I can absorb anything I touch with my hands and release it at a later time. Azui simply nodded at the information. That's awesome. I thought you just manipulated air or something, but that power is super cool. Ashido said, causing Izuku to blush a little, with praise being a foreign thing to him. Yeah man, that quirk sounds super handy. Kaminari said, and Jairu immediately groaned at his pun. Seriously? Was all she said, and Kaminari seemed shocked at her response. I thought it was good. He replied, causing a couple of looks from other members of their table. After a pause though, the conversation returned with its full force. Anyways, Midoriya, tell me the whole story of how you defeated a 0-pointer. Izuku was walking back to the train station when he was stopped by a voice echoing throughout the courtyard. Midoriya. Wait up. I'm going this way too, we should walk together. Ashido said as she ran after the green-haired teen. Izuku stopped and waited for a few seconds until she caught up, at which point she put a hand on his shoulder and caught her breath. You cover ground fast. How? Izuku asked. All I did was just walk out when the bell rung. Well, that's the problem, you're supposed to stay for a few minutes and chat with your friends before you leave. She started walking again after that, Izuku going with her. Oh, I'll stay next time then. Just can't for too long though. Why not Midoriya? Got a hot date or something? Ashido leaned into Izuku's vision as she asked that. Izuku almost lit up, but years of training to keep his emotions in check saved him and he answered honestly. Well, almost honestly. Nope, just got some strict rules at home. Izuku didn't want to call the HPSC headquarters home, but it was either that or tell someone he'd just met today that he was an orphan being raised in a government facility. Option 1 was the better choice. So that means you're single? Ashido asked, changing her tone of voice as she did. It caused Izuku's trained stoicism to fly out of the window for a second, not helped at all by the fact that he was suddenly acutely aware of just how pretty Ashido was. She looked over at him as she spoke, and winked, and even though Izuku knew she was just teasing him, he felt himself get flustered. He somehow managed to peel his eyes away from hers for a second, and that was all it took for Izuku to collect himself. Yeah, I'm single. Why, do you want to change that? Izuku asked as he looked back over at her, getting ready to finally watch her be the flustered one. However, instead of the tables being turned like he thought they would be, Ashido didn't skip a beat, and immediately responded. And what if I am? She asked, her sentence completely shocking Izuku with just how forward it was. He needed a second to collect himself again, but he also needed to respond to her instantly to stay in this little game they were playing. You. Izuku tried to think of something, letting out a sigh as he admitted his defeat. Damn it. He muttered under his breath as he gave up on trying to respond. She took her victory and ran with it, giggling at just how flustered Izuku was. After that, the two of them fell into a silence as they kept walking to the train station. It wasn't anything bad though, just walking and enjoying each other's company. Eventually, the two of them arrived at the train station, and as they did Ashido turned to Izuku again. Midoriya, let me see your phone really quick. She said, and Izuku obliged, opening the phone and handing it to her. After tapping on it for a few seconds, she handed it back, and Izuku had a new contact titled Mina. Text me when you get home. My train just got here though, so I'll see you later Midoriya. Once Izuku had processed what she had said, she was already halfway to her train. She did turn around for a moment and wave, and Izuku returned the gesture. Izuku watched her run off, only snapping out of it when he realized he was about to miss his own train. The second day of UA was starting off as a lot less memorable than the first, but everyone knew that today would be highlighted by their first foundational heroics class in the evening. Izuku himself wasn't immune to the excitement. It was the only class without a teacher listed on the schedule, and that coupled with the fact that it would be based on the physical side of things made it all the more intriguing for the teenager. The day before seemed like a blur, everyone pushing it to the side to get to the anticipated class as soon as possible. After Midnight finished her lesson and left the room, the air became heavy with anticipation. Everyone sat up straight in their seats, eyeing the door as the 5 minutes in between classes stretched on. Eventually the door slid open, with one person no one expected showing up. "I am here," coming through the door in an exciting way. The booming voice of All Might echoed in the classroom. "All Might's seriously teaching us, no way," Kirishima said, and the rest of the class joined in his enthusiasm. "That's correct, I'm the teacher for this class. Now, there is no time to waste, get changed into your hero costumes quickly. The class will be held at Ground Beta, meet me there once you've changed into the proper attire," All Might said, and in an instant he was gone, already at Ground Beta. The class sat there for a moment, before one by one they all got up, taking their costumes and running to the locker rooms. Izuku was once again the first out, walking out to Ground Beta where All Might was waiting. The two of them stood around while they waited for the others to get there, and Izuku took the time to look over his costume one last time. The costume was mainly made up of a padded black suit, with some green accents on the sides and forearms. It also had a hood that had some green accents. It was simple and didn't do much, but served its purpose as a base to add more upgrades to later. Ultimately, he was pretty happy with the overall design, even if it wasn't all that he had imagined at first. The rest of the students trickled in one by one, until eventually Mineta came out last and All Might started to explain whatever it was that they were doing. "All right, students. Today will be your first day of foundational heroics, and what better way to learn than on the field? You will be paired into teams of 2, 1 team heroes and 1 team villains. The heroes are infiltrating a building the villains are hiding a bomb in, and need to either defuse it or take out the villains within the time limit to win. The villains need to take the heroes out or just hold out until time is up. The teams are random, and the matches will last 15 minutes each." The students all nodded along with the explanation and All Might got the teams set up. The first match was Izuku and Ishido versus Kirishima and Tokoyami. Ishido and Izuku were villains, while Kirishima and Tokoyami were the heroes. He and Ishido made their way into the building, planning out where to put the bomb. "So Midoriya, what exactly is your quirk? You explained it yesterday but it was pretty vague." Ishido asks, and Izuku doesn't blame her. He had left the explanation vague yesterday, but not for no reason. "You sure? It's pretty complicated." Izuku doesn't know how long it'll take him to explain it, but at least a minute or two, which is time they can't really lose. "Yeah, it'll help us with any plans. Just lay it on me." "So my quirk basically works as a storage and release system. I can SCK things in through anywhere on the front of my hand, and I can then release them from the palm or the back of my hand. I can absorb anything I touch or part of something I'm touching. Also, I have a limit on how much I can absorb at one time, and that depends on my physical stamina at the moment. I could go more in depth, but that's the basic explanation," Izuku explained, watching Ishido go from excited at the prospect to confused to not even trying to understand anymore. "Yeah, that was really complicated. Anyways, I get the gist. You can absorb things and let them back out," Ishido said, and Izuku realized that he had just explained all. That for her to retain the same thing he had said yesterday. "Well, my quirk is acid. It's pretty self-explanatory. I can secrete acid from my skin. I can modify the viscosity and solubility, but that's it." "That's a good quirk. We could work pretty well together. Can you let me absorb a little acid?" "Well, actually, what type do you think would be best for me to absorb? Can you change the actual chemical composition of it?" Izuku gushed, and it gave Mina some pause. She had already pegged Midoriya as the kind of edgy but ultimately friendly guy, but now he was acting like a kid on Christmas. She'd worry about it later though. Now was the time for planning out a killer strategy with her new friend. Kirishima and Tokoyami looked over the floor plan of the building in front of them, and Kirishima turned to his partner. The bird-headed teen was looking over the plans, but turned to him as he was looking over. Kirishima took that as his cue, and started to talk to the other boy. I actually know a little about both Ishido's and Midoriya's quirks. At the nod of the other boy, he continued, well, Ishido can secrete acid, and Midoriya can absorb and release things through his hands. I know they're pretty vague explanations, but they're the most I know for now. I can harden my skin, but that's really all, not the best quirk ever. I see. Well, the both of them seem like a handful. My quirk is Dark Shadow. He's a sentient beast that I can control. Tokoyami complimented the statement with a claw of Dark Shadow waving around. Got any plans to take out the two of them? Not really. I mean, you'd probably be better against Ishido than I am, but that's really all I can think of. Kirishima isn't exactly known for his strategies. He was always a punch-first-think-later guy. That does make sense, but how could we separate the two of them? Tokoyami asks, and Kirishima is surprised that he could just roll with the vague suggestion and make the beginnings of a plan. This was UA though, so he should have expected only the best of the best. Well, there might be a way we could split them up. Just how strong is Dark Shadow? Kirishima starts, the gears turning in his head as he thinks of a way to beat the duo they're up against. A couple minutes later the buzzer to start the match sounded, and the two boys made their way into the building. Tokoyami went first, with Kirishima following. They cleared the first floor, and went to the staircase to start making their way up, however they were shocked to see what awaited them there. What the hell? The staircase is just gone. Kirishima said as he looked up where the thing should have been, just seeing the rest of the floors. Probably Midoriya's work. It doesn't matter though, Dark Shadow can get us up. Dark Shadow came out when Tokoyami willed it, and Tokoyami and Kirishima climbed onto him. They started the climb up the building, stopping at the second floor for a moment. I'd say they're most likely at one of the top 2 or 3 floors. The whole staircase being gone wouldn't make sense otherwise. I think we should go up there first, but it's up to you. Tokoyami looked at Kirishima, waiting for an answer. I trust in your judgment, let's go to the top floor. Kirishima responded, clenching a fist in preparation. They were so close to the first fight of the school year, he just couldn't wait. Dark Shadow scurried up the wall, using his claws to dig into it as he got higher and higher. They climbed floor after floor, eventually reaching the second to last one. The two were both quieting their breathing, preparing to leap up onto the floor at once so they could get the jump on anyone up there. Dark Shadow dug his claws further into the wall and shoved off hard, propelling them to the top floor. Ishido was nowhere to be found, but Midoriya was in front of them, just down the hallway. He saw the two of them and immediately took off, running away as fast as he could. Tokoyami and Kirishima followed, trying to capitalize on the opportunity to 2v1 Midoriya. They chased the boy through some hallways, navigating the twists and turns of the building until they turned a corner and saw Midoriya facing them. The both of them activated their quirks and got ready to fight, but Midoriya did something that neither of them expected. Placing his hands on the ground, Izuku absorbed the floor they were standing on and sent them falling into the room below. Acid completely covered the floor there, and if they fell in it would at least go up to their ankles. If they got stuck down there they were screwed, and that was exactly what Midoriya and Ishido must have been planning. Tokoyami acted as fast as he could, digging a claw from Dark Shadow into the wall to slow his fall while using the other to scoop Kirishima up. He wound back the arm with Kirishima and flung the boy, using the strategy the both of them had come up with to use Kirishima as a human bullet against Midoriya. Kirishima crashed into the Midoriya, who wasn't expecting such a quick counterattack. Kirishima activated his quirk and tackled Izuku while he was still in the air, sending the both of them through a couple walls as Tokoyami started to claw his way back up with Dark Shadow. After a couple seconds of climbing though, not enough to get onto stable ground, Ishido came running from an adjacent room. She slowed to a walk when she walked into the utter chaos that was the room they were in now, and let out a sigh. I'm gonna go ahead and presume that our plan didn't work. She muttered under her breath, her eyes flicking around the room to get a feel for the situation. She spotted Tokoyami and her eyes lit up, acid already pooling up in her hands. A second later a glob of acid flew his way, and he was forced to block it with the arm that Dark Shadow wasn't holding onto the wall with. It fizzled against the abyss that was his quirk, but died out eventually. Tokoyami had no way to attack Ishido from a distance, and sitting there, blocking acid with Dark Shadow would waste his time. He started to try and climb up again, using the body of Dark Shadow as a shield against Ishido, but was stopped when she doused the wall above him in acid that started to slowly flow down the wall. He was in a bad situation now, and there was only one thing he could think of. It was risky, especially considering he wasn't exactly sure where the ground he could stand on was because of Dark Shadow blocking his vision, but it was the only option he had now. He dug both of Dark Shadow's claws into the wall and launched himself backwards, twisting himself around to face Ishido as he did so. Luckily enough, he had aimed right, and was heading straight for Ishido. He extended a claw of Dark Shadow and swung at the girl as he flew past onto what was left of the ground in the hallway. Ishido was fast to react though, and ducked under the swing, leaping backwards to put some distance between the two of them. Acid pooled up in her hands, and threw a couple more globs at the bird-headed boy. He blocked all of them though, the acid sputtering uselessly against Dark Shadow's body, and started to close the distance between the both of them. Ishido turned around and sprinted, taking a left into a hallway. He couldn't let her get away because then she and Midoriya might team up on Kirishima, so he was forced into chasing after the girl as she ran away. Tokoyami turned the corner as he sprinted after slipping some acid she had laid just around the corner. She was now skating along the ground with acid that oozed out of the soles of her shoes in the long, straight hallway. He was at the disadvantage when it came to speed, and was slowly losing her the more the chase continued. He kept chasing after her, being slowed down by acid she threw at him and left on the ground, until they were so far apart that the flung acid wouldn't even reach him anymore. Instead it puddled onto the ground and became another thing he had to keep careful footing around. As Ishido was about to take another turn, Kirishima crashed in between the two of them. He tumbled through, slipping on some acid that was left from Ishido's skating. He was followed by Midoriya, who was preparing to attack the boy on the ground. However, before he did so, he saw the acid on the floor, and his eyes shot open. Izuku's head whipped around, spotting Tokoyami and Ishido, his eyes lighting up when he saw the latter. A quick nod of his head was followed by Ishido shaking her own head. He held his hands out towards Kirishima, who had just started to stand up, and shot off with a burst of air that sent Kirishima stumbling forward. Izuku closed in on Tokoyami as the other boy's eyes widened. The message was as clear as day. The acid worked on Kirishima but not him. He opened his mouth to warn his teammate, but was cut off by Midoriya, who slammed a fist into his gut. The wind was knocked out of him as he jumped backwards to try and get some distance to regain his breath. Meanwhile, Kirishima was rushing to his feet as Ishido lobbed acid at him. He was able to block the acid that was thrown at him with his forearm, but not without letting out a hiss as steam started to raise from where it hit. Midoriya had hit him with acid in their exchange earlier, and now made sense why. The acid Midoriya had used was far less potent, and only stung a little, while this one was actively melting through his hardening. He would have to get in close and knock her out before she could launch a lot of acid at him and bypass his quirk entirely. He took a step forward to start running at her but paused for a moment, thinking things over. Their objective was to either disable the bomb or take out both villains within the time limit. It had probably already been at least 7 or 8 minutes, so they were running out of time. He could try and take Ishido out, but who knows if Tokoyami would be able to beat Midoriya? He didn't have a guaranteed win against Ishido either. As long as she kept her distance, her acid would eventually take him out. The best option right now would be helping Tokoyami out against Midoriya, then the both of them would either gang up on Ishido or look for the bomb. His mind made up, Kirishima did a 180 and sprinted towards his teammate and Midoriya, activating his quirk as he charged the two of them. Midoriya, Kirishima is coming straight at you. Ishido's yell echoed across the hallway, and Izuku's eyes darted behind him to see Kirishima closing in on him. Izuku might be able to fight the both of them at once, but unless he wanted to really mess the building up, he couldn't do that much against the two of them at the same time. Ishido's attacks wouldn't work on Tokoyami, And now everyone probably knew, so Kirishima and Tokoyami wouldn't fight in the matchups that were good for his team unless they were forced to. He could try and separate them, but that isn't guaranteed to work. Regardless though, he had to think of something and think of it fast. Izuku didn't get enough time to think a strategy fully through, and instead had to focus his efforts on dodging Tokoyami. He had started to attack back ferociously now that Kirishima was charging in, and it took Izuku's whole concentration to dodge the attacks from Dark Shadow. He'd just have to go with his gut now. After ducking under a swing from Dark Shadow, he touched the ground with his left hand and absorbed the floor in a circle under both Tokoyami and Kirishima's feet. Tokoyami grabbed the floor with Dark Shadow and started to pull himself up while Kirishima landed on the floor below with a slam. Izuku was only a couple feet away, close enough to capitalize on the opening Tokoyami had when pulling himself up. He angled one hand behind him in a fist and was propelled forward insanely fast by the air he let out, knocking Tokoyami out with a well-placed hook to his chin. After that, it only took him a second to wrap the capture tape around his arm, and was dropping down to finish off Kirishima. All Might called out that Tokoyami was out of the match, killing any chance of sneaking up on Kirishima. Ashido was already fighting him down there, having jumped down while Izuku finished off Tokoyami, and was now dodging Kirishima's punches as she hit him with the occasional glob of acid. Izuku quickly joined in on the fight, catching Kirishima with a punch in the back and from then on tagging in and out with Ashido as necessary. The two of them would swap out depending on when her acid was pooled up, and whoever wasn't currently fighting would cover any escape routes Kirishima might be able to take. They didn't give Kirishima any chances to rest, and after about 20 seconds of fighting him he was already getting noticeably slower. Izuku dodged a punch and tripped the other boy up, sending him tripping a couple feet forward. Ashido took that as her cue to tag in, and flung some weaker acid than normal at him. Kirishima's hardening was about done, so even the weak acid she sent at him would be damaging now. The boy blocked it with a forearm, but now left himself open for Izuku to kick him in the side. Kirishima collapsed, falling to his knees, and Ashido quickly wrapped the capture tape around the now exhausted boy's arm. The buzzer to end the match sounded, and Ashido let out a cheer. "Good job, Midoriya. We killed it." She wrapped her arms around the green-haired boy, squeezing him hard as she celebrated their victory. Izuku froze at the contact, but after a second wrapped his arms gently around his teammate and returned the gesture. Eventually, though, it did have to end, and Ashido took a step back with a bright grin on her face. Izuku smiled at that. For some reason her joy just seemed to be contagious. On the ground next to the two of them, Kirishima let out a groan and rolled over from his place on the ground. "Good match, you guys. It was super manly. Can one of you help me up, though?" The rest of the day passed without much fanfare, though the part of the class where they analyzed the other matches was fun. Izuku was packing up as the bell to dismiss them was ringing, though he remembered that Ashido said he should stick around for a little. He could stay for a couple minutes, nothing too long though. If he missed his train and was late back, he who knows how badly he could get punished. It all depended on the mood of his handler, but that wasn't a risk he wanted to take. Him, Ashido, Hagakure and Kirishima all stayed around the halls afterwards, just chatting about the day. "Sekus, you didn't get to show off, Hagakure," Ashido said, placing a hand on the invisible girl's shoulder. "How did your match even go?" "I missed it because I was getting healed up when it happened." Kirishima had missed the second match, which was Hagakure and Todoroki against Ojiro and Aoyama. Todoroki just froze them as soon as everything started. "I'm not complaining about a free win, but I wanted to participate too, you know." Hagakure waved her arms around for emphasis, her clothes ruffling with the movements. "Yeah, I get that, man. I got to fight a little, but I feel like I didn't really do anything. I barely scraped Midoriya a couple times and I don't even think I hit Ashido." Kirishima clenched his fist as he remembered the match earlier in the day. He and Midoriya had fought for a little at the beginning, but even though he was in the favorable matchup he hadn't gotten anything done. Him and Tokoyami had both gotten chewed out by Aizawa after he had watched the replays. Sure, they had gotten in the position they wanted, but it didn't matter when nothing came of it. "Don't feel down, Kirishima. It was a hard match, and if you had hit me once I would have probably been done for," Ashido said, and she wasn't lying. While she was able to duck and dodge through the boys' strikes, a single slip-up would have probably resulted in her being either knocked out or having capture tape wrapped around her while she tried to recover from the hit. Kirishima hit hard, and Ishido wasn't at the level to handle those type of hits head-on. She's right, and if I hadn't lucked out with throwing you through that wall, things could have gone badly. You did well out there, don't let a single loss hold you back. Izuku replied, trying to cheer him up. Kirishima looked up from his fist with a small smile, and Izuku grinned at his friend's enthusiasm. Yeah, you guys are right. If I failed this time, then that just means I've got to double down and be even better when I'm in a situation like this again. That's the spirit. By the way, I'm free for a couple hours, you guys want to go hang out? Ishido asked, the overall mood of the conversation now much lighter than it was before. Of course. Hagakure was the first to answer, throwing her arms up as she said so. I can go, but what would we do? Kirishima answered after Hagakure. I can't, gotta get the first train. I'm free on Saturday though, just can't stay too late. Izuku said. That SCKS. Well, I should be free on Saturday too, I'll text you whatever I'm planning. Ishido was bummed out that Midoriya couldn't come, but on the bright side that would just make Saturday even more exciting, so she wouldn't let herself mope over it for too long. Alright, that's fine by me. Izuku checked his phone as he spoke, and realized that his train was leaving soon. Speaking of my train though, I gotta go now, I'll see you later. See ya. Ishido said as Midoriya walked away, turning to the two other members of the group after she did so. They were just standing there, neither of them saying a word. Why are you guys being so quiet? Is something up? Hagakure broke the silence and practically squealed, grabbing Ishido's shoulders and shaking them excitedly. Ishido, you're a wizard, how in the world are you already flirting with a cute guy on the second day? You need to teach me your ways. A blush broke out on the pink-skinned girl's face, purple shooting across her cheeks. What are you talking about? Hagakure saw her friend's embarrassment and knew she had to push it further. Come on Ishido, I saw you after that match. You're not very subtle, and you already have his number. I'm just a hugger. Come on Kirishima, back me up here. I don't know Ishido, you were never that touchy in middle school, especially with people you just met. Kirishima replied, thinking back on all his memories of her. You also just planned out something on Saturday for the two of you. Ishido stopped herself, facing the reality of the situation. There's no way I'm gonna convince you guys otherwise, is there? When they both shook their heads, she let out a sigh, shaking her head as she looked towards the ground. As she thought about it, she found some warmth gathering in her cheeks. It did actually sound kind of nice, now that she really thought it through. I mean, I guess I wouldn't be opposed to it. She muttered out under her breath, keeping her voice as quiet as possible. What was that? Hagakure asked, turning to her friend. Nothing. Izuku did end up missing the first train back. The second one didn't come for another 30 minutes, so he was stuck waiting and worrying himself over whatever was going to happen to him once he got back. Eventually, even though it felt like he was waiting for hours, he boarded the train and was off. That's why he found himself standing in front of the imposing building where he lived now, not wanting to go in the slightest. Something shot out of the sky and landed next to him, and Izuku snapped back to attention. He turned towards the cloud of dust that was shot up, watching whatever had landed with narrowed eyes. The dust cleared up, and standing there was Hawks. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He knew it was probably him, but better to be safe than sorry. What you doing out here, man? Aren't you supposed to be in there like half an hour ago? Hawks stared at the boy in front of him, his eyes looking over Izuku. No visible signs of a fight, and there hadn't been any disturbances to the trains today, so no reason for him to be late. Well, he's probably gonna be in deep shit now, might as well bail him out. Guess it's your lucky day, kid. Just walk in with me and I'll play it off like I took you around for a little bit. Doing so would get Kigo some heat, but they ultimately couldn't do too much to him. Why did you even land on the ground? You always go for the roof. Izuku asked, and though he wouldn't complain over getting saved, it didn't exactly make sense. Well, I've got some business on the first floor, then I gotta do some stuff on the top floor afterwards. I don't like to do anything more than strictly necessary, so going down and then back up would just annoy me. Oh, well anyways, thanks for bailing me out, Kigo. I was screwed without you, Izuku said, looking at the man next to him as he did so. Don't worry about it, Kigo said. That's what brother were for, right? He stole another glance at Izuku, thinking about how much he'd matured since Kigo had first met the kid, and walked into the building. Izuku followed along, and when the doors swung open the both of them were greeted with an unfortunately familiar face. His handler was standing in the lobby of the building, her face almost red with rage. A fire lit in her eyes as she saw the green hair of Izuku, and it was like she couldn't see anything else. She started to yell at the boy, not even registering the number 3 hero next to him. Izuku Midoriya. Why the hell were you dash? Sorry. I took him for a minute, hope I didn't mess anything up. With that, Kigo took his exit, leaving a stunned handler and an Izuku who was fretting over how mad she would be at that. While his handler did have almost direct control over him, that was only because he was still a child in training. She couldn't do anything against Hawks. Her face showed that she was infuriated, even more so than she had been earlier. Hopefully, Kigo being there would dissuade her from doing anything too extreme, but his presence didn't solve anything. Come on, there's some extra training I had prepared for you today, she said, obviously lying. It was still a big punishment, and Izuku would definitely be in pain tomorrow, but it wasn't the worst that could have happened. Izuku thanked Kigo in his mind, and reminded himself to show it the next time they saw each other. The room where his extra training was just metal with nothing else. There was no furniture, no obstacles, nothing. Just the metal floors, walls and ceiling were there, polished to show his reflection in them as he stared. This training is just basic quirk enhancement. I want you to absorb and replenish all the air in the room simultaneously until you can't do it anymore. Once you've done that, we'll move on to the next phase. So that was her play, just to make him suffer a little from quirk overuse. Izuku trained his quirk a lot, but never far enough to suffer seriously from overusing it. Hopefully he wouldn't be, but who knows with how mad she looked earlier. He walked into the room and as soon as the doors shut got to work, happy enough to just get the punishment out of the way today. Izuku walked into UA the next day, practically dead on his feet. Quirk training always left him exhausted the next day, and now he had just barely dodged some reporters clamoring outside of the school. He pushed the door for Class 1A open and walked in, sitting down in his seat and resting his eyes for a moment. Of course, because that was just his luck, Aizawa walked in as soon as he did so. Izuku heard the door sliding open and immediately raised his head back up, knowing that if he liked his spot in the hero course he needed to be in tip-top shape around the teacher in front of him. Aizawa looked around the room for a moment, and seeing everyone in their seats and ready for the day started his instruction. I've got something important for you all today, he said, and everyone was immediately on edge. This was the same guy who threatened expulsion the first day and afterwards doubled down and confirmed that if anyone slipped up too much then they were out of there. If he said it was important, then who knows how bad it might be. You're picking out class representatives. Just don't be too loud and get it done by the end of the class. I'm gonna take a nap. A shocked silence followed the words, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. It was just a normal school thing, nothing to worry about. While everyone else was relieved though, Izuku fell into somewhat of a panic. He had no idea what a class representative was. Although the words kind of clued him in, what the hell would the person represent the class for? The class all started shouting about how they were the best option, everyone making their case for class rep simultaneously. The racket got the now asleep Aizawa to let out a groan, which in turn got everyone to quiet down, but the excitement was still buzzing in the air. I believe the best way to elect a representative is democratically. It's the only fair way to judge who should lead this class. Ida shouted out, rising up from his chair to command everyone's attention. I don't know, wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Uraraka said from her seat. That's all the more reason why we should do it. That means whoever gets the most votes is truly fit for it, enough for others to overcome their own selfish desires to vote for them. Ida was certainly enthusiastic about it, and he made a fair enough point, so that's what they ended up doing. The vote was taken, and Izuku was in first with 3 votes. Yaoyorozu was second with 2, and the rest of the class was tied for third except for a couple who had evidently voted for someone else. Izuku had voted for Yaoyorozu since she had won the quirk assessment, and just hoped she met the criteria of whatever was needed for a class rep. After the election they went straight to lunch, and Izuku was still trying to figure out what a class representative was. He took his usual seat next to Ishido and started to slowly eat his food. He looked up at Ishido and decided to just ask what was on his mind. "What is a class rep?" "You don't know?" she asked, and with a nod from him she continued, "Basically just someone who is representing the class in the school. Like if there's something to vote on, the class rep will do it for all of one. Normally it's nothing big, but in a hero school it's kind of like a badge of honor." "Oh, well then why wouldn't it be Yaoyorozu?" He voiced the question to Mina, who just chuckled a little at him. "Don't sell yourself short, Midoriya. You came in second in the quirk assessment and you rocked the battle training on the second day. I was one of the people who voted for you, you know. I think you're qualified." Izuku was a little shocked at that, but the realization that Ishido had voted for him was a bit of a confidence boost. If she said he was qualified, then he had to be. Suddenly an alarm blared out, cutting through the chatter of the lunchroom. "This is a level 3 alert. All students proceed to the classrooms immediately," was repeated over and over in tandem with the alarm ringing out. Izuku sprang to his feet and looked around while Ishido did the same next to him. The whole room was breaking into a panic, and students were pushing and shoving each other to get out of the lunchroom as fast as possible. He and the others at his table got shoved along into the hallway, where the most people were. Izuku was thinking a mile a minute. A level 3 meant someone had infiltrated UA, and they were sitting ducks right now. He was a class rep, that was a badge of honor. If he didn't settle things down right now, who else would? Luckily enough, Izuku was slammed into a window and caught a glance of just who exactly had managed to get into UA. It was the reporters who were out there earlier, now hounding Aizawa and present Mike who were out there trying to get them out of the campus. Izuku tried to yell that it was just the reporters, but his voice was lost over the clamor. He'd have to get everyone's attention and he would have to make them all quiet down for a second. Another shove flung him into Jairu, knocking the both of them into each other. Jairu's quirk was perfect for making a loud enough noise to get everyone's attention. He'd need her help for his plan to work. "Jairu!" he shouted, and he could barely hear his own yell over everything. Jairu was holding her ears. Why would she do that? Sure, it was loud, but... oh yeah, she had advanced hearing. This must be like hell for her. Right now she was suffering because he hadn't gotten everyone settled down sooner. Sure, if he looked at it fairly, nothing was to blame on him, but in the moment just seeing her like that filled him with guilt. He wasn't doing his job. She turned to him, hands clutching her ears to try and drown out the noise. She was in immense pain, that much was obvious, and even though she shouldn't be obligated to, he would need her help right now. Make a loud but noise, just anything to get everyone to shut up for a second. She nodded along and plugged a jack into the wall, cracking it with a sickeningly loud crunch. The sounds died down for a moment as everyone looked over towards the commotion, and Izuku jumped at the chance. The message had to be quick and straight to the point. Everyone would only be quiet for a moment, and he would have to relay the whole situation in that time. "Everyone calm down. Look outside, it's just the reporters from this morning. Get a hold of yourselves." Izuku yelled at the top of his lungs, pointing towards the window as he did so. As soon as the words escaped his mouth though, something came to the front of his mind. They were just reporters, so how in the world did they manage to get into UA? It was probably something more than that, and with paranoia filling him, Izuku opened his mouth to voice his question. However, the words died in his mouth as Jairu turned to look at him. Her hands were still resting over her ears, tears were filling the bottom of her eyes, and she mouthed the words "thank you" to him with a smile on her face. He had just gotten her out of being in pain, and now he was about to shove her right back in there by freaking the students out. Izuku remembered how she looked when everyone was yelling and clamoring, and the thought of him putting her through that stopped him in his tracks immediately. He was most likely being paranoid, and if anything did happen, the teachers already had it under control. Izuku nodded at the girl and told her to not worry about it. He continued back to the classroom with everyone else. thankful for the quietness that he hadn't really noticed before until it was taken away. So, who do you think's gonna win in a fight, Hawks or Mirko? Kaminari asked, the bus they were sitting on making its way to their destination. I'm personally Team Hawks, the guy's just so fast. Hawks or Mirko? While he did know her, he had never even seen Rumi in action. Time over at her apartment was always relaxation and having fun, so he hadn't even seen her throw a single punch. He could still tell her strength though, even at a glance. The way she carried herself, her reflexes, and even just the air around her were all enough to tell that she was strong. It was the same way Izuku, even though he had never seen the man in anything close to action, could tell that Aizawa was a pro, but increased tenfold. On the other hand, he had sparred against Kigo before. The winged hero was fast, so much so that Izuku didn't even get a chance to fight back. He had superhuman control and finesse with his quirk, and could detach and use each individual feather to fight. In the end though, Izuku had no idea. No way, Kaminari, have you seen Mirko's thighs? No man can resist something like that, not even a pro. Mineta interjected with his usual gusto. Ashido spoke up before anyone could bring up what Mineta had said though. She was sitting next to Izuku, and her head sprang up from where it was looking at her phone to respond to the question. I'm for Mirko, gotta go with a fellow lady. Ashido's reasoning was questionable at best, but no one seemed to notice as others answered the question as well. I am obliged to support my fellow avian, Hawks would win. Tokoyami's reasoning was even worse, but at least he put some fancy words in front of it. What about you, Midoriya, Hawks or Mirko? Kaminari asked, looking over at the boy. If I had to choose, I guess I would have to go with Hawks. I think it would be extremely close though. Ah, come on, Midoriya. I had faith in you, how can you pick the obviously wrong choice? Ashido said, draping herself over Izuku from her spot next to him. Her arms wrapped around the front of him, bringing some warmth to his cheeks. She leaned her head down and whispered into his ear. I'll trust you one more time, but you better not mess it up. I'm expecting a lot from you. And even though the words didn't have any particular innuendo with them, the sheer proximity of her and the tone of voice she whispered in lit Izuku up. She was good at getting him flustered, and Izuku just wasn't able to keep up. He turned to her, but she was already sitting back where she was originally, continuing the conversation like nothing had happened. Anyways, what TV shows do you guys watch? Kaminari leaned down to whisper to Mineta, who was sitting next to him. Dude, don't tell me only I saw that. Mineta wiped a tear from his eye and responded to the teen beside him. No, I saw it too. It hurts to see someone else already receiving attention like that, but I can't get mad at it. If one girl's down, that just means I'll have to double down and try even harder. Kaminari brightened up, the confirmation that he wasn't seeing things as enough to say whatever was on his mind. Before he could even start though, the bus stopped, the brakes squealing as people who were unprepared slid forwards. Aizawa cut through the chatter on the bus, addressing the class as a whole. Quiet down, we're about to arrive. Today you will be going over rescue training here at the USJ. 13 will explain everything once we're inside, so just follow me. With those words, he stepped off the bus and made his way to the building, not waiting a single moment for the kids to get their bearings. The class all followed him inside, not knowing what would be waiting for them in the building. The USJ was absolutely huge. The dome seemed to stretch as far as Izuku could see, and it put any of the training facilities at the HPSC to shame. UA really was an elite school. They were doing rescue training today. While Izuku had, of course, practiced how to do so, it was probably the side of a hero he was the worst at. That or dealing with the press, but he hadn't really had to do that side of the job yet. Welcome to the USJ, everyone. This rescue training facility is made up of multiple rescue zones, all mimicking natural disasters. I'll take you through each and every one of them today, but before that I have a couple points to go over with you guys. 13, the teacher helping Aizawa to oversee their training today, explained. The space hero paused for a moment, looking over the crowd of students, before continuing with the explanation. As I'm sure many of you know, quirks can be extremely dangerous when used wrongly. It's the reason why so many quirk regulation laws in the first place, and my quirk is no exception. For those of you who don't know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It SCKs any and all matter through my fingertips and turns it to dust. You can infer what that would do to a person. 13 said, and Izuku could connect with that. His quirk wasn't an exception to that rule either. If he put his hand on someone's head and turned his quirk on, well, he hoped he would never be in a situation that dire. That's why we, as heroes, need to be extra vigilant with how our control over our quirks. If we mess up and injure or kill a civilian, then the consequences will be severe. That's why today, I'll be teaching you to use your quirks, no matter how combat-oriented you think they may be, to save instead of harm. 13 finished off the speech nicely, and even Izuku found himself interested in whatever they were about to do. Aizawa walked over to 13 quickly, talking to the hero for a moment. He held 3 fingers up while he was talking and then let them down, signifying something important. 13 nodded along and turned to continue the lesson. All right, students. To begin, we'll dash. The speech was cut off as 13 suddenly stopped, whipping around towards the main plaza. Izuku looked over as well, trying to see what had caught the teacher's attention. There was a portal in the middle, and a bunch of people filed out of it, walking into the plaza of the USJ. There had to be at least 100, and they just kept on coming. Izuku felt a spike of anxiety flood through him, not summoning Hawk's Feather yet, but keeping it ready. This might be a part of the exercise, no reason to sound a false alarm. Aizawa-sensei, this is part of the training, right? Kaminari asked the question everyone was thinking, worry clear in his voice. Aizawa was clenching the fabric around his neck now, and everyone knew what was most likely, but didn't want to accept it. Stay back, students. These are real villains. This isn't an exercise. Stay with 13 and get help. He shouted out, and as soon as he did so, jumped down into the fray of the now advancing villains. Aizawa was a blur as he moved throughout the crowd, taking down thug after thug. There was no time to sit around and watch though. Izuku stepped back and summoned Hawk's Feather. His heart was pounding in his chest, but he would have to stay calm right now. The same portal down in the plaza opened up in front of them, a distorted voice exiting it. I'm afraid I can't allow that. We, the League of Villains, have dash. The disembodied voice was cut off as Izuku shot forward, not giving it any time to monologue. The feather was stuffed in his shoe now, and Kigo was hopefully on the way, but he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. A portal opened up in front of him, and he released a huge blast of air, blowing him back and coincidentally doing the same to the purple mist in front of him. He could barely make it out, but there was unmistakably some sort of metal brace that was revealed for a second. If he was hiding something like that, then that had to be his weak point, and he should just aim for it right now. Kirishima and Bakugo seemed to have the same idea as him, both rushing the man as Izuku came back. They both reared back and attacked, aiming for the brace that had just been. Thanks, Midoriya. I was just going to attack blindly, but you revealed the dash. Kirishima didn't get to finish his words, him and Bakugo vanishing as they went face first through some more portals that were just summoned. As I was trying to say, my name is Kurojiri. You students have been selected to watch as we kill the symbol of peace, but for now, I'll need you to scatter. Kurojiri talked with the topic like it was already preordained, like All Might was someone they could come in and kill just like that. As he said those words, a portal was already opening under their feet, and Izuku barely had time to think before he was getting SE into the portal himself. Izuku couldn't get out of the way in time, and an instant later he was falling out of the sky, along with Mineta. They were over the ruins zone, so a fall would hurt a lot, if it wasn't lethal, and as far as he knew Mineta couldn't break a fall from this height. Izuku twisted himself in the air, zipping around with bursts of air to catch the grape-haired boy and land on the top of one of the buildings in the area. He set him carefully and looked down from where they were. Thugs were all over the place, but luckily none were on this particular building. What the hell is going on? They said they were going to kill All Might. What the hell were they talking about? He needs to get here now, or we're all going to die. Mineta was clearly in a panic, hyperventilating as he stared at the roof of the building they were on while holding his head in his hands. Calm down, Mineta. It's all right. I won't let anything happen to you, I promise. We just need to think and act smart, and we'll clear these guys out in no time. Once we take them out, we just need to get back to the main plaza. The teachers are there, and they'll probably have everything wrapped up once we get there. Izuku wasn't lying, he wouldn't let someone get hurt on his watch. Besides that though, these guys wouldn't beat him, he was sure of that. Mineta's breathing slowly leveled out as Izuku calmed him down, until he eventually wiped his tears and stood up. He detached 2 balls from his head, and glared down at the criminals around them. So, what's the plan? Aizawa took out another group of the thugs in the plaza, deactivating their quirks and knocking them out. He couldn't keep this up for much longer, and he could feel his eyes starting to get dry. Another couple ran at him, and then were knocked unconscious a moment later. 13 was occupied with the warp quirk, and as far as he knew there were no reinforcements. The students were off on their own, probably fighting thugs on the same level as the ones he was taking out now. It would be fine though, these kids were strong. They had all survived his class, and all of them showed potential, they wouldn't get stopped here. That's what he thought to himself, and it made sense, but that didn't stop the lingering dread in the back of his mind. Ashui is getting dragged around by her tongue by some strength enhancer, she gets slammed into a wall and then… Aizawa shook his head back and forth, that wouldn't happen. He had faith in his students. They could take care of themselves, and he needed to focus on his own problems right now, most notably, the 2 who stayed back from the crowd. They were the leaders, and if he took them down the rest should follow. Some mutant with horse hoofs kicked towards him. A simple dodge left the him wide open to be wrapped up and slammed into the ground with Aizawa's scarf. His mind made up, Aizawa slowly made his way through the crowd, inching closer and closer to the leaders with each grunt he took out. Izuku knocked out another thug, looking around after he did so. These guys were weak, extremely so even. His prediction was right, and the thugs weren't even coming close to touching him. He and Mineta cleared through the thugs in the ruins zone in a minute or 2, and were then on the way to the plaza. He had to slow down a little to let Mineta keep up, but that was fine with him. It gave him time to think over the whole situation. At this point he was seriously considering absorbing the feather back and letting Hawks get back to whatever he was doing. He needed to see what was happening in the plaza though. Kurogyari and whoever else is leading the group were there. If anyone in this league was a serious threat, it would be them. Even still though, they seemed far too bold for whatever their plan was. Kill All Might, sure, but their members except for maybe a couple were all weak. All Might wouldn't even lose a fight to these guys in his sleep, so why the hell were they so confident? They managed to infiltrate UA, and they had at least some info on the schedules, so there was no way they were completely incompetent. Even if they were all highly skilled and talented, there was still a trump card. If worst came to worst, Aizawa lost, 13 lost, Hawks or anyone else wasn't there yet, then Izuku could always just sneak up and kill their leader. It would just take a touch, a single finger to their head, and it would all be over. The thought alone made him sick to his stomach, and he prayed he would never have to go that far. Absorbing any part of a living creature would make him sick, taking the head of a person. He didn't even want to think about how that would feel. It wouldn't come to that though, it wouldn't. Hawks was on the way, and even if Kigo wasn't, he would run forward into the plaza and see Aizawa standing over a group of defeated villains. He took the last couple of steps into the plaza, and his heart dropped. 13 was fighting Kurogyari, but it didn't look like it was going well. Aizawa was fighting someone, they had a hand on his elbow, and Izuku got the perfect view to watch it disintegrate for a couple of seconds. Aizawa activated his quirk, and the other man backed up a couple steps. He muttered something about a Nomu, and not even a second later Aizawa was pinned, knocked unconscious the moment he hit the ground. Izuku's body moved on its own then, thoughts cast to the side in favor of doing what needed to be done as soon as possible. He flung his hands backwards, yelled to Mineta to stay back, and then he was right in the action, air shooting up dust behind him as his hands reaching out to Nomu's arms with his quirk activated. It was then when his mind caught up with his actions, and he could already feel bile building in his throat. Still though, this wasn't the time for Izuku's own emotions. So he made contact with both arms and absorbed them. The feeling of using his quirk on flesh, for some reason sickeningly familiar, made Izuku GG as he absorbed the arms. It only took a moment, and then where arms used to be were now stumps only a couple inches past its shoulders. He landed in front of it, turning around to finish the job. He had to press the advantage. Whoever this Nomu was, it was superhuman by every definition of the word. Even without its arms, it might be a threat. Izuku reached his hands down to the now thrashing creature, who was roaring in pain after the loss of limbs. After a touch with both hands, the legs were gone as well, and he now had to physically hold himself back from vomiting. It slumped over and fell off of Aizawa, landing on the floor as a torso and head. It was still alive, sure, but Izuku had taken both arms and legs. That thing would never be able to function regularly again. However, by the time the Nomu had hit the floor, Izuku was already moving on towards the other one. He had just taken out threat number 1, there were still 2 major ones that he had to deal with. This one had a quirk with 5-point activation, and it seemed to decompose anything he touched. It seemed to take at least a little bit of time to spread, as he was only able to get Aizawa's elbow. Anything else about his quirk was unknown, but that information was enough. Izuku already had him beat. Even if he got his hands on Izuku first, the time it would take to spread would be more than enough for Izuku to touch him, and then end the fight. He shot forward, but the teen across from him was fast to react, dashing back before Izuku could throw a punch. He started scratching furiously at his own neck, tilting his head as he stared Izuku down. DMN cheaters, jumping into a fight out of nowhere like that. Who knew some kids who were still in school would have been such a problem? It's not fair. It's not dash. His monologue was cut short by Izuku rushing in again. He wasn't going to let any potential opportunity pass him by. A kick targeting the feet forced the man to jump, and once he was in the air, Izuku was already being propelled straight towards him with air released from his hands. As Izuku rose up to meet him, the man let out a screech, voice mad with rage. Nomu, hit this kid away. Before Izuku even processed the words, his body was folding around the huge fist of the Nomu, the huge fist that he had just taken away. Time seemed to slow down as it sunk into his ribs, and Izuku was sure he could hear and feel a couple of them crack, before he was launched across the plaza, skipping on the ground until he slammed into a wall. What the hell just happened? Nomu, the same Nomu who had just had his arms and legs taken by Izuku? That was at least 2. Maybe even 3 or more unique abilities the thing had. Strength and speed could possibly be rolled into 1, but also regeneration strong enough to regrow 4 limbs that fast? There was no way that could be a single quirk. He was inhaling and exhaling with fast, breathy pants now. Maybe if he took its head? It was an option, but all of his limbs felt like they were on fire, and even if he could get up, he wouldn't be at full strength. He let out a cough, struggling to sit up and face the beast that had just launched him across the building. He pushed his body as far as he could, but that only seemed to make everything feel worse. His back fell back onto the floor as he wheezed, strength leaving his battered body faster than he could do anything with it. Izuku had felt pain before, he had been pushed to his limits, he had been hit harder than he thought possible, yet none of that compared to this. It had come out of nowhere, and never before had his own lack of strength been rubbed in his face like this. All it took was one punch, and now Izuku might be out of this fight. Something that could beat All Might, that had to be it. He didn't have a shot in hell of beating this thing, it just wasn't possible. He would have kept berating himself, but a small whimper caught his attention. His head shot to the right, and he was greeted with the Cid of Mineta standing there, staring at Izuku. Tears glistened in his eyes, and Izuku remembered what he had said not even 5 minutes ago. He wouldn't let anything happen to Mineta, right? Then what the hell was he doing laying on the floor like that? He still had people he had to protect. He slowly pushed himself to his feet, his body aching with every forced movement he made. After a couple moments of struggling he made it up, but all he could do was push Mineta behind him with his right hand. After that he opened his palms and stared at the two across from him and Mineta. His only option was to buy time at this point, and to save enough time for help to arrive. If that meant killing someone, then so be it. Black spots danced in and out of his vision, and Nomu and the leader were both standing, staring at him. The leader blinked in confusion before starting to claw at his neck furiously. Seriously? You just got launched before you could do anything. Do you really think you can stand up to my Nomu? Demon kid, so arrogant. Nomu, give him dash, the rant was cut off by a bright red feather flying towards the leader, Noma barely able to jump in front of it before it reached him. It sunk into the creature's flesh, and it let out a roar as the feather removed itself suddenly, flying towards its owner. Ding, and here I was hoping to knock you out while you were distracted, Hawks said as he flew over from the entrance. Izuku felt the feather wiggle a little in his shoe, silently checking in on him. Hawks was here, Hawks was here. That was all Izuku thought as he collapsed onto the floor, the adrenaline rush leaving his body just as soon as it had entered him. As he passed out though, all he could think about was how everything would be alright now. He had kept his promise, everything would be alright. He was barely able to mutter out a thanks to Kigo as his eyes fluttered close. The feather slowly came out of his shoe and flew towards the Nomu, but the battle in front of him that was just starting to unfold didn't even register in his brain as he passed into unconsciousness. Izuku was running through the halls of some apartment. His feet made little thuds on the carpet and he took twists and turns through the hallways until he came upon a kitchen. A woman was standing there, and Izuku called out to her. "Mom, Mom." "Yes, honey," she answered, wiping her hands off of the apron she was wearing. Her green hair swayed as she turned her head to look at him. "What was it like when you get your quirk?" he said, his hands pumping in the air as he asked the question. She giggled a little at his enthusiasm. "Well, I wasn't the best at controlling it. Just imagine having a bunch of small things flying at your hands whenever you walked by. It was kind of like that. I was only able to manage it after a couple days of having it on nonstop." "No, Mom, what did it feel like?" "Oh, well, I guess I can try to explain it." She held a hand out towards an apple on the other side of the counter. She activated her quirk and it started to slowly float towards her, eventually landing in her outstretched hands. It was like there was a vacuum built into my hands, and it only SCK'd up small things. Of course, it didn't SCK them up, just brought them towards me. That's the best way I can describe it though, just a vacuum that I couldn't find the off switch to. I hope mine isn't like that. A quirk you can't control seems scary. Izuku folded in on himself a little, rubbing his arms as he thought about the prospect. "It wasn't that bad, but I'm sure you'll be a natural, Izuku. You know all about quirks, if anyone can grasp theirs right off the bat it's you." She smiled at him, and her words were spoken with all the certainty in the world. Kigo ran a hand through his hair as he looked over at Izuku. He was laid in a hospital bed, sleeping for who knows how long after having Recovery Girl use her quirk on him. Kigo had beaten that thing with multiple quirks, but Decay and Warp Gate had gotten away. Sure, he was at a huge disadvantage against power types, and it was made specifically to kill All Might, but it was still shameful. That wasn't even mentioning the fact that they had hurt Izuku and his classmates as well. Luckily there would be no permanent injuries, but that didn't mean Kigo did his job right. Izuku had multiple broken ribs, and they were pretty close to puncturing his lungs at that. He was set off, he wasn't fast enough to protect Izuku fully, and the kid had gotten hurt because of his screw-up. Rumi had been on the way too, Kigo having called her on his way to help out Izuku, but she didn't make it in time. She had swung by earlier, but as soon as she saw Izuku she left almost immediately to go do some work. If he knew anything about the rabbit hero, she was throwing herself into her job right now to try and get her mind off of the events of the day. She had only known Izuku for about a month, but he could tell she had a soft spot for the kid. He didn't blame her, Izuku was just likable like that, and not even a pro was immune to it. He'd have to steal the boy away for a day and take him over to her apartment. She'd appreciate that after seeing him beat up like he was earlier. The fact still remained though, he had messed up, not only by not being fast enough, but also by not capturing the leader. He was drawn out of his thoughts by the sound of footsteps down the hall from the room he was in. It was a couple of people, not a single one being Recovery Girl. He had already memorized the sound of her steps, and the sounds coming towards him now were different. He would rather not have to explain how he knew Izuku, so he was gone in an instant, slipping out of the window and shooting off to start on a patrol, deciding to take a page out of Rumi's book. "Come on you guys. We shouldn't be sneaking in here," Recovery Girl said. He shouldn't be disturbed right now. Hagakure sounded a little unsure as she walked along with the group of students that were going to check on Midoriya. "I'm seeing him, you weren't there, I need to see him." Mineta spoke with a seriousness that no one had heard him speak with, eyes staring wide ahead as he walked down the hallway. Yeah, Mineta's right, I couldn't just not check in on the guy. Kirishima exclaimed, his voice as loud and boisterous as usual. That earned him a hum of agreement from Ishido, who then addressed the invisible girl in the group of, well, Mineta has got me worrying now, and it's not technically sneaking in, we're just going to accidentally wander in while passing by. She said, checking the windows of the doors they passed. All of them were empty, not a single sign of anything or anyone residing in the rooms they passed by. Besides all that though, you don't have to come along. Ah, come on Mina, you know I have to check on him after what happened. He's the only one in our class that's still in the hospital, of course I'd worry. Hagakura's uniform swung rapidly as she talked, her emotion shown visually. Well, come on then, we've still got to find what room he's in. Ishido walked ahead, looking through the rooms until she spotted a mop of green hair. She turned the door knob slowly and walked in, waving at the three behind her to come in. They all filed in one by one, Mineta letting out a loud exhale as he walked in and saw Izuku resting. Well, what now? Do we just leave? Kirishima asked the obvious question. They had seen him, so what else was there to do? No. Normally they could have just hung out in there until Midoriya woke up or they were kicked out, but they weren't supposed to be there right now. I think that would be wise. Aizawa's exhausted voice drawled out from behind them, and everyone froze. He was covered in bandages from head to toe, and by no means should be up and about right now, but he was at Izuku's room regardless. Seeing their fear, he sighed and rubbed his forehead with his hand. Don't worry, I'll let it slide this time. I get that you're scared for him, but if he isn't to be disturbed then don't disturb him. Just get out, and make sure to follow Recovery Girl's directions next time. He slid into a chair in the room immediately after he was done talking, slouching over and falling asleep, if his breathing was telling them anything. Everyone stared at him for a moment, dumbfounded, but followed his directions, sneaking back out of the hallway the same way they got in. That was until Ishido realized something important. Wait. If Midoriya's not supposed to be disturbed, then isn't he not supposed to be there either? Izuku woke up the next day, exhausted and barely able to move his body. For some reason he had dreamed of the time before he had his quirk, and of his mother as well. Green hair, a telekinesis quirk and a kind smile, that was all he knew the woman by now. It was better than before, but still not much. He wasn't given much time to think it over though with how the next couple of days went. He was immediately thrown into some extra training at the HPSC, because of course he couldn't just rest over the weekend, and his tiredness from Recovery Girl's quirk made everything 10 times worse. By the end of it all, he was tired, and his whole body ached, but he welcomed it. He hadn't been absolutely helpless like that in a while, and being knocked out of the fight in one punch was a wake-up call for him. He had thought he had gotten stronger, that he could hold his own no matter the situation now, but he got proved wrong. That Saturday, he had to bail on hanging out with Ishido, having his rest day taken away because he had rested almost the whole day Friday. So instead he was stuck imaging whatever they would have done whenever he was able to rest for a second. Before he knew it though, the following Monday was already there, and he was walking into UA for another day of learning. He dragged his feet into his desk, and was barely able to put his book bag down before the class was starting. The bell rang, and when the door slid open everyone was already in their seats, Aizawa already having conditioned that behavior into them. The man was already back to teach, covered in bandages, but still not taking a day. He walked to the front desk, looked over the students for a second, and started to speak. Before we start this class, I'm just going to say one thing. Don't get used to this type of praise, but I'm proud of all of you for what happened on Friday. That stunned Izuku. Proud of them? He had only known the man for a week, but that came out of nowhere. You handled the situation very well, but it ultimately shouldn't have happened in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised if any of you need help after what happened, and if you do, don't be afraid to speak to me. You're all still kids, so act like it. With that out of the way though, there are no days off in this line of work, so you've already got another thing to prepare for. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, and the main thing you'll be doing until then is preparing for it. I personally don't think you should be doing it this year, but it'll apparently boost morale and faith in the school, or something like that. Last thing, don't stress over this. Normally, I would threaten a bad performance with getting replaced by someone who performed better, but in light of recent events, you probably shouldn't worry about it too much. Have fun with this, but also strive to do the best you can. That's all, just use this class as a study hall until it's over. Aizawa was then shut off to the world after that, curling up into a ball and trying to get some sleep. The sports festival seemed pretty fun, he couldn't lie. He had only watched it a couple times to practice quirk analysis, but it always seemed like a blast. Midoriya. Mineta's voice, of all people, sounded out. Izuku turned around, wondering what the boy wanted to talk about. They had never really talked before, but getting paired together at the USJ was a pretty unique experience. I just want to say thank you for back on Friday. I never got the chance, and if you need any help, just let me repay the favor. He was surprisingly serious compared to how he normally acted. After that though, he seemed to go back into normal Mineta mode, leaning in close from his desk behind Izuku's to whisper, like if you want some tips with asking someone out, I'm here for you. Izuku let out a little laugh at the statement, because Mineta was probably the worst person to ask for something like that. Sure Mineta, I'll keep that in mind. The sports festival was in 2 weeks, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. Izuku was excited, and the rush allowed him to focus on his training instead of what happened in the USJ. He didn't just forget what happened, but he didn't have to focus on it. Instead he thought about how he could improve, and the sports festival would be a great way to see how he stood against the rest of his year, and to have a little fun while he was doing so. This was gonna be great. Izuku walked into the HPSC headquarters, tired from a long day at UA. Today had been battle training, but with no quirks allowed. He was up against Kirishima, who could basically just fight the same as he normally did, but without having his skin be hardened. Izuku used his quirk a lot when he normally fought, and to have it restricted shut down a lot of the stuff he had come to rely on. He still wasn't a pushover though, and he and Kirishima had been pretty evenly matched the whole day, which only made him more tired. He shuffled through the door of the building, blinking in surprise when he saw Kigo leaning on the receptionist's desk. The hero spotted him and stood up, walking over to Izuku. Hey kid, we're gonna be training today, my request. Just get whatever you need and then we'll head to the roof. Kigo slung an arm around Izuku's shoulder and led him to the elevator while he talked. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, because if Kigo said they were training, then it was most likely an off day for him. The doors slid open and the both of them walked in, pushing the button to Izuku's floor and waiting as it took them up. He looked over at Kigo, and said what he had been meaning to since the last time he saw the man. Thanks for the USJ, you saved me. He said, looking down at his feet as he did so. Izuku didn't like relying on anybody, but if Kigo hadn't shown up then he would have been done for. He deserved his thanks, there was no doubt of that. Don't worry about it. No thanks necessary, I'm just glad you're safe. The elevator opened up then, and the two of them stepped out and walked to Izuku's room. After dropping off his bag and changing out of his school uniform, the both of them went to the roof. Izuku climbed onto Kigo's back, and they were off, flying towards a familiar location. Rumi's apartment, again? I'm not complaining, but you two don't have something going on that I don't know about, right? Izuku asked, walking down the hallway of the apartment complex with Kigo. Trust me, no secret relationship between me and her. I don't know why you think I'd even have a chance with her in the first place. Kigo replied, opening the door of the apartment as he did so. Don't put yourself down, Kigo, any girl would be lucky to have you. Look, I bet that if you asked that receptionist at your dash. Izuku got cut off as he walked through the door, a white blur slamming into him as he tried to talk. Rumi squeezed him tight and then let go, taking a step back as she looked at him. Her eyes scanned him up and down, and after confirming that he was okay, she let out a sigh. Izuku just kind of started at her, wondering what was up. You looked beat to shit last time I saw you, good to see you looking better now. She said, flashing a smile towards the younger boy. After that she quickly walked back towards the living room, flopping on the couch before anyone else could get in a word. She's not lying, Izuku, you looked pretty bad. Kigo said simply, following Rumi to the couch, and leaving Izuku to trail along behind him. Izuku was forced to sit in the middle, And once he was down, Rumi hit play on a movie that had already been queued up. A bowl of popcorn floated into his hand via one of Kigo's feathers, and the lights turned off a moment later by the same way. We're watching a movie? What is it? Izuku started. Kid, have you never been to a theater before? Rumi interjected, shoving a finger into Izuku's face as he tried to talk. After a couple seconds of awkward silence, she let out a groan. You haven't, have you? Nope. That movie was garbage. I don't know why it had such good ratings. Rumi complained, stretching out off the couch as the credits rolled. I don't know, I thought it was good. Izuku said, standing up off the couch. The bowl was in his hands, only a couple unpopped kernels left in it now. Of course you thought it was good, it was your first movie. I could have put on literal garbage and you would have enjoyed it. She replied, snatching the bowl from his hands. She dumped the bowl out into the trash and then put it in her sink, walking back after she was done. What are we gonna do about him? Izuku said, pointing at a now asleep Kigo on the couch. His wings were curled around him like a blanket, and he himself was rolled up into a little ball. The sight was out of place with a hero that was normally 100% alert. Take pictures, duh. This is prime joke material for later. Rumi pulled out her phone and snapped a couple photos of the sleeping hero while giggling to herself. Well, I'll leave that to you, Rumi. Izuku said, sparing a judging glance her way. Alright. What now, Izuku? I didn't have anything planned other than the movie, she said, pocketing her phone as she turned to look at Izuku. How would I know? You're the person who lives here. Do you not have anything else interesting? Izuku looked around, and nothing really stood out to him except for Well, we could play Hero Fighter, but I didn't really want to listen to you crying after I beat you again, so I didn't mention it. Other than that, we could put something else on the TV, or I might have a board game or two in one of my closets. Rumi looked around as well, her apartment very barren for being lived in 24. She didn't have an agency, so this apartment was where she lived and worked out of, yet there wasn't really anything fun there except for her TV and the console she had. Who said you'd beat me in Hero Fighter? Izuku said, although he knew Rumi would beat him. He hadn't played in a couple of weeks, and she was already better than him before he had the rust that he would have now. That wasn't the point though. If he talked trash out of nowhere, it always got her riled up, and that was when the most fun would be had. I did. Come on, Izuku, you still haven't beaten me yet, why would it start now? Rumi looked over at him, powering her console on as she did so. Because I'll actually try this time, just wait and see. What's your record now, Izuku? Kigo asked, flying through the clouds above the city of Mustafu. 0 wins. And 176 losses. Izuku looked down from his place on Kigo's back at the rooftops under him. He had gotten demolished again, but he could tell Rumi enjoyed it, so it was a win in his book. Rumi hadn't made it to the USJ in time to help in the fight. Mineta had filled him in on what happened after he was knocked out and she wasn't involved. Recovery Girl probably used her quirk on him as soon as possible, so she had to have only been a couple minutes away when everything was happening. He owed her a lot for that. If all he could do for her now was just let her have fun when he was around, then he would do that. DMN. She really isn't holding back on you, huh? Would she be herself if she did? Izuku asked, breathing in the cool air high up in the clouds. Kigo let out a laugh and the rest of the ride back passed in silence, the two of them getting back in a couple of minutes. They landed on the roof, Izuku hopping off of Kigo's back as he stretched out a little. Sorry, Izuku, but I gotta go now. Hero work, you know? Kigo flapped his wings a little, already preparing to fly off after just landing. I know how it is, see you later. Izuku said, and then Hawks was gone, his words of departure lingering for a moment after he had already shot off. Izuku was happy that he didn't go that fast when he was on his back. Even if he could hold on to him, he was sure his stomach wouldn't agree with that. Izuku stood out there on the roof for a minute, just looking out at the city below him. After just standing for a while, he headed inside, swinging the door to the building open as he walked in. He made his way to his room, stopping outside when his handler of all people was standing outside of it. There were only a couple reasons she would be there. Either Kigo hadn't actually gotten the whole training thing cleared, and Izuku was screwed, or people higher up than her had something to tell him about. Midoriya, there you are. You're being briefed on something you're supposed to do in the upcoming weeks at UA, follow me. She said, with a tone that she only used in these type of situations. It wasn't the outright contempt that she usually had, but still wasn't anywhere near polite. If he had to put it into words, it would be like she viewed him as something to get out of the way so she could get to more important things. Why the hell did she watch over him when she seemed to hate him so much? Izuku just guessed he would never know. It used to be even worse when he was younger, but of course she never did anything to outright abuse him. Thinly veiled insults and harsh training regimens worked just fine for what she wanted. That way she wouldn't come under risk of losing her job, instead being able to disguise everything as, for his betterment as a future hero. Regardless, he couldn't wait to get out of this place for good, hopefully sooner rather than later. UA was a good escape, but that was only for so long, and he still had to train here, though not as much. He got to the room where he would be briefed on things from people high up in the HPSC, and his mind began to wonder. Why had he been called here? The only thing he could think of was them wanting to hear about the USJ, but wouldn't Hawks be the better person to ask about that? He entered the room, and came to a kneel in front of the group sitting in front of him. The higher-ups in the HPSC insisted on the weirdest formalities and traditions, so he had to kneel when he talked to them. It was some weird show of power, if he had to guess, but Izuku wasn't a soldier, so it all seemed pointless. This is about the sports festival coming up at UA. You're going to win. The better you perform, the better internships you'll get, and Hawks isn't an option. One of the people sitting up there, he wasn't sure who, said, anything other than complete victory is a failure. Consider this as your first real assignment at UA. Well, of course, what was he thinking? Of course they would turn the sports festival into an assignment for him. Them ruling out Hawks' SCD, but other than that he was already planning on winning, so it didn't change too much from his original plan. It did show a difference between UA and the HPSC though, one side urging him to just have fun while the other would punish him if he didn't come out on top. That's all, you're dismissed. So there was nothing about the USJ they wanted to talk about. It was strange, because this all could have just been relayed to him, but maybe they just wanted to make sure it all stuck. Izuku walked back to his room and thought over the whole thing. It just meant he had to be more careful. Any student could knock him out of the whole thing, he wasn't arrogant enough to underestimate anybody there. The next couple of days passed by with Izuku training and preparing for the sports festival. Everyone else in 1A seemed to be pumped as well, Bakugo especially. He was very aggressive in how he showed it, but Izuku could tell it was getting the others more excited for the events as well. Him calling other people extras had put a bit of a target on their class's back, but everyone seemed to take it in stride. The sports festival was in a week now, and Izuku felt that he was ready. His win wasn't guaranteed, of course, but he probably had a better chance of winning than of not. It helped that he had years of experience on most people here, with only a few exceptions like Todoroki who had trained for a while too. Speaking of, Todoroki would probably be the biggest threat to him winning this thing. He was the son of the number 2 hero, had an immensely powerful quirk, and the slightest mistake on Izuku's part could lead to his defeat. Not that he was the only person who could get him though, as he said before, any student could beat him if he wasn't careful. Now though, he had something way more daunting than the sports festival he had to worry about. He and Ishido had to reschedule what they planned on doing last week, but they were still going to do it. That was about to happen right now, and Izuku just felt nervous whenever he thought about it. It was weird, he was confident about winning the sports festival, but hanging out with a girl made him nervous. It was Saturday, and luckily he had been allowed to rest today. It was because of that he was on a train now, going over to where Ishido had told him to meet her at. It was someplace near UA, so he was just able to ride the train he would normally ride to go to the school. While he was thinking though, his train came to a stop. He exited it and walked over to the location she had texted him, looking around to find where she was. He walked by a couple buildings, now in the area she had told him about, looking for Pink in the crowd that was here. She wasn't there yet, at least, Izuku couldn't see her. He checked his phone, 2:30, it was the time when she said to meet at. A hand landed on his shoulder, Izuku jumped a little, but turned around to find Ishido standing behind him. She had a smile on her face and pulled him out of the way of the sidewalk. Glad that you could make it, Midoriya. This is gonna be a lot of fun, trust me, she said, and then she was off, pulling Izuku along behind her to wherever she wanted to go. Izuku stumbled at first, not expecting to get pulled by her, but regained his balance and followed along. After a minute of walking, she stopped suddenly, turning around to look at him. Izuku bumped straight into her, sending the both of them tripping forward. He fell on top of her, barely able to avoid smashing his face into hers by planting his arms into the ground. Their faces were only a couple of inches away now, and he could feel her breath on his face as he stared at her. After a second passed by, Izuku snapped out of whatever had taken a hold of him and sprang up, helping Ishido up a second later. He pulled her up, and then started fumbling through an apology for causing the situation. I'm sorry, you just stopped suddenly and dash. Izuku got cut off by a giggle from Ishido. She laughed for a second and then started talking, don't worry about it, Midoriya, it's my fault for just stopping out of nowhere. Anyways, we're here. This is a little shopping center I've been to before, and it's a pretty fun place to hang out at. Oh, a shopping center. Izuku paused in his sentence. He knew what you were supposed to do there. Shopping center didn't leave much room for interpretation after all, but what was the point of just shopping around? He had some money on him, but he just didn't get the point of what they were supposed to do. Do you not want to go? We can go somewhere else. I just thought dash, Ishido replied, her voice sad at the notion that Izuku didn't want to go to the shopping center. No, it's not that just. Izuku trailed off, and then resumed a second later, I've never been before, so you'll have to explain what all we should do to me. It wasn't the exact truth, but he didn't want to say he didn't see the point in the whole thing, that might come across as insulting. Oh, that's crazy, you've never been to a shopping center before? It's just a group of stores all in the same place. She explained, gesturing to the buildings behind her. Just follow me, it isn't complicated at all. You just shop and hang out. Izuku had fun at the outing, his nervousness fading quickly after they actually started doing stuff, and he was able to just enjoy the evening with Ishido. He had to leave a little early so he didn't risk missing curfew, but overall he enjoyed it and would do it again in a heartbeat. He was just in his bed now, nothing left to do for the day, so all he could do was just sit and think. Normally he would think over mistakes he had made in training the previous week, or the ways he could improve himself or his quirk, but more recently he found himself thinking about people. Whether it was something funny that happened with Kigo, or a quick conversation he had with Kirishima, little things like that were what he thought about now. It wasn't optimal for his progression, but he just couldn't help it. He had never been around this many people, especially those he liked to be around, consistently ever. That led him to where he was right now, thinking about Ishido. She was the first person at UA to try and be friends with him, and if it wasn't for her he probably wouldn't talk to more than half of the classmates that he considers friends now. She was just that type of person. Outgoing, sociable, friendly, overall just fun to be around. She was strong too. Not on the level of people like Todoroki, but she was still a threat in a fight. Her quirk was strong, and she knew how to use it well. He'd have to watch out for her in the sports festival. Izuku was winning it though, that was final. The only other thing to be determined was second place through last. He had his predictions, sure, but it could and most likely would go down differently than he expected. It was Saturday now, and the event was next Friday, just 6 days left. Izuku walked into class that Monday, and things were going as normal. Bakugo and Ida arguing over some school policy the blonde was breaking, Kaminari and Mineta cracking jokes back and forth, Ishido and Hagakure whispering about something. All of it was part of the routine before class started. As he slid into his seat, the last part of that routine happened, with Aizawa swinging the door open and everyone getting quiet and in their seats immediately. The sports festival is this Friday, I hope you're ready, he said, and then promptly ignored the class as he did his own thing. His speech left a lot to be desired, but it was to be expected of the man. Aizawa was a unique teacher, that much was certain. After a couple seconds where the class gauged out whether or not he was done, the chatter from before class started up again. This homeroom would be a study hall, as was usual for the classes they'd had after the USJ, and for them that meant goofing off until the next class started. They still had to be quiet, unless they wanted to wake Aizawa up and have him give them a lecture, but other than that they were free to do as they pleased. "Hey Midoriya," Mineta whispered from his seat behind him, tapping Izuku on the back as he did so. Upon Izuku turning his head to look at him, he continued, "Your quirk absorbs stuff, right?" Izuku nodded, and Mineta kept talking. "This might be kinda gross, but what did you end up doing with the arms and legs of that Nomu?" It was a fair question, and as far as Mineta knew he could still have them absorbed. That wasn't the case though. Izuku felt sick having the limbs absorbed, and couldn't wait to get rid of them. "I turned them over to the police after I woke up. They said it might help in learning what was up with that thing." "Oh, I guess that makes sense," Mineta replied, thinking it over. Why would he ask now though? It just didn't make sense. Shouldn't he have asked him when he saw him after the USJ? Izuku decided to ask the question he was thinking to Mineta. "Why'd you only ask now?" "Just slipped my mind, to be completely honest. I didn't connect the dots with what happened and how your quirk worked until now," Mineta admitted sheepishly, and Izuku let out a sigh. Why did he think anything different? This was Mineta after all, and even though Izuku considered the teen his friend after what happened at the USJ, he still lacked common sense from time to time. "Anyways, you feeling ready for the sports festival?" the grape-haired boy asked. Bakugo seemed to notice their conversation now, eyes darting over to Izuku after hearing what Mineta had said. They darted away a second later, trying to hide the fact that he was snooping, but his sudden shift in their direction gave him away. Izuku and Bakugo still hadn't talked since the first day of school, and Bakugo now seemed downright aggressive towards him sometimes. Hopefully things would go back to how they were before UA between the two of them, but that was all up to Bakugo. Izuku wouldn't force him to be friends, but he could still respect the other boy as somewhat of a rival. They hadn't gone head-to-head in any battle trials yet, but they had come in first and second for the entrance exam, and Izuku could tell Bakugo was good at what he did. "Yeah, I'm pretty much ready now. What about you?" Izuku replied, keeping an eye on Bakugo now that the other boy was listening in on his conversation. Bakugo's eyes widened at that, his hand clenching on his desk as he heard what Izuku said. Him being ready for the sports festival had set the boy off somehow, but Izuku wasn't sure why. "I think I am too, I'm not 100% sure though." Bakugo's reaction was strange, and it only left Izuku to grasp at straws towards why his words in particular had caused it. Today was the day. Izuku and the rest of the first years would be competing today. The week had felt like it had taken forever, but now it was time. Izuku looked around the locker room they were in now that housed him and the rest of Class 1A. It should start any minute now, so all everyone was left to do was wait in tense silence. He stretched his arms out a little, and decided to try and look over how the rest of his class looked. Emotions could be important in a fight, and even if these were his classmates, he would use any advantage he could to take the win over them. Bakugo looked set off, so that was the same as normal, but a few people seemed a little bit less enthusiastic about the whole thing. Mineta was slouched over, rubbing his hands frantically, Gyre was twirling her jacks around her finger over and over, and Ashido wasn't nearly as bubbly as she normally was. There were others too, like Koda or Tokoyami, but those three stood out the most to Izuku. He'd have to somehow get their spirits up before everything started. How was the big question though? He had his speech that he had to perform before the event, but other than that he might not have a good chance to address everyone all at once. Sure, he could just stand up and get everyone's attention, but there was the chance he might get interrupted by them getting called to the field, and him only getting out half of what he wanted to say could just make everything worse. It wasn't that he doubted them. No, he was sure that everyone in the room wanted to and was prepared to win. They were in the hero course for a reason, but the USJ had only happened 2 weeks ago. He wouldn't blame anyone for being nervous after that. That messing them up in the sports festival could wreck a potential internship though. Therefore, he had to get rid of that nervousness somehow. "Midoriya." The cold voice of Todoroki cut through the silence in the room, and Izuku's head turned towards the boy. "I'm going to win the sports festival. Take this as a warning." After that he was seemingly done, and everyone was now just stunned by what happened. That was confusing, if Izuku had to put it to words. Why Todoroki had singled him out specifically, or why he felt the need to do all this in front of the class in the first place were lost on him. It didn't seem to sit right with Bakugo either, not judging by his response. Shut up, half and half. I'm winning, that's final. If you want anyone to announce this too, it would be me. He shouted, standing up as he did so. Todoroki looked his way for a second, and then just as quickly looked back the other way. He ignored what Bakugo had said, and instead just kept watching for Izuku's answer. Thanks for saying that, Todoroki. I wouldn't want it any other way. Izuku replied to Todoroki, and decided to take the chance to address the class while he could. That goes for everyone else too, I hope you're all in this to win it. Aizawa wouldn't accept anything less. Of course we wanna win, Midoriya. Who do you think you're talking to, man? Kirishima stood up from his seat as he talked and let a grin stretch across his face. This caused a chorus of agreements from the class, and Izuku smiled a little. Sure, he wanted to win badly, but he wanted everyone else to enjoy this too. Also, if he did lose, it better be to a member of 1A. He wouldn't have it any other way. Attention, Class 1A of the Hero course, please come to the field immediately. Present mic cut on from the intercom, and everyone was up in an instant. The nerves that a couple people had were all gone now, and everyone walked to the field. Once they got there, they got lined up with the other classes. Midnight, who was on a podium in the middle of the field, started to speak. Hello everyone, she said into a microphone, waving around one of her whips as she did so. Welcome to the first year's sports festival. Before we get this started though, the student who scored the highest on the UA entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya, will take the student pledge. Izuku walked up to the podium and took the microphone Midnight was holding. He grabbed it and looked around at the crowd there. There were so many people, all there to see everyone perform. He recited the student pledge he had learned the day before. It was a bit weird that he was up there reciting it for some reason, but he did it regardless. He walked back to his class and let out a breath. He was lucky he hadn't fumbled over his words there. That could have been majorly embarrassing. And now, without further ado, I will announce the first event of the first year sports festival. Midnight shouted out, a wheel spinning on the displays all around the arena. It eventually stopped on obstacle course, and Izuku grinned. His quirk was pretty good for mobility, and this was the perfect chance to take an early lead in the whole thing. Who won in the first event wouldn't matter much in the long run, but it would be a good confidence booster for him and would also make him stand out to those watching. Hawks was out, and he didn't want his internship to go to waste, so showing off was a must. Obstacle course has been chosen. Midnight yelled out again, the crowd now getting excited over the prospect of the whole thing. All classes, please go to the designated starting point and we'll get this whole thing started in a second. Everyone followed what she said, and then they were all just waiting for the whole thing to start. It was pretty nerve-wracking, even for Izuku who was used to big stakes. This was in front of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, and the anticipation was starting to get to him. He couldn't let nerves affect him though, so with a sharp exhale he cleared his mind and focused fully on the task in front of him. An obstacle course, so air would be his best option for the whole thing. He could use it to propel himself around and to knock other students off course if need be. Izuku looked over to his right and saw Bakugo standing there. The teen clenched his hands a couple times, but other than that was just standing there. Over to his left was Todoroki, who looked as calm as ever. His eyes darted around some more, looking over at his classmates, but he had to snap to attention as Midnight's voice boomed out through the microphone one more time. And without any further ado, let the first event of this year's UA Sports Festival begin. As soon as the first event started, Todoroki froze the ground everyone was standing on, and ran forward on the ice he made as fast as he could. It didn't slow down nearly as many people as he expected, especially since almost all of his class had gotten around it one way or another. It didn't matter though, it had given him enough of an advantage to be worth doing in the first place. He kept running, knowing that this would only buy him so much time. Whatever lead he had was probably being cut down right now, so he'd have to get to this obstacle first and use it to his advantage. He could just shoot out a glacier behind him, but it would be best to conserve his stamina for the later rounds. He wanted to win every round, but he'd rather come in second here than lose in a later round because he wanted to win the first event. Luckily for him though, he reached the first obstacle in almost no time at all. Some huge robots stared down at him, probably used for something else in UA's curriculum. The biggest one of all of them swung a fist down at him as he approached it, but a wave of his right arm and the activation of his quirk froze it in place. He made sure to catch it on his way down, and thanked the fact that he had gotten here first. Freezing the ground earlier hadn't done much, but this should be him much-needed time to extend his lead. There were a couple exceptions to that rule though. Damn it, half and half. You think something like that will keep me back? Bakugo would just be able to fly around it using his explosions. Midoriya was probably back there too, seeing as he could use his quirk to a similar effect. No matter what he threw at them, those two, and some others like Ida, whose exhaust Todoroki could see out of the corner of his eye, would keep up no matter what. It didn't matter though, Todoroki would win this. He was going to prove his own strength with only his quirk. So he kept running ahead, using only his ice. Izuku went through the robot Todoroki had frozen, absorbing a straight path it through to save some momentum. Once he was through, he held a hand back and released the innards of the robot, and then used that same hand to boost himself forward. He shot forward towards Todoroki, and heard Bakugo yell something out as he got around the robot Todoroki had frozen as well. He used more air to send himself forward, slowly gaining on Todoroki the longer they went. Todoroki was surprisingly fast, and managed to keep the lead on him and Bakugo for a little bit as he just ran normally on his ice. As fast as he was though, Izuku did catch up, and was forced to immediately start dodging pillars of ice that he shot at Izuku. He zipped around them, and went to close in on Todoroki when an explosion happened behind him. If you two idiots are going to fight each other, then I'll go ahead and win instead. Bakugo shouted as he pulled ahead of the both of them. Their momentary fight forgotten, the both of them started chasing after him. Bakugo was only getting faster though, and soon enough he was at the second obstacle. The second obstacle is a massive canyon that you have to cross. How will Bakugo get past this? Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers in the stadium. The canyon was massive, with tightropes across the drop being the only way to get across. For a normal student, it would be a big problem, but Bakugo shot over it with his explosions, and was over it in a matter of seconds. Oh, I guess that's how. Present Mike said, sounding disappointing over what was obviously going to happen in the first place. Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida were all next up to the canyon. Izuku flew over while Todoroki and Ida both crossed the tightropes, using their quirks to help them get across faster. Because he was able to go straight over, Izuku pulled ahead of the other two a bit, and managed to catch a glimpse of Bakugo. He was pretty far out. If Izuku didn't catch up soon, he'd have the win in his hands. Izuku landed on the other side of the canyon, and stopped in his tracks for a second, absorbing air through his hands. He then pointed both of them downwards, and shot himself straight into the air. There was only one way he could catch up to where Bakugo was quick enough, even though it would hurt. Once he reached the apex of his boosted jump, Izuku turned so he was facing the canyon behind him. He held both hands out, and let out as much air as his quirk would let him. Pretty much the same thing he had done at the physical aptitude test, just launching himself instead of the ball. He usually held back when he propelled himself, because doing this much would hurt when he had to land, and because it was hard to control exactly where he ended up going. Because of that, going all out like this wasn't practical most times in a fight, but for right now all he had to do was get to Bakugo, so it would be useful. He shot off from the force of his quirk, rapidly gaining on Bakugo as seconds ticked by. He twisted his body to face forward, and he could faintly hear the crowd and present mic through the wind rushing in his ears, but he ignored all that for the moment. Instead, his whole mind honed in on Bakugo, and he let out little bursts of air to alter his trajectory as much as possible. Bakugo was still focused on going as fast as possible, so he didn't notice Izuku until he crashed into his back. The air was knocked forcefully out of his lungs, and the both of them rolled forward on the ground for a couple of seconds. Once they came to a stop, the two of them were only a couple of feet apart, and Bakugo was already on his feet, and swinging his arm towards Izuku. There was dust all in the air, so he couldn't really see anything, but he had heard Izuku come to a stop right next to him. Then, when he felt his hand touch flesh, he activated his quirk immediately. To his surprise though, the familiar boom that was associated with his power didn't sound out. He stood there for a second, utterly confused, before he was snapped out of it by a kick to the face from Izuku. He was knocked onto his back, but rolled back onto his feet just in time to see Izuku start to run off as the dust that was kicked up cleared out. Bakugo let out a roar and launched himself towards Izuku, reaching out to hit him point blank with an explosion. Izuku raised a hand to absorb the blast, but he was ready for Izuku to try and absorb it, seeing as he had just done that to his previous explosion. So instead of attacking him straight on, he used 2 more explosions to get behind Izuku, letting out another explosion as an attack after he did so. Izuku managed to dodge the full strength of the blast, but it still caught him and sent him stumbling for a moment. Bakugo would have started to run ahead, but Izuku was already back in close, using air to push himself back to the other boy. Izuku feinted a jab and instead released the explosion he had absorbed from Bakugo earlier straight on Bakugo's chest. It wasn't that strong, but it was enough to launch Bakugo back a couple of feet and give Izuku enough time to start getting ahead. That was what he was going to do. A wall of ice appeared in front of him. It wasn't enough to stop him and barely slowed him down, but it did open up enough time for Bakugo to get up and for Todoroki, who had just now caught up, to start shooting off more ice at him. Izuku was forced to go on the defensive as he ducked around ice and kept his distance from Bakugo. The 3 of them were in somewhat of a stalemate now, moving forward at a steady pace but keeping any one person from going as fast as they possibly could. If they kept going at this rate, the most likely thing would be someone else catching up and possibly taking the win for themselves. He kept trying to get away, but neither one of them would relent, putting their differences aside for a second to keep him from pulling ahead. This went on for a while, maybe a minute or 2, before they reached the 3rd obstacle with no other students having caught up yet. Ida, if he was running uninhibited, would have most likely passed them by now. That meant someone, Izuku assumed Todoroki, had to have done something huge at the canyon to keep everyone else back for this long. The 3rd obstacle that they had just reached seemed to be a regular stretch of the course, and no one even knew it was an obstacle until Izuku stepped straight onto a mine. It didn't hurt too bad, but it did force him to look at the ground harder than before, where he could notice slight signs of where the mines could be. Some slight discoloration of the soil was the main tell, and while it wasn't extremely hard to spot, it did require you to keep an eye on the floor. Keeping that up, while running very fast and fighting 2 other people made for an extremely difficult task. He managed somehow, slowing his pace a little to cover for any mines he might miss. While he did that, he thought of a way to get out of this stalemate he was in with Todoroki and Bakugo. Launching himself upwards and forwards like before wouldn't work, as Bakugo would just follow him and attack before he could do anything. He could erase the path and put them both in a ditch, but the both of them could get out easily using their quirks, so that meant it would probably just be a waste of his stamina. His thoughts made him miss a mine, and he stepped on it and immediately regretted it. His legs stung like hell, and it stopped him in his place for a moment. He looked over to Bakugo and Todoroki, who were both a lot more cautious now, slowing their pace and not attacking as much. That's right, how hadn't he thought of it before now? They were in a minefield, and the ground was filled with objects served to hold them back. If he put them in a ditch and dropped that same ground with mines in it back in, then they would have to show restraint in getting out. Bakugo might try and blast through it, but that would probably backfire and set off the others, same with Todoroki covering it in ice. His mind made up, he immediately touched his hand to the ground and absorbed the ground under Todoroki and Bakugo's feet. It was about 20 feet deep and the same length and width, so it strained Izuku a good bit to do all at once. Neither of them expected it, and having the ground under you taken away was disorientating, so both of them fell into the pit before they could react. Neither of them fell for long though, recovering and making their way back up as soon as they could. Izuku was prepared for this though, and had already dropped the ground he absorbed back on their heads. The part that previously right side up was now facing down towards them, meaning that if they touched the wrong part they risked setting off the mines still in it. Todoroki swung his right arm, preparing to release an ice pillar to push the ground back up, but hesitated midway through. If he set off all of the minefields in that piece, then that might set off the others around it, and that might cause the walls of the pit to cave in. That would put him out of the race, and Bakugo seemed to realize it too, as he didn't immediately explode the chunk of land falling towards them. If he did catch it before it fell, he'd only have a small window to do so, but the other option didn't seem much better anyways. If it hit the ground, it would most likely just set the mines off anyways, so it was a lose-lose situation for the both of them. It wouldn't crush them, as the both of them were in holes a couple feet deeper than the rest of the pit Izuku had made, but it would still set them far behind, if not taking them completely out of the race. Todoroki decided to just stop the ground as it fell, and take the chance of setting off a mine instead of just letting them fall and go off anyways. He flicked his right wrist up, and as he willed it, a spike of ice impaled the ground falling towards them. It wasn't a big spike, and it luckily avoided any mines, and once he had made contact with the dirt, stopping the fall. The huge chunk of earth stopped in its tracks, and Todoroki could hear the slight pops of Bakugo's quirk going off next to him. It seemed he was ready to get out of here too, but Todoroki had acted first. Bakugo made a hole in the dirt as soon as it stopped falling, and was just as quickly flying out of the hole. Todoroki followed, pushing himself up with a pillar of ice. They recovered quickly, sure, but Izuku had already pulled far ahead of the both of them. Bakugo's explosions grew bigger and bigger as the race continued on, but he still wasn't making enough progress on the lead Izuku had. Todoroki, meanwhile, was only getting slower, and he could feel the chill on his right side growing. It would get better with a couple minutes of rest, but he couldn't afford that right now. Everyone else had gotten to the minefield by now, somehow having gotten past the huge glacier Todoroki made back at the canyon. Luckily, no one passed him, being held back by the mines laid about in the course. Izuku was far ahead though, only a couple seconds away from the finish line. He crossed it, heard Present Mike yell out over the intercom, and then collapsed straight onto the floor. He had underestimated how draining making that hole was, and could barely finish the race because of it. He had been pushing it the whole race, but absorbing something that big had really pushed him far. He needed a couple minutes of rest, but after that he should be good to go for the second round. A couple seconds later, Bakugo finished the race as well, coming in second place. Izuku pushed himself up and walked over to him. That was a close one. I hope the next couple of rounds will be as fun as this one. Izuku said, knowing what would most likely happen. He held out his hand for Bakugo to shake, and wasn't surprised when he swatted it away. Don't patronize me. You won. If you want to gloat, just do it. I'll win the whole thing though, just you wait. Bakugo said, walking away from Izuku after he did. So that was it, he thought he was gloating? Izuku didn't try to come off that way, but maybe that was just how Bakugo saw what he was doing. That, or he might just be a bit of a sore loser. Maybe both, actually. The rest of the first event passed by, and eventually Mineta came in at 40th place. Izuku was happy to see him pass, even if it was on the back of Yaoyorozu. No one from 1A had failed, so that was good. The second event may be some trouble though, seeing as Izuku was stuck lugging around 10 million points and a target the size of the stadium on his back. After the points were all announced, everyone seemed to automatically steer clear of him, acting like he had suddenly gotten the plague. Hey Midoriya, you don't have anyone that wants to team up with you, right? I'll be your teammate. Ashido said, walking over towards them, and Izuku had never been so happy to hear something as he was then. If he had Ashido on his team, then he had a good shot of passing the second exam, when before he would have just been stuck with whoever else couldn't make a team. Ashido wasn't the strongest, but she was dependable and a teammate he would be lucky to have. Because of that, he obviously accepted her offer, and started to think of something when another voice caught his attention. Midoriya, I know I owe you one, but you gotta help me out, man. Mineta cried out, walking over to the pair of them. No one else wants me on their team, or they're already too deep into a strategy to change it around now. We're friends, right? Come on, you gotta help me here. I know you don't have any major strategy planned out yet. Izuku glanced over to Ashido, and when she gave a slight nod, he turned his eyes back over to Mineta. Sure, you can be on our team, he said, waving Mineta over. This was really Izuku's lucky day. First Ashido, now Mineta. That meant he had two friends as teammates. 10 million. Let me be on your team. A voice yelled out, and Izuku looked over to it to see a pink-haired girl running over. He barely blinked and she was over where he was, up in his face in a moment. What can you do? Izuku asked. He was happy with his team now, and while he didn't want to be mean, he wouldn't add on dead weight and mess up what he had now. My babies can do anything you can imagine. They're the perfect tools for any hero, and that's why I have to show them off by teaming up with who won the first event," she said, pulling out multiple devices from multiple places in her outfit. There were support tools stuffed in every pocket, and she launched off into an explanation over whatever one she had in her hands. Izuku looked over to both of his teammates, checking it over with them. Neither one voiced any concern, so Izuku interrupted the rambling girl. "Yeah, you can be on our team. What's your name though?" "Mei Hatsum. Good to see that we've came to an agreement." She took his hand, shaking it enthusiastically as she spoke. "All right, I've got it," Ashido shouted, drawing the attention of the other three to her. "We can be the 4 M's. Midoriya, Mina, Mineta, and Mei." After she said that, she struck a pose, throwing her hand up as it was clenched into a fist. A silence fell over the group, everyone just processing what Ashido had said. "Why are me and Midoriya last names but you and Hatsum first names?" Mineta said blankly, eyes boring into Ashido as he did. "So they can all be the same letter." "Come on Mineta, that should be obvious," Ashido replied. "You sure about this Midoriya?" Ashido said, looking around. From her place to his right. "Yeah, but even if I wasn't, we don't have much time to change anything now," Izuku said, checking out the competition. "Anything's fine by me as long as we get to show off my support items. Let's just get this whole thing going," Hatsum said, a grin lighting up on her face. "You good over there, Mineta?" Izuku said, looking down and to his left. Mineta was technically a horse, but he wouldn't be holding Izuku up much at all. He was only there because he had to be, and Izuku didn't plan on being on top of the 3 of them for too long anyways. I guess," he said, shivering while he did so. Izuku shook his head at the display, knowing that Mineta would, most likely, pull his weight in the end. He had done it at the USJ, but he just needed some positive reinforcement to get rolling. "Don't stress it, you've got this, Mineta." And as soon as those words left Izuku's lips, the buzzer to signal the start of the second round sounded off. Izuku shot off into the air, leaving the rest of his group behind. He could stay in the air for a couple minutes if need be, so it would be better to just go off by himself and let his team be support from down on the ground. Besides all that though, even if his quirk for some reason failed him, he had Hatsum's pair of hover boots on his feet that could let him get back to his team. Almost as soon as he was up though, Izuku could see his teammates being forced to dodge attacks that were launched before he had gotten off. Hopefully, that would be all that they had to dodge for now, as there was almost no point in attacking a group with no headband. His team were propelled away from the competition using some gear that Hatsum had provided. It was basically a jetpack, and powerful enough to handle moving all 3 of them. Hopefully the other teams wouldn't attack them now that Izuku wasn't there. Izuku had his own problems to worry about now though, as he could see Bakugo coming straight towards him from the corner of his eye. He turned to face the team coming towards him, and immediately had to get out of the way of a huge blast. It was bigger than any other ones he had let out previously, and that made Izuku think for a second. Bakugo wasn't the type to hold back, especially if it meant he would lose. He had lost the race, but hadn't released anything on this level the whole time. That meant he was getting stronger as everything went on somehow, and it most likely had to do with the way his explosions actually worked. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't know the finer details of his quirk for now, so all he could do was just think of a way to get around that. The smoke from the explosion lingered in the air, and Izuku strained his eyes to see where Bakugo might be. After not even a second of looking, Izuku was forced to duck under a swipe for the headband. After that, Bakugo got pulled back into his group by Siro's tape, and was caught by Kirishima. That was all the people on his team, and it was basically built around making sure Bakugo was the least restricted he could be. Siro and his tape let Bakugo fly around like this, and Kirishima could handle any explosions Bakugo may let out on the ground. If he knew Bakugo, which he did, he would be back up to try and take his headband again in no time at all. Other than that though, no other teams seemed to have a reliable way to get up to where he was now. He was most likely safe as long as he stayed in the air, but he couldn't do that forever. Izuku only had enough air to keep this up for about 7 minutes, not enough to last him the whole round. He couldn't stock up on air while keeping himself floating too, so that wasn't an option. He'd have to land back with his team eventually, and whenever that happened they'd be swarmed by the other teams, especially if it was in the last couple of minutes. If they were already being attacked now, then that just made everything worse. The plan they had now definitely wasn't ideal, but their team had only been fully formed with a couple minutes left, so they had to use the first thing they could come up with. Bakugo could prove to be a big problem if things carried on as they were now. His quirk was great for making grabs at the headband, and if he kept getting this many chances, it was basically inevitable that he would get it eventually. The only thing that really limited Bakugo was the fact that he had to stay in range of Zero's tape. Other than that, he was free to come at Izuku however he liked. Izuku dodged another couple swipe from Bakugo, and moved away from the team on the ground while Bakugo got reeled in by more tape. Luckily for Izuku, a team from 1B moved in on Bakugo's team as soon as he landed, so he would be out of Izuku's hair for a little bit. As soon as he stopped to take a breath though, he saw something coming straight at him from the side. Uraraka, flying straight towards him with her hands held out, reaching right for the headband around his neck. Izuku managed to swerve out of the way at the last second, and as soon as he did, Ajui's tongue, which was hooked around Uraraka's leg, started to pull her back in. Uraraka, Ajui, Shoji and Tokoyami had all teamed up, with Uraraka being the one on top. For her to come at him with that kind of speed, she had to have been launched by something. The only possible explanation was Dark Shadow or Ajui's tongue, but that was being used to get Uraraka back, so it had to be the former. Anyways, it seemed like Izuku wouldn't get any time to rest up in the air like he was now. It looks like his plan of waiting things out in the air wouldn't work. He might be able to dodge Uraraka and Bakugo separately, but if Bakugo finished dealing with whoever he was fighting right now, and the two of them put their differences aside to focus on him, then Izuku was done for. He'd run out of air faster than he expected, and then he'd really be screwed. His team had no way of pulling him back to them, and if he hit the ground everyone would just pile on him immediately. Having considered all of that, Izuku decided it would be best to go back to his team and go from there. A quick look around found his team, and Izuku suddenly understood why they weren't able to help out at all earlier. Todoroki and his team were cornering them, trying to get them in a good position to take Izuku's headband whenever he came back. It was smart, and unfortunately Izuku would have to play right into their hands now. He aimed his hands back and shot off towards his team, trying to land before anyone could notice he was even coming towards them. He slowed down right before impact, and softly landed onto the back of his team. Todoroki's reaction was immediate, and ice was shooting at them before anyone else did anything. Izuku held his hand out and absorbed it, but it seemed that Todoroki had expected that, and he and his team were already coming in fast, thanks to Ida. Mineta used his quirk to litter the ground in front of them with his ball, stopping Todoroki from reaching them immediately. The team ground to a halt a couple feet in front of the ball, already turning to run around them as they did. "Grab onto me. We're doing the backup plan." Izuku got out before Todoroki's team came rushing in again. He reached down for the ground and automatically had to bring his hands back up to absorb some ice coming towards him. He had already pulled that move once on Todoroki, and it seemed like it wouldn't work on him again. Thankfully though, the momentary pause when Todoroki shot off ice gave his team enough time to grab onto him. Izuku pointed his hands to the ground and sent them off, getting away from Todoroki for the moment. Other teams noticed the 10 million on the ground though, and were immediately rushing for them. There were 3 that were pretty close to where Izuku and his team landed, so that meant 3 teams to deal with right away. "What is the backup, Midoriya? I don't remember you ever mentioning something like that." Ashido yelled out as they landed, her eyes darting towards him as she spoke. "I know, I'm trying to think of something now." Izuku yelled back, skiing in as much air as he could in the brief seconds when the teams that were in close were still closing in. "You have to be Jock Dash." Ashido started to reply, but was stopped as the whole team started to slowly sink into the ground. It had to be someone from 1B, and the only way to deal with it would be flying off again. Hatsume's jetpack powered up, but almost as soon as their team got into the air they were coming straight back down. It seemed that the machine could only handle 3 people, and the extra weight of Izuku pushed it over the edge. It was enough to get them out of the fray though, and now only a minute remained on the clock. Most of the other teams had given up on them now, deciding to just get their points however possible as the event drew to a close. Because of that sudden shift in objective, it was a battlefield where they had just escaped from, quirks going off left and right in a mad attempt to get enough points to pass. Think we can just stay here for the rest of the event? Izuku asked lamely, watching the chaos unfold in front of them. That would be ideal, but not very likely at all. I wish. Mineta replied, his head whipping around to check their surroundings. To no one's surprise, a moment later Team Todoroki was gunning for them, 2 more headbands wrapped around their leader's neck. They clearly had enough to pass, so at this point it was just a matter of pride. Ida's engines let them charge in again, and Izuku just released some of the ice Todoroki had unleashed earlier to block their path. It didn't do much to slow them down, Ida just kicked straight through it, but it was good enough to buy them a crucial second or two. If it wasn't for that second that was saved, Izuku's headband would have been taken before he could even realize what happened. Ida's exhaust turned blue and he and the rest of his team along with him vanished. Luckily though, in that single second that it had taken to get through the ice, Ashido had laid down some acid on the floor. Ida reappeared, falling straight onto his face right in front of them. Izuku looked on in stunned silence as Ida struggled onto his feet. When he was actually starting to get back up though, Izuku hastily laid down more of Todoroki's ice as a barricade. While all of that was happening, Bakugo and his team came storming in, their leader yelling bloody murder as they charged into battle. Ida kicked through the ice Izuku had laid down in that moment too, and both of the teams were heading straight for Izuku's headband. That was all stopped by the buzzer though, and everything ground to a stop. I guess this means we won, Ashido said, looking around the field. Todoroki now had wisps of steam coming off of his left side, and he seemed to be contemplating the event as a whole. It's thanks to you, Ashido. I owe you one. Izuku replied, hopping off his team's backs as he did so. Ashido had really saved him there. If Ida got the headband then they would be out of points with only a couple seconds left. It wouldn't have been an impossible situation, but just about as close to one as they would have been able to get. It wasn't all me. If you didn't get the heat off of our backs at the start we might have lost right there, she said as Mineta collapsed onto the ground next to her. Lucky that Ida slipped on that acid, I kinda thought he would just go straight past it. That was a good demonstration for my babies. Thanks 10 million. Good luck in the 3rd round. Hatsum practically yelled in Izuku's ear, and then ran off, somehow carrying all of her equipment as she did so. Wait, didn't he have those hover boots on though? Izuku looked down to take them off, but they were gone along with their creator. She's a strange girl, Ashido stated plainly, watching the dust Hatsum had kicked up dissipate. She was pretty hot though, Mineta said, to the surprise of no one. Come on Mineta, you gotta get a grip on these sort of things. That's what you were worried about? Izuku had faith in Mineta, but it was times like these when it was tested the most. After the end of the 2nd round the students were guided to take a break before the start of the 3rd event, which would be a 1v1 tournament. This type of event was more what Izuku was expecting from the sports festival in general, and was the selling point of the whole thing. Team Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Shinso had made it, which left 2 more spots to be filled for the tournament, because Team Bakugo and Shinso both only had 3 members. Team Uraraka was in 5th, so out of that Uraraka and Tokoyami were picked to go into the tournament. So, who do you think is gonna win the whole thing? Kaminari asked, nudging Kirishima in the side. Izuku looked over at the 2 of them, who were eating some food supplied by the cafeteria. Who would I say other than me? That's a dumb question, he responded, and Izuku found himself agreeing. That was the only right answer to the question. Even if you didn't have that much faith in yourself, you couldn't just advertise that out in the open. I don't know, I think Bakugo might win, you know? Kaminari continued, looking out at the crowd of people in the stands. His quirk's practically made for 1v1 fights, right? And yours or mine isn't. You gotta have some more faith in yourself, you can win this thing too. Kirishima punched Kaminari in the shoulder, his voice growing louder as his sentence carried on, until he might as well have just yelled at the end of it. Okay, I get your point. Here's a compromise. Other than you, who do you think will win? Bakugo. Come on, that's the exact same thing I said. Kaminari yelled out. Forget it. What about you, Midoriya? Other than you, who do you think could win? Most likely Todoroki or Bakugo. Anyone has a good chance though, it all depends. I also don't really know anything about the three that were on Team Shinso, they could be really strong. Izuku said. Yeah, guess you're right. They just made the bracket. Kaminari called out, pointing towards the big screen, and there lied the bracket for the first match. In the first half Kaminari had to go against Shinso, Kirishima was against Tetsutetsu, Mineta had to go against Todoroki, Ashido was against Uraraka. After that it was Yaoyorozu and Shiro, Tokoyami and Hatsum, Ida and Shiozaki, and then finally, because that was just his luck, Izuku was up against Bakugo in the first round. A quick look over showed Bakugo's devilish grin and Izuku let out a sigh. This was going to be a pain in his butt, wasn't it? The first match of the third round was Kaminari versus Shinso. The both of them walked forward to the arena in the middle and the rules got explained. You win by making your opponent be unable to fight anymore, give up, or knocking them out of the ring. They were simple, but that was probably for the best. The sports festival was an extremely televised event. Complicated rules would only make it harder for the average person to watch. The match started and Shinso said something to Kaminari, a friendly expression on his face. Kaminari responded in kind and a second later he was walking straight out of the ring. His face looked devoid of any thought, just moving one foot in front of the other. He took the last step outside of the ring and lost, and as soon as it had appeared, his trance was gone. A surge of boos came from the crowd, who had just witnessed an absolutely unspectacular first match. Well, I'm not sure what exactly just happened there folks, but the winner is Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike announced, and said winner walked back through the tunnel as soon as the match ended. Whatever had just happened was definitely due to his quirk, whatever it was. Kaminari wasn't able to get any details on it before the match, given that both members of Shinso's team for the second event were from 1B. Hopefully having it used on him would give Kaminari a little insight onto what his quirk was, but that was wishful thinking. They had only interacted for a couple seconds and then Kaminari was already under his control. He could be a problem, but not one Izuku had to worry about now. If he did face Shinso, that would be in the finals, so no reason to stress over his quirk now. Well, confusing quirks aside, next match was Kirishima versus Tetsutetsu. It should be fun to watch. Izuku was wrong, completely wrong. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu had almost the same power, almost the same fighting style, and were just punching one another as hard as they could until someone dropped. It had already been going on for a couple minutes, but Izuku just wanted it to be over with already. Ashido, who was sat to his right, didn't think the same. Every hit came with a cheer from her, and she seemed to be fully invested in the fight below them. Mineta seemed to be the exact opposite, completely quiet and just tuning the world around him out. The fight carried on and on and on until eventually Kirishima and Tetsutetsu both hit each other with a right hook at the same time. The two of them froze and then collapsed both at the same time. After a couple seconds of deafening silence, Midnight called out the results of the match. As both fighters cannot continue, it is a draw. A tiebreaker will be performed after the end of the first round of fights is over, when both fighters are back up on their feet. Well, Izuku could pray that the next match would be a nail-biter. The next match was Todoroki versus Mineta. It was not fun to watch at all. In fact, Izuku couldn't bring himself to watch it. He considered Mineta a friend, and he just couldn't watch a one-sided massacre like that unfold in front of him. Sure enough, a second after the match had started, Mineta was frozen solid and had lost the fight. After it was over, Todoroki helped the purple boy out using his left side, steam rising from it as it heated up the ice on the field. Izuku took note of that. It was the same as earlier in the second round. He knew Todoroki's father was Endeavor, but the boy had never shown off any fire powers. The most he had shown was that steam from earlier, and now, nothing close to his father's hellfire. It was confusing to think about, but in the same group as Shinso, as it was nothing to worry over now. If Todoroki wanted to hold himself back and give him an easier win, then Izuku wouldn't complain. The fourth match of the tournament was Ashido versus Uraraka. And speaking of that match, it would probably be the most exciting so far. He turned to his right and looked at Ishido, who was about to leave to go get ready for the fight. "Good luck," was all he said, and Ishido didn't even respond in words. All she did was a brief nod as she walked past him and over to the stairs. She was focused, extremely so, more than he had ever seen her be in the past. It was a bit unnerving to see her of all people that serious, but he had to admire her dedication. How she was acting just proved how much this all meant to her. A couple minutes later she stepped onto the field, Uraraka doing the same across from her. Midnight started the match and Ishido was already flinging acid at Uraraka. Uraraka scrambled out of the way and started running towards Ishido, her plan to win already fully formed. The only way she could beat Ishido would be to make her weightless and then throw her out of bounds, so that would have to be exactly what she did. It wasn't like Ishido would just let her though, and if any of that acid hit her it would most likely sting like hell. More acid flew her way, and she had to dive out of the way again. If she could just close the distance, she should have the advantage. Ishido might try to secrete acid where Uraraka grabs her, but at that point she'd just have to deal with the pain for a little bit. If she performed well in this final round, then she'd get better offers for her internship and therefore learn more during it. She had to do well, because even aside from that, Azui and Shoji had given up their spots in the tournament so she could compete. She couldn't let that go to waste. Ishido, meanwhile, was trying to think of a more concrete strategy than just flinging acid. Sure, she had a big advantage over Uraraka, whose quirk required her to get in close, but if she wasn't careful she could get tossed out of the ring easily. That was why she was keeping her distance, trying to think of a way to eliminate the other girl before she could do the same to her. The only idea that she could muster up was to try and knock her out with a well-placed punch, but that wasn't much of a strategy. Throwing her out wasn't an option as frankly, she didn't have the arm strength or technique to do so, so it was either that or making Uraraka give up, which she had basically no chance of doing. She might be able to do it by threatening her with acid, but that was more violent than she'd like to be, especially to a classmate. Her acid wasn't supremely useful here, as she had to keep it toned down to a point where it couldn't seriously hurt Uraraka. So she could only really use it to get around and to keep Uraraka at bay for the moment. Other than her acid, she didn't have much at her disposal. So she was stuck with the original idea, knock Uraraka out with a good punch. That would require her getting in close and in range of Uraraka's quirk, but it was the only option available. Ishido let more acid build up in her hand and went to throw it at Uraraka like she had been, but as she did Uraraka made her move. Touching herself to become weightless, she leapt straight at Ishido, closing the distance between the two of them in an instant. Ishido wasn't prepared for the sudden increase in speed, and was barely able to react before Uraraka was already within arm's distance of her. This was bad, she had to dodge this, or else Uraraka would basically win the match right then and there. She dove out of the way of the floating Uraraka, landing hard on the ground as she was barely missed. Uraraka simply deactivated her quirk, ignoring the sudden rush of nausea from being under the effect of it, and tagged Ishido, who was down on the ground. All 5 fingers made contact and her quirk activated, Ishido losing all weight in an instant. Uraraka went in to grab the girl and then throw her, but Ishido moved out of the way in time to avoid that, even though her movement was hindered by being under the effects of zero gravity. In her haste to get out of the way of Uraraka, Ishido ended up floating into the air a bit. The problem was solved by making some handholds in the ground with her acid, but it put her in a bad place. She was able to pull herself back onto the ground, but Uraraka was already running straight at her. She wrapped her arms around Ishido's midsection and went to throw the girl straight out of the ring. Ishido, though, without even thinking about it, grabbed Uraraka's arm as she tried to throw her out. She used the momentum from getting thrown to slam Uraraka head first into the ground. Ishido dropped to the ground, the quirk losing its effect on her. She went in to keep attacking Uraraka now that her quirk deactivated, but the girl collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Ishido blinked, and seemed to snap out of whatever trance she was in for a second there. "Mina Ishido is the winner," Midnight yelled, waving a whip as she did so. She heard the crowd roar, fading back in from the back of her mind. Some robots came out to bring Uraraka to Recovery Girl's office, and all Mina could do was just walk back to the stands. Her hands shook from the adrenaline of the fight, but it was all over now. Mina visited Uraraka in the nurse's office before going back to the stands, checking in on the girl she had knocked out a couple minutes prior. Uraraka was still out, and the faint beeping of medical equipment was the only noise in the room. "She'll be fine, honey, don't worry about it," Recovery Girl said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Why don't you go watch the other matches with your friends? I'm sure they're waiting for you." Ashido opened the door to where everyone was a minute later, and immediately felt something crash into her. She was pushed back a couple steps, coming to a stop as invisible arms wrapped around her. "Mina, you were amazing out there. I can't believe that move you pulled at the end. Where did you even learn that?" Hagakure asked with the enthusiasm of a kid that just ate a couple pounds of sugar, carrying on with her questions before Ashido could even process what she had said. "Is it some sort of martial arts that you know and didn't tell me about?" "No, nothing like that. To be honest, it just kind of happened. I didn't even think about it until it was already done," Mina answered, returning the hug that she was wrapped up in. "That's even cooler though. Well, you missed a couple matches. Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami both won, but Iida's is up now, so you can at least watch that." Hagakure took a step back from Ashido and turned around, grabbing Mina's hand as she did so. She dragged the girl along to where the students were seated, talking as she did so. "Midoriya's getting ready for his fight against Bakugo, and Kirishima is over with 1B talking to Tetsutetsu, so they're not here right now," she explained, and Ashido sat down just in time for Iida's match to start. It wasn't that long, just Iida dodging a couple vines and pushing the Shiozaki out in an instant with his Recipro burst. That meant Midoriya was up next, and he might have the hardest matchup out of anyone. Bakugo was strong, his quirk was excellent for combat situations, and he's naturally gifted at it as well. The same could be said for Midoriya, but it didn't stop Ashido from worrying about how this match might go. Midoriya could handle himself though, that she was sure of. Izuku was sitting in the prep room, thinking over the fight he was about to have to participate in. Bakugo isn't someone he'd like to face this early, but there's no point in complaining about it now. Bakugo's the type to attack from start to finish, so ideally Izuku would like to just wait for an opening in his attacks and take him out when that presented itself. He couldn't do that now though. Bakugo somehow got stronger as the events in the sports festival went on, and Izuku wouldn't want to run the risk of that happening as they fought. He had to take him out quickly, but that was easier said than done. If he could. A buzzer sounded out in the room, cutting off any thoughts or strategies he may have formed in the moment. So now he was going to have to go into it with no strategy already thought of, not being able to think of a way to for sure eliminate Bakugo quickly. He was fighting in front of a crowd too, which he had never been a fan of. Whenever that happened, it meant it was time for every tiny flaw or mistake he made to be looked at under a magnifying glass. This was more or less the same, but it being actual pros doing the critiquing instead of people at the HPSC. He walked out to the field, listening to present Mike announce his and Bakugo's presence as they walked up to their starting positions. Bakugo looked extremely concentrated as he stood across from him, but there was still a slight grin on his face. Izuku never did understand why someone would find enjoyment in a fight. It hadn't even started yet and he was ready for it to end. He just wasn't like Bakugo or Mirko when it came to something like that. "Fighters ready? Start." The words had barely escaped Midnight's lips by the time Bakugo was heading straight towards Izuku, kicking up dust in his wake. His right hand came flying at Izuku, but he managed to duck under the first explosion. What he wasn't ready for the second one that came immediately after. Bakugo's palm slammed into Izuku's back as he flipped over him, and before Izuku could even register the contact he was thrown straight onto his stomach by the blast. Bakugo wasn't done yet though, and Izuku had to release air to get some distance and a second to breath from the assault. He couldn't think for a second though, with Bakugo coming straight at him again, his right hand barely missing Izuku again. Having to dodge attack after attack didn't let him get any hits of his own in, but it did let him notice something. Bakugo would basically throw his whole body into every swing, flailing his body in the direction of whatever he wanted to hit before he would be put back to normal by the recoil from his quirk. It worked out well enough for him, but if there suddenly wasn't any recoil to put him back into place, then there might be an opening for Izuku to exploit. So the next time Bakugo threw a punch at Izuku, he moved his own hand in the path of the attack. To his surprise though, there was no explosion for him to absorb. Instead he was kicked in the ribs a second later, and another punch was coming straight for his head after that. Izuku slipped to the right of it and went to get a hit of his own in, but Bakugo was back before he could land it. Bakugo's reactions were just too fast. Unless he predicted one of his attacks, it would be impossible for him to absorb it. He was losing this fight pretty badly at that too. Bakugo seemed to be ready for everything he could do in an instant, and wasn't giving him any time to do anything else. Unless he thought of something fast, he was screwed. Before he could think of anything though, Bakugo was already right up in his face, right hand coming straight for his head. He had done that every time he closed the distance, leading off with a punch from his right hand. If Izuku could get him to have to close in again, then he could punish that predictable behavior. He was thinking for too long though, and that right hand of Bakugo's crashed directly into his face. No explosion this time, probably because he had tried to absorb the last one. It stung. Bakugo hit like a truck, quirk or not. He could use this though, so Izuku pointed his right hand straight at Bakugo and flew backwards with a gust of air. Bakugo was closing in before he had even landed, but that was fine. Izuku held out his left hand, his right hand gripping it around the wrist, and Bakugo immediately stopped his momentum with his quirk. Nothing came out of his left hand, and he let go of it as his hands moved in front of him. That fake had bought him enough time to get set. The opening he had been waiting for was about to be hand-delivered to him. Just like he had done previously, Bakugo was throwing a right hook at Izuku's head as soon as he blinked, but this time Izuku had planned for that to happen. He put his hand in the path of Bakugo's punch, and he absorbed the explosion that followed the hit. Just as Izuku thought it would happen, Bakugo's unstopped momentum carried him forward, and Izuku's shoe crashed straight into his jaw. That should be the match. Izuku kicked him pretty hard, and straight into the chin like that should mean that Bakugo would be knocked out on the spot. It was closer than he would have liked, but Izuku still managed to get away with the win. He let out a sigh of relief. That could have been bad if he didn't take Bakugo out then. Bakugo stumbled for a second, seemingly about to pass out from the kick Izuku had dealt him. But then, out of seemingly nowhere, he slammed his fist into Izuku's ribs, a massive explosion accompanying the hit. Izuku got launched a couple feet away, and it took him a second to recover from the blow he took. That should have knocked Bakugo out, but instead he just hit Izuku back even harder. His ears were ringing from the blast, but he had no time to be laying around like this. Izuku got back up onto his feet to see Bakugo with a chunk of the floor in one of his hands. It must have broken off because of one of the explosions from earlier, but what was the point of holding it now? The crowd was very loud now, and it dug into Izuku's concentration a bit. Bakugo was charging in once again, the chunk of cement still in his hand. Instead of the usual right hook, his left hand was pointed right at Izuku. He was a couple feet farther back than he would usually be, and that rock was still clenched in that same left hand. Izuku held his hand out in front of him as the explosion in Bakugo's palm went off, getting ready to absorb the rock that would be flying at him now. But instead of one rock flying at him, it was broken up into a bunch of small parts, dust and dirt coming with it as well. Some flew straight into his eyes, and Izuku bit back a cry of pain. Of course an explosion would break it up into small pieces, but Izuku didn't even consider it. He wasn't thinking straight, and now his eyes wouldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Deep breath and calmed himself, thinking the situation over. His eyes would take a second to be able to open again, but that was fine. Bakugo wasn't exactly quiet, so Izuku just had to listen up and stay back until he could see again. Izuku strained his ears and listened as much as he could, only for an explosive punch to hit him in the ribs before he could hear it. The crowd was just so damn loud, Izuku couldn't hear a single thing Bakugo was doing. If he wasn't careful he would step out without noticing it, so he couldn't really afford to move around while blinded like this. His only option was to keep trying to listen, so he focused as hard as he could on his sense of hearing. It was no use though, the hit from earlier only had the crowd going even crazier. He had no chance of hearing Bakugo with this type of noise. Just a couple more seconds and he could open his eyes. All he had to do was last that long. Bakugo would definitely try to launch him out of bounds with this next attack, So he'd just have to take it and stop his momentum with air from his hands. After that he should be able to open his eyes and start fighting normally again. A second passed, then two, and Izuku started to get confused. Bakugo had never taken this long to attack him before, so what was the holdup now that he was a sitting duck? That was when he heard it, even through the cheers of the crowd. That crackling was unmistakable. It was Bakugo's quirk, but for it to be that loud it had to be something fiercer than anything Bakugo had done previously. Howitzer impact was all he heard before it happened. Two hands moved directly into his chest and the explosion went off. Izuku was forced backwards, the ground barely slowing his momentum as he skid across it. This was bad. He was most likely only a couple feet from being out of bounds, and that attack absolutely launched him. He rolled around and around on the ground, not knowing which way he was facing for a single moment. His thoughts crowded every corner of his mind, but he had to just ignore them for a moment. He waited until the moment felt right, and released an enormous burst of air from his hands. He could hear the wind in front of him as he did it, even through the crowd's cheers. His hands shook and his wrists ached, but he came to a stop immediately. He managed to force his eyes open, and his eyes immediately darted downwards. He still had a couple feet before he was out, so the fight was still on. Where Bakugo's attack had hit him had hurt badly, but it wasn't as bad as the punch from Nomu. He pushed himself up immediately, letting out a cough as he did. He locked eyes with Bakugo, and saw the crazed look in the boy's eyes. He stared at Izuku, still grinning as he did. He was still finding enjoyment in this somehow. Maybe it was the fact that he was winning, but he was smiling even before the match, so that didn't add up. Whatever it was though, Bakugo seemed to be having the time of his life with the fight so far. Izuku was letting his mind wander for too long though, and Bakugo was already closing in on him. He wasn't giving Izuku any time to think, and that strategy had worked out perfectly so far. Izuku ducked under a hook from Bakugo, and when he blasted himself backwards to avoid a hit from him, Izuku didn't try to regain his bearings. Bakugo had been interrupting his own time to think for the whole match. That wasn't going to change anytime soon. So why would he keep letting the same thing keep happening over and over? Izuku went straight at Bakugo when he went back, throwing a kick at his head when Bakugo's feet first touched the ground. Bakugo ducked under it, hands sparking as it reached out for the leg Izuku had just thrown. He grabbed the leg, pulling Izuku towards him with it, and let his other hand wind back for a huge hit. Izuku felt his own weight get pulled in by the explosive boy he was fighting, felt his lips twitch upwards for a moment. It shocked him as it happened, but a faint joy rose up in his chest for some reason. If this was how Bakugo felt all the time while fighting, then Izuku understood that grin he always wore. Even as he got pulled in, he managed to absorb the blast from Bakugo's palm. The both of them tumbled to the ground as Izuku scrambled to get his leg out of Bakugo's grip. Izuku got up first, stomping his foot towards Bakugo's head as soon as he was on his own feet. Bakugo rolled out of the way, springing onto his own feet and reaching a hand out to blast Izuku with at the same time. It was then when Izuku saw the first opening he could capitalize on this whole match. It wasn't one he had to force to happen, just there naturally for him to use. Bakugo had no guard up right now. Of course, the hand that acted as a live bomb would normally prevent him from doing anything about that, but a thought in Izuku's head shouted at him in the moment he saw it. Let it hit you. So he ignored the explosion that was about to go off in his face, instead grabbing Bakugo's head with his right hand, powering through the blast from Bakugo's palm. As the explosion went off, Izuku could feel the skin on his head splitting. He could feel the blood drip down into his eyes and onto his teeth, but it was more than worth it. His heart thundered along with the viewers in the stands, and the only way Izuku could describe how he felt was alive. The hand that cradled Bakugo's face released the explosion Bakugo tried to use against him only a couple seconds earlier. His mouth stretched out into a grin as the sound of it made it hard to hear anything other than the ringing of his own ears. Dust kicked up, and the cloud blocked Izuku's vision, but he knew that was a good hit on Bakugo. As the dust was still clearing out, Izuku started to lay into Bakugo, battering him with hit after hit, not giving him a moment to breathe. It was the same thing Bakugo had been doing earlier, only now it was going against him. Every single punch sparked joy inside. Izuku, fueling the fire that had suddenly ignited in his chest during the battle. It got to the point where Bakugo couldn't even try to get a hit back on him, Izuku's attacks leaving no space for anything else in between them. Izuku could feel his whole body ache, his head was killing him, and he was sure that wound on his head was still leaking blood, but he couldn't let up for a second. Bakugo deserved that much respect. Izuku wouldn't be able to afford letting up for a second against him. That was why even when his own knuckles started to sting with every punch, he didn't stop. He knew that if he didn't carry on, then Bakugo and him would switch places in an instant. He would be the one that was on the ropes. That was just how good Bakugo was. Even with all that, Izuku stopped for barely a second, hesitating when Bakugo's hand twitched briefly, but he immediately went back to throwing his punch. Of course, that was all Bakugo needed to start fighting back. An explosion heated up the side of Izuku's face, missing him by an inch or two as he moved his head to the side. He ducked under another, and a kick sent Bakugo stumbling back another couple of feet. Bakugo didn't pause for a moment, shooting off at him with explosions trailing him. He didn't seem to be affected by what Izuku did to him in the slightest. Izuku prepared to use another explosion of Bakugo's against him, swinging his arm in an imitation of the way Bakugo would do it, but stopped midway through. Bakugo is out of bounds. Midoriya wins, was all he heard before a deafening silence encased the whole arena. That was it, that was how it ended? Izuku was just starting to enjoy himself, and it ends like that? Even the crowd seemed to be shocked by how it ended, if their silence was anything to go off of. The match had been over for a couple of seconds though, shouldn't they be cheering by now? Izuku didn't care about being liked by the viewers, but it was all confusing to him. Every match before this had cheers echo throughout the arena after its conclusion. Was his and Bakugo's just boring? That was when Izuku snapped out of the rush of the fight, felt the blood drying on his teeth, and felt the grin that he had melt off of his face. That probably didn't look too good to the average viewer. Bakugo was set off. Well, at least he feels like he should be. He felt sluggish after having Recovery Girl heal up his wounds, but that didn't even matter to him right now. He lost to Midoriya of all people. Normally losing at anything would make him mad, no matter how little it mattered. But now, after losing at the most important event in his first year, none of that usual anger roared within him. He just felt disappointed in himself, and a little shocked too. This counts as the second time Midoriya has beaten him. The first was the entrance exam, and now he beat him head-to-head in a fight. This had never happened before. Bakugo was always the winner, and even if he did lose, it would be a one-time occasion. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his phone. He stopped in the hallway he was in to look at it, and immediately turned it off and shoved it in his pocket when he did see who it was. His mom again. She had to have called him at least 5 times since the first round ended. If he did pick up, she'd just tell him he got too cocky and tell him to do better next time. That was what always happened when he lost. He didn't want to listen to it again. He knows it was her way of encouraging him, but now just wasn't the time for that. He'd save it for when he got home, when he would hopefully be in a better mood, or at least one he understood more. His feet started to carry him to the viewing section as he lost himself in his thoughts again. Be sure to be more careful in the upcoming rounds, young man. You won't be able to afford healing wounds like this after every fight if you want to win this whole thing. Recovery Girl reminded him again, and Izuku nodded along with her. He was banged up pretty bad after fighting Bakugo, so having Recovery Girl heal him did make it feel like he needed a nap soon. He just walked to where the rest of the students would be, not paying as much attention to his surroundings as he should. He had to stop at his prep room to pick up his phone, but other than that there was nothing to do but watch the rest of the matches until it was time for his next one. Speaking of his next match, the viewers might think he's insane now. The blood from Bakugo's earlier hit combined with the grin he didn't realize he had made for a pretty scary image. He only figured out how bad it was when he tried to recreate how he would have looked in the bathroom in his own prep room after the match. He didn't look like a hero, that was for sure. Izuku was thinking ahead to the next round now while he walked to the viewing area. Ida would be next, and that wouldn't be easy by any means. Ida was fast, and he could hit like a truck with those kicks he threw. He kept walking as he thought about how to counter that speed Ida had, bumping into someone as he did so. Watch where the hell you're going. Bakugo practically growled at him. Izuku had hoped that he wouldn't see him until after he had cooled down, but Bakugo did not seem cooled down in the slightest now, and Izuku had literally ran right into him. He opened his mouth to respond to Bakugo, ready to apologize, but decided not to at the last second. "Thank you, Bakugo. That fight was fun," Izuku said, and Bakugo's eyes widened a little when he did. A moment passed of Bakugo just staring at him, and Izuku thought he said something to set the boy off more than usual. Preparing himself for the usual insult Bakugo would say, he was surprised when Bakugo let out a breath instead. "It was all he said before walking him off, leaving a shocked Izuku behind. Was that really Bakugo just then? He actually acted kind of nice, even if it was only for a second. He shook his head as he cleared his mind. He could think about what was up with Bakugo's personality later. Right now he had to watch the upcoming matches and think of a way to beat Ida. "Midoriya. Good job out there," Ashido said as she saw Midoriya walk over to the seats where the 1A students were. Hagakure and Mineta chimed in with greeting of their own as Izuku walked over to them. "Thanks you guys. You were good out there too, Ashido, and it's a shame you got the matchup you did, Mineta," Izuku said, sitting down in a seat to watch the next match that was coming up. Shinso versus Kirishima. He didn't know who he had winning it, because he still had no idea what was up with Shinso's quirk. "I hope Kirishima can win, but that Shinso guy is hard to put a handle on. He beat Kaminari without really even trying, so I don't know exactly how good he is in a fight." Ashido's words were followed by Midnight announcing the start of the match, and Shinso, just like last time, started off by saying something. Kirishima didn't reply like Izuku thought he would, instead just activating his quirk. That seemed to set Shinso off though, and he started to talk even more. "You got any idea of what he's saying?" Hagakure said, leaning over her seat to ask the question. "None here, and I don't know why, but it looks like it's affecting Kirishima," Ashido said, pointing out the expression on Kirishima's face. He looked mad, which didn't really fit the face of a guy like him. He hit Shinso hard in the jaw, sending his competitor to the floor. This didn't stop Shinso though, as words kept spilling from his lips. A second later, and something he said was the last straw for Kirishima, as he opened his mouth and yelled at Shinso. A grin lit up on Shinso's face when he did that, and a couple seconds later Kirishima was walking directly out of bounds. That made a second time that had happened, and both times had been pretty similar. Shinso would say something, his opponent would reply, and then they would just walk out of bounds. The crowd got into an uproar once again at the outcome of Shinso's match, but he just walked back into the stadium calmly. "Guess that means I'm up next." Ashido didn't sound very excited at the prospect of fighting Todoroki, and Izuku didn't blame her. He had just beat Mineta in a single move, and that wouldn't inspire confidence in your ability to beat him. "I'll be waiting for you in the finals, Ashido. Don't disappoint me," Izuku said, and he received a smile in return. "Of course." Ashido stepped out into the middle of the stadium and felt more nervous than she had ever felt before. She won her first fight, sure, but who knows if that was enough to prove she was a good person to be picked for an internship. Now she was up against Todoroki, who she had no idea of a way to beat. She might be able to get through some of his attacks with her acid, but that couldn't work forever. "Are the fighters ready?" interrupted Ashido's thoughts, and she just decided to go with whatever happened in the moment. She wasn't the best at making plans, so no reason to distract herself with them. "Begin." Midnight's yell was accompanied with a glacier that came from Todoroki's right side. Mina saw it and immediately knew she wouldn't be able to get out of the way in time. Acid pooled in her hands as fast as it could as the ice engulfed her, and she just prayed that the acid could get her out of this. It did, and a few seconds later she was able to get out of the massive piece of ice. Todoroki saw this and only sent more ice at her. Ashido was already moving out of the way, barely dodging the ice that was heading towards her. Ashido stayed on Todoroki's left side, but that still didn't stop him from sending attack after attack at her. This cat and mouse of Ashido dodging Todoroki's ice and trying to stay on his left side continued for a while. She wasn't even sure how long, until Ashido noticed something. Todoroki was getting slower. It was only slightly, but the time it took his ice to reach her, and the time between attacks was getting longer. As soon as she dodged his next attack, she shot off, skating towards him while he was about to send another wave of ice at her. This would be her chance. All she had to do was get in a good hit. She didn't think of anything else, focusing solely on getting in close as fast as possible. Then she blinked and it was all over. Todoroki's ice, coming faster than it had been previously, crashed straight into her jaw. The force of it colliding with her jaw sent her backwards, knocking Ishido off of her feet, and the world around her started to blur. It had all happened in an instant, and as she slipped into unconsciousness, all she could do was wonder how it had happened. Todoroki had been seemingly getting slower, but that last attack was faster than any of the ones before. It just didn't make any sense, and it frustrated her to no end. She had given it her all, and yet she still came up short. Ishido fell to the ground, knocked out before she even made contact with it. Todoroki let out a sigh of relief, and gave himself a moment to breathe. She was harder than he expected, and he was lucky that his bluff of making his attacks slower worked. If she hadn't fallen for it, he didn't know if he would have been able to beat her. The acid that she used could melt through his ice, and her reflexes were fast enough to dodge anything he sent at her from a distance. The only reason that last attack had hit was because she didn't see it coming. Would there be more people like that later on? Not even in the tournament, but villains he faced later on as well? People that seemed to perfectly counter his ice? The cheers from the stands were just white noise to him as he thought about it. Still thinking, he made his way back through the tunnels. His right side, as strong as it was, still wasn't unbeatable. If he wanted to be the best he could be, maybe he would be forced. And the flame hero, Endeavor, is also in attendance, cheering on his son Shoto Todoroki, who just won his last fight. Present mix words echoed throughout the tunnel, and Todoroki snapped out of his thoughts. He hadn't even thought of his dad. For some reason, he had just forgotten about him completely in the moment. Regardless of that though, he was thinking nonsense. His ice was more than enough. Mina's eyelids fluttered open, the faint beeps of medical equipment being the only sound she could hear. She sat up in the bed she was in and coughed, looking around the room. Recovery Girl was there in an instant, giving her a glass of water and helping her drink it as soon as it was in her hands. She gulped the water down as quick as possible and turned to the woman beside her. "How long was I out?" 45 minutes, the tournament's almost over now. The finals start in a couple minutes. Ishido started getting out of bed as soon as those words left Recovery Girl's lips, but she stopped Mina immediately, putting her cane directly in front of her as she let out a sigh. "I'm not finished yet. I know you're eager to go out and watch the festival, but you took a hard hit earlier. I healed you with my quirk, but it'd still be best to check you for any signs of a concussion. I'm assuming no headaches or nausea given how you're acting." She paused after saying that, and when Mina nodded along she continued. "You were hit in the jaw by the ice, but did your head hit the ground at all when you fell?" "I don't know. To be honest, I was out of it before I even hit the ground," Mina said, suddenly being reminded of how quickly she had gotten knocked out of the tournament. Recovery Girl felt around the back of her head and then stepped back. "I won't stop you, just take it easy." Mina nodded and was out of the room a few seconds later. She felt her eyes water a little and squeezed them tight. No matter how happy she was as a person, something still got to her and shook her up a little. This loss seemed to be one of them. She exceeded her own expectations, but she still felt as if she was falling way short of where she should be. She had given her all fighting Todoroki, but he had still beaten her with a single attack. It hurt, knowing that every single ounce of what she could give still wasn't enough sometimes. She wasn't nearly as mopey when she made it to the viewing area. She just pushed those sad thoughts to the back of her mind and prepared to have some fun watching the finals. Speaking of those, who was in the finals? She never asked Recovery Girl, so she'd just have to ask Hagakure or someone else in 1A. She made her way to her seat, noticing the empty spot where Midoriya was. "Mina, you missed it, Midoriya's in the finals now." Hagakure, as excited and bubbly as she always was, said when she saw her approaching. "Todoroki too, it starts in a couple of minutes." There was silence for a second, and then Hagakure started talking again, having forgotten something else she wanted to say. Job in your matches, by the way." I tried to be in the room when you woke up, but Recovery Girl kicked me out as soon as I got there to wait. Hagakure pouted after saying that, her clothes bending to show her over-exaggerating the movement of crossing her arms. The mention of her fight with Todoroki brought it to the front of her mind again, but it was easy enough to ignore with the other stuff she had just learned. Midoriya seriously made it? That's great. Anyways, did I miss anything good while I was out other than that? Present Mike started to introduce the competitors for the final round as they walked out. Hagakure answered her question though, and the loud voice of the hero faded into the background as Mina listened to what Hagakure had to say. Not really. Todoroki's matches were all pretty one-sided. Midoriya beat Ida by using his quirk to blind him, and he knocked Tokoyami out after a couple minutes of fighting. He didn't exactly hold back in his matches though, and some people in the crowd. Hagakure trailed off, trying to think of a way to put what she wanted to say into words. Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Present Mike yelled out, and the boos and insults from some of the crowd was all Hagakure needed to say what she wanted to say. They don't like him? But why? He's just trying to win like everyone else. Mina said, frustrated that her friend was being hated for giving his all. It was worse earlier, especially after he beat Ida. People were saying he fought dirty and should be disqualified, but Mr. Aizawa defended him, and now there are way less boos. Hagakure tried to show the light side of the situation, but Mina wasn't satisfied for a second. So what if there are way less boos? There shouldn't be any in the first place. If they can't see that dash. And your other contestant, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mic's booming voice cut Mina off as it echoed throughout the whole stadium. Never mind. I just hope he wins this thing. She finished, turning back to face the field. Midnight started the match and Todoroki automatically sent a huge wave of ice at Izuku. It was gone as soon as it made contact with his outstretched hand, but that didn't deter Todoroki in the slightest. Without pausing after the first attack, he touched his right hand to the ground and spread ice all over it. Izuku simply absorbed the ice again, but Todoroki wasn't done yet, sending attack after attack relentlessly. Walls of ice, spikes, pillars, glaciers, anything he could send at Midoriya was sent at him. It didn't change anything though. Midoriya didn't even leave the spot where he started the match at as he absorbed every single one. Suddenly, after sending another set of walls to either side of Izuku, Todoroki rode in on a wave of ice. And this is unexpected. Todoroki had been staying at range this whole tournament, but now he decides to switch it up in the finals? Present Mic's announcing was extremely loud as he got more and more excited about the match, even to the point of hurting Todoroki's ears a little, but it was pushed aside in his mind as soon as he heard it. He came to a sudden stop about 10 feet away from Izuku, sending a spike of ice straight at him as fast as he could. His hand shook from the cold, but it didn't slow him down yet. Once again though, it was gone as soon as it made contact with Izuku's hand. Izuku shot himself forward with his quirk, closing the gap between him and Todoroki in an instant. He grabbed Todoroki's right arm with his left hand, and threw a punch with the other. Todoroki, before he could even think about what he was doing, released a puff of fire from his left side. It made contact with Izuku's fist, staying on for a couple seconds before he was able to absorb it. He jumped back, shaking his hand rapidly to try and dispel the pain. Fire? Todoroki was going to start using that now? Meanwhile, Todoroki was staring at his left hand in shock of what he had just done. For years upon years he had sworn to never use it, but the second he came close to losing he went back on that? He couldn't use it, not at all. Even though it had felt like heaven to feel the heat of his left side on his cold body, he couldn't break his promise to himself. Izuku closed the distance yet again, and was confused when no fire came this time around. Instead he just absorbed the ice Todoroki released and, after a second of waiting for the fire to come, punched him in the face. "What's up? Why won't you use your fire?" Izuku asked, genuinely wondering why Todoroki was handicapping himself. He hadn't used them earlier, but now that he had what was stopping him? It's more complicated than me simply not wanting to use them. My father's flames have done horrible things. Even thinking of using his quirk in a fight makes me feel sick. Todoroki replied, taking the short time where they were talking to try and think of a way to win with only his ice. He had been thinking before the fight, but everything he tried so far hadn't worked at all. If he couldn't catch him off guard, then Izuku could just nullify anything Todoroki sent at him. His quirk? You're not using his quirk though, you're using your own. You're right, but it doesn't matter. I can't just start using them now. Like I said, even thinking about going back on my promise not to use them makes me feel sick. Todoroki replied, stunned by how simply his whole thought process got deconstructed. Then just don't think about it. I haven't really been thinking the whole time I've been in this tournament. Trust me, it's a lot more enjoyable to fight that way. Izuku could hear Present Mike talking about how they were just standing there talking, but tuned it out. That didn't matter right now, he was trying to help Todoroki. Todoroki considered the idea for a moment, before shouting. Why are you so DMN insistent on me using them? Did my dad pay you to try and convince me? This isn't your business. What? No, of course not. Look, I don't want to try and force you, but you said it yourself. You'd beat me, right? You can't do that with only your ice. Izuku asked, not prepared for what would happen next. Shut up, was all Todoroki said, his voice dropping to a low tone as he flicked his right wrist towards Izuku. He could barely lean his head to the side before the block of ice Todoroki sent at him slammed into it. That was close, way too close if he was going to be honest. He let his guard down while talking to Todoroki, and it had almost cost him the match. Another wave of ice came straight towards him, but this time he was prepared. He absorbed it and immediately rushed at Todoroki, getting to him in the blink of an eye. It took Todoroki all he had to dodge the barrage of attacks from Izuku. Everything from punches and kicks, air, Bakugo's explosions, and even some of his own ice came at him. After slipping to the left of a hook that Izuku complemented with an explosion, Todoroki backed up a little to try and breathe for a moment. He didn't get any space though. Izuku stayed right with him, the grin on his face slowly growing as the fight progressed. Todoroki was losing ground. As much as he hated to admit it, he couldn't think of a single way to beat Midoriya right now. As he kept dodging and dodging, he got hit a couple times. It started with a punch connecting with his left cheek, then tripping over a piece of ice Midoriya released, then he couldn't seem to dodge anything anymore. Todoroki was getting more and more frustrated with the situation. After getting kicked to the stomach and being sent to the ground, he couldn't deal with it anymore. He willed it, and with a swipe of his right arm, a giant wall of ice raised from the ground. It covered the full width of the area they could stand on, and was tall enough to peek over the walls of the stadium. Making something that big did have a cost though, and ice spread all over his right arm. Using any more ice would risk hypothermia. He was at his limit. He sat up, but couldn't find it in him to get onto his feet, totally overwhelmed with what was happening. He had no time to think at all, and now he couldn't handle it anymore. His breaths came quickly, and his eyes were watering now. His wall would be gone any moment, and Midoriya would already be closing in with another attack. I just don't want to give in to him. I'll do anything to save people, but I can't let that man win. Todoroki muttered, his head hanging low to the ground. He could see Midoriya's feet in front of him, and closed his eyes as he prepared to lose. You don't have to. Todoroki's eyes snapped open when Izuku said that, shocked at the very notion of what he was saying. He won't win if you use your whole quirk. He doesn't get anything out of that, but you do. You don't even have to go to him for training if you want. I don't have much experience with fire, but I'm sure I could at least be your training partner while you learned. Izuku said, smiling as he looked down at him. Todoroki sat stunned, and Izuku just watched him. A few seconds passed and Izuku began to speak again. Well, sorry, but I kinda want to win this, so I can't pass this opportunity up. Izuku said, kicking at Todoroki's head the moment the word up left his lips. The kick was with his right leg, and it would hit Todoroki on his left side. It was forcing the decision a bit early, but the commission had told him to win, so he couldn't just stand there when he could win right now. As the kick was about to land, Todoroki made his decision. Flames rose from his left side, making Izuku pull his leg back in fear of getting burnt. He could feel the heat on his face, but he still cracked a smile. That smile stayed on his face as he was hit clean in his stomach by a pillar of ice Todoroki made, knocking the wind out of him and sending him back to the edge of the arena. I don't know what's wrong with you. You just convinced me to use my full potential, and now you're smiling? You know I'm going to win now, right? Todoroki asked, his face breaking out into a smile now as well. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Todoroki. Just know I'm not giving you any more second chances. Izuku said, getting up to stand face to face with Todoroki. I wouldn't expect anything less. It was like nothing Mina had ever seen before. Todoroki's flames consumed the stadium, their heat spreading to even where even she could faintly feel it. This was what Todoroki could do this whole time? She knew he had the fire that he could use, but she thought that he would get hurt if he used it, or something else like that. Why hadn't he used it against her? Was she not good enough for it in his eyes? She shook her head and tried to rid those thoughts from her head. Her performance didn't matter right now. Midoriya had to go head-to-head with Todoroki at his full strength. With a wave of his left arm, Todoroki commanded the flames, shooting them towards Midoriya while also producing ice from his right side. The cooled-down air from his earlier ice rapidly heated up and expanded, creating a shock wave that ripped the ground he and Midoriya were standing on apart. In the massive cloud of dust and debris that followed, Mina couldn't see who won. She clenched her fists and prayed that Midoriya won, but more importantly that him and Todoroki were both all right. The dust slowly settled, and a smile rose on her face. It was close, way closer than she liked, but Midoriya was still in. He was exactly on the edge, a foot more and he would be out of bounds. On the other side it was hard to tell. Ice was spread all around, even off of the arena, so Mina couldn't see where the out-of-bounds line was. If she had to guess though, she would say Todoroki was out. Her thoughts were confirmed with a wave of Midnight's whip and the announcement of Izuku's victory. Izuku was panting, still trying to wrap his head around what had happened in those final moments. He had prepared to absorb some fire, but instead a huge explosion happened. He didn't know why, but he was able to absorb some of it and send it back Todoroki's way, and it seemed that had given him the edge. It almost backfired though, and using all the air he had stored up was barely enough to keep him in bounds. A glance over in Todoroki's direction showed that he was stuck in his own ice, and also that his fire had ruined his uniform. Izuku walked over to him, holding out his hand once he got there. I told you it was more fun this way. Todoroki took Izuku's own hand with his left, letting him help him up out of the ice he had made at the end. His skin where his uniform had burnt off was red and hot to the touch, making Izuku wince as he grabbed his hand. Todoroki didn't seem to notice, but Izuku decided then and there that he should probably see Recovery Girl about that. You're right. It is. Thank you truly. I still don't know how I feel about the power, but at least I've had fun using it now. That's a first, Todoroki said to Izuku after he pulled him up. Of course. Now, we need to pay a visit to Recovery Girl. I'm sure she's ready to rip us a new one. Rip us a new what? A new. Izuku paused, staring at Todoroki and trying to judge if he was actually serious. Never mind, just come on man, there's no point in delaying the inevitable. Recovery Girl was actually pretty calm when it all came down to it. Of course she didn't like how reckless either of them were, but that was basically a given. As far as injuries went, they were both fine, with nothing that couldn't be fixed by her after they got some more rest. Todoroki stayed behind in the nurse's office to talk to her more about how using his left side like how he did could affect his health in the future, and also just so she could fuss at him about overusing his quirk. The medal ceremony would happen in a couple of minutes after the arena was cleaned up, so he had nothing to do until then. Izuku just decided to head down to the prep room for now, but he only made it a few steps out of the office before he was knocked back a couple of steps by something slamming into him. Midoriya. I honestly thought it was over once Todoroki started using his fire, but then you ended up winning in the end anyways. You did so great. Hagakure, the culprit of running into him, said while wrapping her arms around him. A few weeks ago this would have shocked him, but hugs were Hagakure's thing. That was just the type of friend she was. Hagakure wasn't the only one there though. A couple seconds afterwards Ashido joined in, then Kaminari, Kirishima and Jairu, then more and more until Izuku was completely surrounded by his classmates, all of them congratulating him for his win. It brought a smile to his face, to think that he could have friends like this. If you had told him he'd be in this situation a half a year ago, he'd have laughed the idea off. Interacting with people his age would have been unthinkable, So having friends would have been a definite impossibility. Half a year ago he had no idea what he was missing out on. Izuku let out a shaky breath as he stood in front of the entrance to one of the executives of the commission. The thought of someone this high up in the HPSC summoning him causing anxiety that he just couldn't get rid of. He had never been this high up in the building before, and he had lived there for as long as he could remember. After a short knock and a confirmation he could enter, he swung the double doors in front of him open. The room was pretty barren, especially for how large it was. Just a desk and a couple of chairs were in the room, and the rest was all empty space. The particular executive who wanted to speak to him was an older woman. She had blonde hair that went down to the bottom of her neck, and her face was all business. Izuku swallowed, nervousness causing him to do nothing but just stand there and wait for her to speak. "Have a seat, Midoriya, we need to talk about your most recent assignment," was all she said. A short sentence, not even 15 words long, but it made Izuku's heart drop to his chest. He hadn't even thought until he had already done it, but causing people in the crowd to hate him probably infuriated the HPSC. He was going to UA to become a hero that everyone knew and rooted for, not one that people hated. Aizawa had calmed down most of them, but he still wasn't viewed in a positive light by some people. It was most obvious online, where he saw articles talking about him and whether or not he even deserved the gold medal in the first place. He knew it was unlikely, but a small part of him wondered if they'd unenroll him from UA for that. That they'd just decide he was a lost cause and make him go back to his old training. He prayed that wouldn't happen, but if it did he couldn't do anything to stop it. That was what was so scary about this whole meeting. She could tell him to do anything and he'd have to do it. Anything she said would happen whether he liked it or not. The commissions, and in turn her word was law, and that was terrifying. It didn't matter how strong he became, in front of people like her he was no more than the scared kid he was when he first got his quirk and began his training to be a hero. So without a second wasted, he took a seat across from her, awaiting whatever she would say. "You won, but your performance outside of that was unacceptable. The only reason you're attending UA in the first place is to get liked by the public before you start your career, but instead you get half of the people watching the festival to hate you." Izuku's eyes looked down at the ground unconsciously, but snapped back up the moment he realized it had happened. How you fought was unnecessary, and is unbecoming of a future hero. Regardless of that though, you're not a completely lost cause, as a good amount of people support you and your actions, but it is still too close of a call. It will not happen again. Her tone didn't change for a moment, as if she was stating a fact. She finished speaking, leaving the floor open for Izuku to reply if he wanted. He had nothing to say though, and instead just nodded along with what she said. She waved a hand to the exit after he did so. "You may leave now." And once again, without a second wasted, Izuku obeyed and left the room. Katsuki Bakugo swung the door to his house open, and internally prepared his ears for the screaming that was about to come. He had missed his mom calling about 15 times, so he wouldn't hear the end of it today. "Katsuki," his mother grumbled, and Bakugo let out a slow and steady breath. He couldn't back out of this now, so he walked forward into their living room, shutting the door behind him. "Damn it, Katsuki, why didn't you pick up the phone?" Mitsuki shouted, walking towards her son. That was expected, nothing out of the ordinary. What was surprising though, was when she wrapped him up in a hug. Katsuki's eyes widened, and his mother continued to speak. "I'm so proud of you, son. You did so great out there." She let him go after that, taking a step back and smiling at him. "With that aside though, there is one thing I'm sad about." Bakugo just stared at his mother, silently wondering what she was mad about. "Why the hell didn't you tell me little Izuku was in your class at UA? Wait, are you talking about Midoriya?" Katsuki said, completely confused by the question she had just asked. Little Izuku? What did she even mean by that? Midoriya was only a few centimeters shorter than him. Regardless of that, why would she expect him to tell her he was in class 1A with him? "Of course, what other Izuku do you think I could be talking about?" she said, placing a hand on her hip as she stared at him. When he just stood there looking confused, she continued speaking. "Wait, don't tell me you don't remember him. You two were inseparable growing up, always talking about how you'd be heroes together. I know we haven't seen him since a little after his 4th birthday, but I still thought you'd at least remember his name. Mom, I've never met Midoriya before in my life. Who are you even dash? Bakugo said, trailing off as the pieces of what his mom said started to click together. Are you talking about Deku? Katsuki asked the question, but couldn't wrap his head around the concept. Was that really all you remembered him by? Geez, kid, that's kind of dash. Mitsuki started to speak, but Bakugo cut her off as she did. Deku is with his dad in America. That's what you told me yourself years ago. Well, yeah, that's what we thought, but unless you can explain how there is some other green-haired kid named Izuku Midoriya that wants to be a hero, it's him. Katsuki just stood there, trying to wrap his mind around the possibility that Midoriya was Deku. It would just be ironic. The person who he thought was looking down on him this whole time was actually his best friend. He still didn't like it, but the sting of losing wouldn't be as bad if he knew it was Deku he was losing to. He hasn't said anything about it though, so how can we know if it's really him? Bakugo said, knowing that his reasoning was flimsy at best. His mom just stared at him for a moment before replying. You only remembered him by Deku, so maybe he only remembers you by Kaken. Look, just talk to him about it, I'm sure he'll remember if you bring it up. Izuku ended up getting the second most amount of internship offers, even though he ended up winning the whole thing. He wasn't going to complain though. Todoroki was the son of the number 2 hero, so he'd get more offers just because of that. Besides, 2,000 was more than Izuku needed. He'd most likely just end up picking the highest-ranked hero on the list. Looking over the sheet that showed the heroes interested in him changed that opinion though. Best Genist, ranked number 4, was the highest that gave him an offer, but that didn't interest him as much as the next one there. The word Mirko stuck out on the page, shocking him when he saw them. Mirko never teamed up, so her taking on him as an intern would be a first. For a moment, he thought she might just be offering an internship because he knew her, but she wasn't that type of person. If she sent him an offer, that meant he had genuinely impressed her during the festival. Best Genist, as great of a hero as he was, wouldn't be able to teach him as much as Mirko could. He fought mostly with his quirk, and while improving his quirk would always be a good thing, it had been Izuku's main focus for the majority of his life. The closest he came to losing was when Bakugo was hyper-aggressive and getting in close so he wouldn't get an opportunity to use his quirk. Mirko would be perfect for helping him prepare for opponents like that. Best Genist couldn't. He skimmed through the rest of the heroes that gave him an offer, but ultimately Mirko was the one he picked. After writing her name down, he turned behind him, checking Minetta's sheet. He didn't know why, but for some reason his gut told him the grape-haired boy was making a horrible mistake right now. Looking at his sheet confirmed that, and Izuku voiced his mind the second he saw Minetta's choice. Minetta, are you seriously about to pick MT Lady for your internship? Izuku asked, his voice losing all emotion as his eyes drilled holes into Minetta. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Minetta was completely serious as he said that, and Izuku could only close his eyes and breathe. He'd only known the guy for about a month, but this was a glaring weakness for him as a hero and just on a base level as a human being. I shouldn't have to explain to you that this is a bad idea. Izuku said, hoping that his message would be received. Upon Minetta's questioning stare he continued, losing more and more hope in his friend by the second. Just because you think she's hot doesn't mean it's a good choice for your internship. This is a rare opportunity, and there's about 40 offers other than Mount Lady that go to every single student in our grade. Did you even look at them? Yes, I looked at them, and after considering every possibility, MT Lady is the best fit for me. Minetta said that, but after another second of being under Izuku's disappointed stare he cracked. Okay, maybe I didn't look at them, but MT Lady really is a good option for me. Izuku's eyes still just stared at Minetta blankly as he spoke, and eventually he completely crumbled. Fine, I'll pick someone else. Thank you. With that crisis averted, Izuku walked over to see what some of his other friends were going to pick. Really, Todoroki? You're picking him? Izuku asked, looking at Todoroki's internship sheet. He didn't know the full story, but he did know Endeavor was the reason Todoroki hated his flames in the first place. Yeah, I talked it over with my mom, and while I hate my father, Endeavor the hero is someone I can learn from. I guess that's true. I won't stop you, good luck with that. Izuku said, and Todoroki gave a short nod in response, looking back down at his internship sheet as he continued to fill it out. Izuku's eyes lingered on him, thinking the situation over. He was happy Todoroki was starting to move on, but it was happening faster than he thought it would. He hoped that losing to him didn't drive Todoroki to use his fire, but he couldn't change the past. If that was causing him to do this, then there was no way Izuku of all people could change that now. Midoriya, come here, I need another opinion on this. Mina shouted from across the room, waving Izuku over to her. A smile tugged on Izuku's lips as he walked over, and that was strange to him. There was nothing in particular to be happy about, but his chest was feeling light. As he walked to the train station after school, Izuku noticed Bakugo walking up to him. They hadn't seen each other since the sports festival, so maybe he just wanted to talk about their match more. Midoriya, Bakugo said as he stopped a couple feet away from him. I know this might sound weird, but did you live around here as a kid? Yeah, Izuku said, confusion evident in his voice. I lived here when I was a kid. Why do you want to know? Izuku wasn't actually sure of where he lived when he was younger, but the HPSC had told him to say he lived in Mustafu his whole life if he was ever asked. What the hell? Are you actually Deku? Bakugo said, and a wave of emotions rushed through Izuku when he heard those words. Memories from when he was younger, of a kid calling him Deku came rushing back to him all at once, and it took all he had to stay composed. He had known Bakugo before he got his quirk. His eyes widened at the thought of it all, and he started to speak. Kaken? He asked, the image of the child Bakugo and the current one overlapping before his eyes. Bakugo stepped forward, pushing Izuku back when he did. It shouldn't have surprised him, because this was Bakugo after all, but Izuku wasn't ready for it and stumbled back a couple of feet. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Then you have the nerve to just show up and start beating me out of nowhere? You, Bakugo trailed off as he was yelling, letting out a sigh. I can't get mad at you for that, it's just hard for me to wrap my head around all of this. Besides, I should have known only you were good enough to pull out a win over me. Bakugo's tone as he spoke was oddly calm, especially for him. Izuku just remained silent, and Bakugo started to talk again after the silence lingered for a few seconds. Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? I know my mom would be thrilled to see you again. Izuku's heart dropped the moment Bakugo asked the question, because now he'd have to make an excuse for why he couldn't go. Not to mention any other complications that might arrive from Bakugo knowing him from his past. It might be impossible to keep everything a secret, especially if they ended up becoming friends. He hadn't thought about the downsides of it until now, but it was already starting to stress him out. He had to reply to Bakugo right now too, so he didn't have time to think about the situation. I can't tonight, but I should be able to another time though. Izuku said, trying to delay the issue as much as possible. He needed more time to think of a better way to hide everything about the HPSC. Why not? Bakugo asked, putting Izuku on the spot to come up with an excuse. I just have a bunch of chores I need to do at my apartment. The words flowed out of Izuku's mouth before he could even think them over, but it was good enough to satisfy Bakugo. All right, Deku. Before I leave though, hand me your phone. Bakugo held out his hand as he finished talking, and Izuku placed the phone in his hand. After putting his number in, Bakugo handed the phone back. Just text me when you want to come over and have dinner, you're welcome anytime. Bakugo said with a rare kindness in his voice. It wasn't for long though, because after getting a few steps away he did a 180 and shouted at Izuku. I'm still better than you, nerd. Izuku didn't reply, and after a couple seconds of his silence Bakugo turned back around and continued on his way to the train station. A smile grew on Izuku's face as he watched Bakugo get smaller and smaller as he walked into the distance. He was happy that the two of them at least had a reason to be friends now, along with the fact that this meant he could learn more and more about his own past. But before any of that happened, he needed to think of a better way to keep the HPSC a secret. Bakugo had a good chance of figuring out that something was up if Izuku wasn't careful. The internships ended up arriving without much happening. The only thing of note was that Ida seemed to be a bit more closed off than usual, but Izuku didn't know him that well, so he just assumed he was imagining it. Naraka was the one closest to him in the class, and she didn't act like anything was up, so it was nothing to worry about. After Izuku said goodbye to a few of his friends, he walked over to the train he was supposed to board, finding Tokoyami standing there as well. That wasn't too weird though. Most of the people in his class had at least one other person getting on the same train as them. So he absorbed his bag for the week he'd be spending with Mirko, and tried to rest on the ride to his stop. As his stop was announced, Izuku saw Tokoyami also stand up in the corner of his eye. He picked up his own bag, appropriately pitch black, and walked off the train at the same time as Izuku. They ended up taking the same turn out of the train station as well, walking next to each other on the sidewalk as they got closer and closer to their own respective destinations. As they walked next to each other, Izuku turned his head over to Tokoyami. The two of them hadn't ever really talked much. If he was honest, the only time they really interacted was when they fought each other. "Who are you interning for?" Izuku asked, causing Tokoyami to turn his head to face him as well. After Izuku finished speaking, Tokoyami turned to look back ahead and replied to the question. "Hawks offered to guide me, I was obliged to accept it. What about you?" Tokoyami spoke in an odd fashion, but he did get the message across. Hawks was a good hero, sure, but Izuku wasn't sure if he would be the best option to intern under. "I'm interning under Mirko." They kept walking in silence after that, but each turn made Izuku more and more confused. He knew where Kigo's agency was, and he had never seen Rumi's. But Rumi didn't have an agency, so where was he even going? He got his answer a minute later, when he stood in front of the Hawks Hero Agency. Tokoyami looked just as confused as he had felt a minute ago, but walked into the building regardless of that. The receptionist there looked up when they entered, smiling when she saw the two of them. "You must be the interns. Hawks told me that the one under him should go to the 3rd floor while the one under Mirko is going to the 4th. As she talked, she grabbed a key card from under her desk, holding it out in front of her. "This is for Tokoyami," she said, handing it over when Tokoyami held his hand out. "I was told Midoriya already had one." Izuku confirmed it by releasing the key card Hawks had given him when he first showed him the building, holding it out for her to see. A few seconds later he and Tokoyami boarded the elevator, and even though he didn't ask, Izuku could tell he was wondering how he already had a key card. "I toured this facility before, Hawks let me keep it, and I guess he just updated the level of stuff it could open." Izuku lied through his teeth, but Tokoyami believed him, and ended the conversation with a short hum. A few seconds after that the elevator came to a stop, its doors opening up as it arrived at the 3rd floor. Tokoyami stepped out and walked forward, holding his key card in his hand as he did. "Good luck," Izuku said, meaning it from the bottom of his heart. Kigo had a unique approach to heroics, and he wasn't sure how well it would translate to teaching. Tokoyami just nodded, and a couple seconds later the elevator doors closed, and he was on his way up one more floor. He stepped onto the 4th floor and walked forward. There was a single wooden door in front of him, and when opened it led to what looked like a sparring arena. There were mats laid out on the floor and walls, and a boxing ring in the far corner of the room. Mirko was nowhere to be found though, and as he walked further into the room he still couldn't spot the bunny hero anywhere he looked. "Behind you," was all he heard before he was launched face first into the wall in front of him. He got up in an instant, whipping around to see Mirko standing there, a wild grin plastered on her face. "Come on Izuku, you've got to be more aware than that. Situational awareness is an essential skill for becoming a pro," Mirko said, the joy she took in launching Izuku in the wall not hidden at all in her voice. "Well, as I'm sure you've already guessed, we're here because I don't have my own agency. Today we're just gonna work on some basics, and I'll get a feel for how to progress from there." Mirko didn't waste an instant after she stopped talking, springing forward and launching a kick at his head as soon as she was done. It came faster than he expected, her leg snapping directly from where it was to where she wanted to hit. There was barely any movement beforehand, just a small twist in her hips and the kick was coming right at him. Izuku barely ducked under it, and by the time he did he was forced to block another one coming towards his chest. Was she being serious right now? He was still in his school clothes. As it made contact with his arms, Izuku felt himself shocked by just how hard she kicked. He knew she was no joke, but he still found himself amazed by how much power she generated with such little movement. He flew backwards, colliding with the wall once again formed the force of her kicks. He shook his arms, wincing from how hard they stung after taking that hit just then. Seems like I overdid it a little. That's my bad, I shouldn't have expected you to keep up with me. Mirko taunted him as she spoke, her eyes lighting up once her next words left her mouth. You are just a kid after all. Izuku knew she was trying to get a rise out of him, but he still couldn't stop himself from getting mad at her words. He had worked his whole life, put his whole being into becoming the best hero he could possibly be, and yet she just mocked him like this? He needed to prove her wrong. It was then that Izuku went on the offensive for the first time, propelling himself forwards with air. He threw a jab with his left hand, but she slipped to the right of it easily. He started to follow it with his right hand, but stopped before he did. He leaned his head as far back as he could, just barely dodging a kick to the chin that would have knocked him out without a doubt. He had no room for mistakes here. A single kick from Mirko would knock him out cold. She was faster than him as well, and had more experience on top of that. If he was being honest with himself, he was completely outmatched. That didn't matter right now though, he'd be outmatched when he was a hero too, and he couldn't just back down then. Izuku threw a hook with his right, internally wincing when she ducked under it. He had overextended by throwing that hook, and not even a second later Mirko punished him for it, her foot slamming into his jaw. He could feel himself falling into unconsciousness as the kick connected, and no matter how hard he tried to fight it, he couldn't prevent it. Izuku woke up suddenly, his eyes snapping open as he did. His neck was killing him, but other than that he felt perfectly fine. Mirko, who was sitting across from him, turned her head to look at him, speaking when she saw him awake. Took you long enough. You've been out for basically an hour, she said, springing up onto her feet while she did. Now come on, we still have some more training to do before the day is over. Izuku obliged, getting up onto his own feet and waiting for Mirko to make the first move. As he stood there, waiting to react to whatever she did, she just stared at him. What are you doing? She asked, squinting her eyes at him. We're training, right? Izuku was just confused now. She was acting like he was crazy because he was waiting for her to attack, but when he tried to make the first move he was out cold for an hour. Not full-on combat, kid, just you hitting a sandbag. I already know how much to hold back when fighting you based off of that little spar we had earlier. All the taunting from before was gone, instead replaced with a completely serious attitude from Mirko. You did better than I expected, if I'm being honest, but your hand-to-hand combat needs some work badly. Isn't that the reason you picked me in the first place? She was completely right, and Izuku was shocked by how quickly she had come up with all that. They had only fought for a couple minutes, and yet she was completely sure on what he needed to work on next. You're right, was all Izuku could manage to say, silently following Mirko to the sandbags after that. After finishing up the first day of the internship, Izuku went back with Rumi to her apartment. Now that he didn't have adrenaline rushing through him, he could feel his body ache from getting hit so much. Do you dislike any specific foods? Rumi asked as she walked next to him. They were in her apartment complex, and now that food was brought up, Izuku could hear his own stomach growl. Nope. Izuku said, if he was honest, any food was good to his normal diet with the HPSC, so he wasn't a very picky eater. Alright, that's good to know. I'll handle dinner after I shower. Rumi swung the door to her apartment open, immediately walking into what looked like a bathroom after that. Izuku entered the apartment behind her and shut the door, confused on what he should do now. He had finished training, and that was all he thought about when he had planned for the internships. He could turn on the television, but that might be rude given that he was technically learning under Rumi right now. Unable to think of anything productive to do, Izuku just sat on Rumi's couch and closed his eyes. It was nice to just sit still for a little bit after pushing himself like he did. He could hear the shower running but wasn't able to concentrate on anything specific, his mind being blank as he sat there. After a few minutes passed, the shower shut off, and a minute or two after that, the door to the bathroom opened, Rumi herself following it. She was dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and some shorts, her hair wrapped up in a towel as she walked out of the bathroom. Did you already put your stuff up? She asked, bringing Izuku's mind out of the resting state it was in. No. Where was I supposed to put everything? Izuku stood up as he spoke, suddenly realizing just how long he had been sitting on the couch. I have a guest room, I thought you knew about it. Just follow me. Rumi led Izuku to where he would be staying, and as he had put his bag up, continued to talk to him. I'll handle to food while you shower, but before you do, I need to promise me you won't use any of my body wash or shampoo. Her demeanor became very serious at the end of her sentence, contrasting the casual way she had been acting before. I wasn't planning on it. Izuku replied simply, grabbing his clothes and shower supplies as he walked over to the bathroom. Good. Rumi called out, her voice echoing through the halls of the apartment. That sheet's expensive, I would have killed you if I caught you using it. You're a pro hero in the top 10, I don't think shampoo cost is an issue to you. Izuku muttered to himself, shutting the door to the bathroom behind him. He smiled as he did, happy that Rumi was still her normal self even while being his teacher. With how the training earlier went, Izuku didn't know how she was going to act during the internship. There wasn't anything particularly wrong with her possibly being strict all the time this upcoming week, but it was comforting to know she could still joke around with him. Her shower was nice, and it felt heavenly to stand under the hot water after a day of getting kicked around by Mirko. A few minutes later, as he stepped out of the bathroom, he could smell pizza on the counter, and he started to question Rumi's diet. He had only eaten over there twice, but both times had ended up with pizza for dinner. You don't just eat DLVI, right? He asked, watching her stand in the kitchen, a paper plate in her hands. She just stared at him, and he felt the need to double down on his question. Please tell me the number 5 hero eats more than just pizza. He said, his voice getting desperate now. Most of the fanboy ideas he used to have surrounding heroes when he was a kid were gone, but this would be too much for that small part of himself that still idolized heroes. I'm not going to answer that question, was all that she said, and Izuku could feel the fanboy in himself start to cry. A few minutes later, he found himself sitting on the couch, eating pizza and watching some action flick Rumi had put on the TV. It was bad, horrifically so if he was being honest. When he decided that he couldn't watch it any longer, he looked around the room for something to do. Rumi wasn't even watching it herself, instead just scrolling on her phone. Her phone. He thought, racking his mind for something to do. He had one of those, he could use it to pass the time. He released his phone, and somehow, by the will of some sick god, it buzzed the moment it touched his hand. He could physically feel Rumi's eyes staring at him, and not even a second later she was leaning over him, checking the screen. Who's that? She asked, her tone indicating that she'd find out whether he told her or not. He checked the screen, and because of course it would be a girl that texted him when Rumi was looking, Mina's name read on the screen. Hey Midoriya. How was your first day of internships? It was nice of her to text him, so nice to the point where his chest got warmer when he saw the message, but this was not the right time. He knew Rumi's personality, she wouldn't hesitate to tease him about the fact a girl texted him. Ashido is one of my friends from UA. She was the one with the acid quirk at the sports festival. Izuku explained, and the second he said the word Rumi's eyes lit up. Oh my god. I've got to tell Kigo that you already have a crush at school. She yelled out, diving over to where her own phone was on the couch. What? She's not my crush. We're just friends. Izuku yelled out the moment Rumi said crush, and that was all she needed to hear, a grin growing on her face as she listened to Izuku's outburst. I was just teasing you before, but now I'm 100% sure you like this girl. I wasn't born yesterday, Izuku. I know how teens react whenever someone accuses them of liking their crush. As Rumi spoke, she typed on her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Rumi, please stop. I swear it's not like that. Izuku was reaching for her phone now, but Rumi kept him at bay with her legs, kicking him back whenever he got close enough to make a grab at it. I'm about to send it. She called out in a sing-song voice once she was done typing, her fingers slowly inching closer and closer to the screen of her phone. She was taking joy in tormenting Izuku now, keeping the phone just barely out of his reach as he desperately reached for it. Kigo could not think Izuku had a crush, he wouldn't be able to live if that happened. If Kigo thought that, he'd tease Izuku about it every chance he got, not to mention the possibility he might tell Tokoyami. Tokoyami probably wouldn't tell anyone, he was pretty solitary, but there was still the chance of it, and even with Izuku's limited social experience he knew that couldn't happen. Seriously, it's not like that, please don't tell Kigo I have a crush on her. Izuku stopped reaching for the phone, instead sitting there on the couch hoping that Rumi wouldn't send it if she knew he was serious about not wanting Kigo to think that. In response, Rumi just laughed outrageously, doubling over and holding her hand over stomach as she did. She said, having to take a pause to breath as she still laughed. I didn't even have his contact open. You should have seen your face. She turned the phone to face him, and Izuku just saw her lock screen staring back at him. She started laughing all over again, this time rolling and falling off of the couch as she did. You're not funny, Izuku said, crossing his arms as he stared at the hero on the ground. She just started laughing even harder. Okay, I think I see the problem here, Mirko announced to Izuku, who was currently on the ground. He could only let out a small breath as a response, still trying to get the air back into his lungs after a particularly hard kick to the stomach. Do you consciously think in your head while you fight? She asked, and a few seconds later, Izuku was able to respond. Yeah, do you? Izuku said, stopping to get a breath in the middle of his sentence. Do you not? Of course not. Thinking is for before you start fighting. Anything during the fight will only serve to slow you down. That would be why you struggled when that Bakugo kid just went straight at you. He didn't let you think, and you couldn't fight without thinking. But I need to think constantly while I fight. I have to be thinking of strategies and good ways to use my quirk in a fight. Izuku could see why someone with a power like Mirko's could not think while they fought, but his power made it so he had to use it in creative ways to win. You can think a little, but not to the point where you're actively talking to yourself in your head. Fights are just too fast for that, it'll only hurt you more and more later down the line. You have to get to the point where you think of the strategies you use subconsciously. Rumi motioned for him to get up, and kept talking while he did. The only way you're going to be able to do that is by getting more and more experience. It won't happen all at once, but fighting me now should be a good start. As soon as she finished, Rumi was closing in once again, with a kick aimed directly at his chest. A few hours of sparring later, Izuku got knocked into the wall once again, his body folding around the extended leg of Rumi. He could barely breathe, but still, he was doing better than he was at the start. This time he had even got a couple of hits in on her. Alright, that's enough training for today, Mirko announced, staring down at Izuku as she did so. It's good for you to fight against me, but if it's only me you're sparring against, you might end up making some weird habits. That's why instead of training for the last couple hours of today, we'll be going on a patrol. Now follow me in turn. It's time to show you how this line of work is in real life, she said, marching off to the elevator as Izuku was left to trail behind her. As they exited the Hawks agency, the sun was slowly setting, painting the sky a brilliant red as it did. Mirko took a couple steps outside of the building and then did a 180 to face him. Before we start this patrol, I need to make sure one thing is clear with you, she said, her voice becoming the tone she used whenever she meant to be serious. At my apartment we're Rumi and Izuku, and we can joke around and have fun and tease each other all we want, but out here, we're Mirko and... She trailed off into thought, talking again a couple of seconds later. What's your hero name again? She asked, eyes drilling into Izuku. About that actually, Izuku said, laughing nervously as he did. Midnight said they weren't 100% necessary right now, and I actually couldn't think of one, so right now I have no hero code name. Fine, Mirko said, her teeth gritting together as she did. Out here we're Mirko and Midoriya, and if I tell you do something out here it's an order. Yes ma'am, Izuku said, trying his hardest to not provoke the already annoyed pro next to him. Unfortunately, what he said had the opposite effect, and it only seemed to make her more angry. I'm not joking Midoriya, Mirko said, her voice lacking any emotion at this point except for barely contained rage. Izuku could feel himself start to sweat and just picked the safest option to avoid her wrath. I understand, he squeaked out, letting out a held breath once she turned around. He knew Rumi had a short temper, but to have it turned on him was terrifying. Mirko led Izuku through the motions of the patrol. They did laps around the city, always keeping an eye out for anything suspicious as they did so. The city was quiet though, they only saw 3 crimes the whole time they were patrolling, and they were all just purse snatchers. This place has too many hero agencies, any potential criminals are too scared to do anything with everyone around. Add in the fact that this is near UA, and there's almost no one dumb or ballsy enough to try anything. Rumi said, leaning back onto the couch as she thought. We'll just have to go to a different city to patrol tomorrow. She muttered to herself, suddenly raising her voice for her next words after pausing for a moment. Alright, Hosa City it is. The hero killer was just over there, and criminals always get riled up when a big fish does something in a city. It's the perfect chance to let you get some real experience. Hosa City was where Ida was interning. Izuku remembered correctly. Maybe he could say hi if he saw him while they were both patrolling. Whatever happened though, this would be his first real patrol. Not one that was just a glorified walk around the city. This would be his first experience with actual hero work.